split side skirt, dress, pinafore, trousers, split side everything. The adjustable style has really been a staple of both my wardrobe and my videos, and while we're making compilations, I figured, hey, why don't we put every single split side project together into one long video that people can watch at their leisure? And then I did that, and it was 6 hours. That's not even counting the recent 2.5-hour video I put out drafting this version of the split side dress. So unlike my other compilations, I'm not going to be popping up in between videos with little updates and thoughts and stuff. We are just going to run these babies back to back. Great for body doubling, falling asleep, people who like 6-ish hours of tutorial-ish content, fewer overall ad breaks if that matters to you. Without further ado, we shall travel back to 2023 and the start of this slight obsession, which of course began with a lighthearted deep dive history video because research is fun, kids! Hey, guess what? Ready to have your world rocked? Clothing that adjusts to your changing size over the years is not a new concept. If anything, it's a concept that the modern fashion industry is probably hoping we'll all forget about. I want to start this video with a disclaimer. I'm not a fashion historian, dress historian, costume historian of any kind. The research I'm going to share with you here was done rather quickly on the internet and in a few books that I happen to already own, and a lot of what I'm going to talk about is more like logical conclusions, which is why I'll be using words like maybe, and perhaps, and seems like a heck of a lot. With the sudden massive rise in interest in this topic, an actual dress historian may be in the process of making a video about it right now, but I just couldn't help sharing with you some of the info that I've been gleaning in the last few days, because people are having their minds blown by these adjustable waist split side skirts. Like, mine's absolutely blown. And yeah, it's not that surprising. I did some digging around and I couldn't find products like this in any store. So, logical conclusion number one, why would clothing brands want to sell an article of clothing to you that is going to adjust to your size over the years, meaning you won't have to replace it for years, meaning you have one less article of clothing in your closet that is in constant need of replacing? It's just bad business, y'all. But I love bad business, so I am here for adjustable clothing. And so it seems are a lot of you. Let's go back. Not history back yet, we'll get there, but just back a few months to like, I don't know, January? I think that's when it all started for me. See, I had a big project coming up, a very giant skirt that I was wanting to make for a formal event that we didn't end up attending, boo-hoo. And I was in the planning stages, thinking about things like, how many circles of fabric should I cram together for optimal swoosh? And is there a better way to hold this massive thing on me than your average zipper up the side? And right at that moment, as though it heard my request, Instagram showed me a reel from Jess of Jess Sews Stuff, who I highly recommend that you go follow. It was the Coquelicot skirt by Wildflower Design, and it was just beginning to gain traction for the ingenious design. Split sides, a lace-up and therefore adjustable waistband, and giant 18th century inspired pockets attached to the whole thing. I was immediately interested. It reminds me of the dresses that my American Girl Felicity doll had. Side note, I absolutely love the historic details that company gets into its products. Like, she had a tie-on pocket and split-side petticoats. They just attached with Velcro because, you know, doll-sized and kid fingers and such. I also remembered seeing a split-side petticoat like this in the costume section of the pattern catalogs. We used to flip through those all the time whenever my seamstress mother was shopping for fabric and notions. Turns out that was likely Butterick 4484 because from what I could see, there's not a whole lot of costume patterns in this style. But yeah, going back to January, a laced waistband like that would be a great way to hold up the weight of this massive skirt. And I needed there to be really big pockets in this because I did not want to carry a purse. I decided to try out the split side method on a mock-up to see how it went. Now, for many or even most sewists, that would mean immediately going to Wildflower Design and purchasing her pattern. But the thing is, I really struggle with patterns. The way my brain operates, I find it easiest to just look at an article of clothing and then wing it and figure it out on my own. I've actually never used a pattern to make a skirt. So that's exactly what I did. I used a thrifted duvet cover from Goodwill to make 2 circle skirts, which I then put together into 2 separate panels connected around mid-thigh down. I added massive side seam pockets and a lace-up waistband on the back half with a sash that could tie in a bower knot on the front half. It turned out way better than I expected. I loved the final product, and I had not filmed any of the process because that's not what the video I was making was about. I did, however, film the final product, and once I had moved through my excitement for, you know, the aforementioned giant dress for a formal event we didn't attend, I posted some photos and reels of the mock-up, and no one really noticed, which was unsurprising to me given the state of my Instagram account for the last 3 years. But then 2 weeks passed, and all of a sudden I was gifted with visibility. Y'all really liked the skirt. It was like adjustable clothing and giant pockets and swooshy skirts all combined into the same thing was a complete revelation, and yeah, maybe that's because it kinda is. I didn't even realize how little exists in this style, how revolutionary the pattern that Melanie of Wildflower Designs created is. People began pointing me to historical influences from all over the world, which was so exciting for me because I love me some research. The split side tie-on skirt, or pant, has a rich history, but I kept expecting to see something that had that lace-up waistband or the attached pockets, and I kept coming up empty, especially on the pockets. Combining the historical split-side skirt with the lace-up waistband and the giant pockets, from what I could tell in my research, is pure Melanie. It's the coquelicot skirt. So then I felt bad because I made her thing without using her thing. So if you are one of the many people who commented something along the lines of, do you have a pattern? Are you planning on making a pattern? Is there a pattern? Where can I get the pattern? I hope that I found your comment and gave you some version of this reply. I didn't use the coquelicot pattern to make this skirt, and therefore there are some differences between the two. However, it is heavily inspired by Melanie's design, which is not only unique and incredible, but also highly praised by seemingly everyone who tries it. Even if I wanted to start making and selling patterns, which I hardcore do not, I would not make one for this skirt because her pattern is the OG. It covers all of your bases. She deserves full praise and recognition for it. I've linked her website in the description below, and if you are looking for a split-side skirt pattern, grab the coquelicot and have at it. I don't even think it would be very difficult to adjust her pattern into some of the elements on my skirt, like the fuller circles and the visible wider waistband, if that's something you want. So before we get into all of the historical bits that I was able to find in my limited research, I wanted to reach out to Melanie, creator of the coquelicot skirt, and ask her what her inspiration was for this design, and also maybe find out if she's a genius. Here is what she said. Basically, the design was inspired by both a vintage pattern, the Butterick 5261A and historical petticoats, and 18th century fashion. I am intrigued by historical fashion, and I wanted a garment that could last a long time, like clothing was designed historically, a dress that could be worn for decades and through weight changes. I also really wanted a skirt with lots of volume, so that was inspired lightly by historical dress and vintage 1950s. The pockets were designed off of 18th century pockets, which were separate of the skirt and tied around the waist and accessed through a slit in the skirt. I also wanted a comfortable waistband, especially as I had an office job at the time, so I was sitting a lot. I took the idea of a corset-inspired inner waistband to stay in the 18th century theme. This really works well because the inner waistband supports the weight of the gathered skirt on view B of the pattern, and the width of the band is comfortable as the pressure of the waistband is over a larger surface area. So obviously, the influence that seems to come to mind quickest for those of us most familiar with Western fashion is the 18th century split-side petticoat. Now, this was actually pretty hard to research because from what I saw and read, or rather didn't see and didn't read, this was not fascinating to them. or to historians looking back at the time. While I could find lots of people offering tutorials on how to make an authentic 18th century petticoat, and all of those tutorials featured the split-side tie-on style, the emphasis was more on the pleating than on the closure. In books and articles I found reflecting on the time period and showing images or drawings of undergarments, the emphasis was more on the quilted petticoats, or whether this petticoat was meant to be seen or not seen, or again on the pleating style. But beyond mentioning that slits in the sides of the petticoats allowed access to the separate tie-on pockets, no one was going gaga over the concept of a skirt that ties on and is therefore adjustable to size changes. It felt very much like a yeah, of course, we don't have anything better kind of concept. And I mean, it probably was. I don't think petticoats were being tied on because someone was like, y'all, I have a genius idea. Zippers didn't exist, snaps didn't exist, Velcro didn't exist. It was kind of tie it on, hook it on, pin it on, or button it on, right? From what I could tell in some Victorian fashion plate illustrations, it looks like as we move into the 1800s, petticoats became gathered instead of pleated. So they were still tied on and still adjustable, but this was accomplished through a drawstring in the gathering channel and a split in the back rather than on the sides. Kind of a precursor to our modern elastic waist skirt. Popping in here to say that I continued researching this after finishing filming the video because, you know, research never stops. And I found a really interesting site where someone suggested that petticoats were never split on the sides. She didn't see any examples of that in history, and like, I don't agree because I didn't find much, but I did find a few examples that I'm assuming aren't fake and mislabeled, so I wouldn't say never. However, this does make me think that there's a possibility that even when petticoats were more commonly made this way, it may not have been the most common option. It seems that the whole drawstring split in the back option was more frequently used. Also, I forgot to note earlier that even petticoats that did split on the side didn't always tie around the front and the back. Sometimes they literally just tied them together right there on the sides because it didn't matter if the fabric overlapped or if there was a gap there because it was an underskirt. Nobody was gonna see it. Okay, bye. I did see some examples of petticoats that appeared to be split side and actually button up, which kind of removes the adjustability, but you know, that's still cool. Jumping in again real quick. This is the book I have with these fashion plates in it, which is just super amazing for showing what garments looked like in these time periods. So I immediately was like, oh cool, is there an earlier version that would show fashion plates from the 1700s? Nope. Harper's Bazaar was apparently founded in 1867, and bless them for creating all of these illustrations of women's dress of the time period because it is so much harder to find thorough illustrations of what women were wearing prior to that are not satirical cartoons. All in all, I don't think people were using the tie-on method specifically because they needed their petticoats to be adjustable, but because it was simply the most practical and available option, and size adjustability was a happy side effect, maybe. I mean, logically thinking, if you changed sizes back then, and you had to buy new dresses or alter your current dresses to fit that new size, even if you could afford to do so, at least you didn't have to buy new petticoats or even alter your petticoats at all. They were already good to go. Time and money saver. No one can see it, it's a practical garment, you want that thing to last as long as possible. So yeah, I'm sure that deeper research could dig up all sorts of interesting information about the 18th century and beyond split-side tie-on petticoats. But the thing that I found most interesting in my light research was the very, attitude about the whole thing. I also find that hilarious because now when people are shown that option, as previously mentioned, it appears to be mind-blowing. We've been very conditioned by fast fashion that our clothes need not and even should not last. If you change sizes, time for a whole new wardrobe. While I know that the concept of tying on your clothing in Western fashion came long before the 18th century and never died out even after petticoat styles shifted, it never seems to be the forefront of innovation or interest. Zippers are innovation, Velcro is innovation, tying a knot? Well, no one seems that excited about it. The next moment of interest that was pointed out to me was 1940s and 50s maternity clothes, which, y'all, this just made me giggle. you have to admit it's kind of silly looking. Y'all, my favorite thing about the patterns and ads in this time period for maternity clothing is how the models are not even fake pregnant. Like, God forbid, we see a pregnant belly in print. According to these 1940s maternity do's and don'ts, a pregnant woman is disgusting and should do her best to distract from her belly at all times. Thank God for what progress we've made. So judging from a lot of the patterns that I saw from the time period, dresses that had a very sack shape with a sash that cinched in the waist were popular. As your belly grew, you could just tie the sash looser. But that's not really the same thing as the whole split-side skirt. That's a whole other world. However, then I found these skirts. It seems that wearing them with just a big hole for your belly was common because you'd then layer a long tunicky sort of top over them. But as you can kind of barely see in this one, there is an option for a front flap that ties at the waist. Overall, it does seem influenced by that historical split-side tie-on style, but it's an interesting direction for this style to go because these skirts tend to all be very straight and slim fit. Also, it seems like this was mainly a thing for maternity clothing. It doesn't seem like it was really being pushed for everyday consumption, which again, kinda makes sense. In the 40s, conserving materials was a big deal because of the war, but as we move towards the 50s, the concept of having more stuff, of being able to buy more stuff, being able to afford more stuff, and not needing to necessarily hold onto your wardrobe items for super long, yeah, that was happening. So it's logical that ready-to-wear fashion wouldn't really want to utilize adjustable clothing. Bad business. Ready for another insert? Okay, so I did some more digging on the 1950s era patterns, non-maternity style, specifically the one that Melanie cited, Butterick 5261A. Now, I was able to purchase an e-file of the Butterick Early Summer 1951 catalog on Etsy, which is a freaking delight of info, and 5261 is featured twice in the illustrations, here and here. The description says, circle skirt wraps around the waist for easy tight closing. It's a snap to make. And that's the only pattern in this catalog that looks anything like that. So again, it feels very much like a gimmick or the easy option. Like, here's a skirt that even a beginner can sew because there's no zipper insertion or buttonholes, which is definitely another plus of this style, the simplicity of the basic design. But again, it's not being touted as anything innovative, and the emphasis is not being placed on the adjustability of the design. Moving on past the 50s, a lot of people did point out how popular wrap skirts became in the 70s, and true. Wrap skirts and dresses have kind of always been around as an adjustable clothing option. I wouldn't say they're hugely in right now, but you can always find them here and there. However, aside from the obvious difference, a wrap skirt being one long piece that you wrap around and tie, so it's not really the same as a split-side skirt, the thing is, wrap skirts aren't really that adjustable. At least not if you want pockets. I've made a couple wrap skirts and I ran into this problem. I'm always putting them on my waist sort of at a different place or a different tightness. I've even moved the hook and eye in one to adjust the size of it. But if you have side seam pockets, that means you're also moving the location of those pockets. It's just a little trickier overall to make a wrap skirt as adjustable as the coquelicot skirt is. At least if you care about pockets, which, like, survey says most of us do. The other big difference with a wrap skirt or dress, whether this style or this one, is that the two ends aren't connected, the two sides aren't connected. When it comes to modesty or just not being exposed to the world by a light breeze, having those two sides of the skirts connected up to your mid-thigh, I mean, it makes you good to go. I try to make my wrap skirts with like an extreme amount of wrap to avoid ever flashing anyone, but with the split side tie-on skirt, that's just not something you have to worry about. But while Western fashion was over here doing its thing, multiple other cultures from around the world were also using the practical tie-on method for their clothing, often specifically in this split-side style. Jumping down to Central and South America, many people cited the Mexican folklorico skirts to me, as well as polleras. The latter seems to be frequently associated with Panama, but it seems that there are differing versions of the pollera from Peru, Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, and even Spain. Now, the polleras have a whole bunch of history and culture and controversy tied up in their story, and that is not my story to tell. So I mainly just searched around for information on how they're put on. And surprise, surprise, much like my earlier search, People don't really emphasize the closure style much. It doesn't seem like the focal point or something they even consider to be super interesting. But I did find some videos of people putting on the skirts that show they're done with that same split side style, with ribbons or ties attached to the back panel and the front panel, the back panel tying around your waist first, and then the front panel tying in the back. And again, while I didn't find any discussions of why pollera skirts are made this way, it makes a lot of sense. First of all, these skirts go way back in history, to a time when zippers and snaps and Velcro and elastic weren't around, and it seems that nowadays a lot of them are often constructed in the same methods. But also, the defining characteristic of all the different polleras was their size. These are big skirts, and they are using a lot of material, often heavily embellished or embroidered. Several of the sites and videos that I looked at said that they can cost anywhere from hundreds to thousands of dollars and can take a year or even 2 years to construct. The Mexican folklorico skirts are much the same. Big, full, flouncy skirts that take a whole lot of material. So it's very, very logical and practical to make these skirts easily adjustable in size so that you don't have to buy or make a new one if your body changes a little. And multiple women could possibly wear the same skirt, meaning it's going to be a lot easier to pass that skirt down through the family without having to really alter it along the way. Again, I am not a historian and I am not of these cultures, so this is just my logical conclusions. But I did absolutely love learning about these stunning pieces of clothing, and I would love to hear more. So if you have stories to tell, information to share, links to drop, put all of those in the comments below so we can all learn together. Moving over to Asia, the most common comment that I got on this skirt about influences was that it heavily resembles the Japanese hakama. I am so sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. So at first I was looking up hakama skirts, and I wasn't getting a whole lot of results because it turns out that the more common version of hakama is the divided one, pants. There is an undivided hakama, which is the one that women more commonly wear, but from what I read, it seemed like the garment as a whole is more traditionally a man's garment. They again go way back, with much history and culture tied up in their design, so if you're interested, I highly recommend researching them further. But to just touch on a few things here, they're still worn today for ceremonies and formal occasions. They have 7 pleats, which each have a very specific meaning, and they are worn over a kimono. I loved this information from commenter tenpopo.fr, sorry. Kimono are very straight garments. It doesn't really allow taking big steps, but when you put on a hakama, you wear the kimono underneath much shorter so you can walk in a badass manner. I'm all for that. It also allows putting on kimono that are slightly too short or narrow without anyone noticing. So again, we have a sense of practicality and extension of garment life wrapped up in this style. I watched a whole video of the process of dressing for a woman's hakama, which I will link in the description below. And the thing that stood out to me that is different from pretty much every other split side style we've seen is that they actually tie on the front half of the skirt first, wrapping the strings around the back and then back to the front to tie in a knot. Then they bring up the back panel and tie that one in the front. Now, in Chinese culture, I'm gonna butcher some pronunciations, y'all. Be kind. Hanfu is a traditional style of clothing, and within that style, rushun is a specific set of women's dress consisting of a short jacket, ru, and a long wrap skirt, shun. I found some great videos showing how these garments are worn, so those are also linked below. But it seems the more traditional skirt is actually a single piece wrap skirt, while the split side version is more like a modern take on the style. We also return here to the back panel being tied on first, with the front piece being layered over that. And these skirts can be worn either on the waist or over the bust. They are all, may I say, absolutely gorgeous. And again, we have lots of pleating and lots of material involved. So adjustability and being able to pass those garments down to another person with minimal alterations are, I'm sure, a very helpful side effect to the tied-on style. So that is all the info that I have for you today. Someone did mention in the comments that the style was similar to a Kenyan skirt, but they didn't give a specific name, and when I googled it, I was just coming up flat. If you know of any other country or culture or time period that has the split-side tie-on skirt in its history, I would love to hear about it. It was difficult to research this subject because there's no established name for the style, which is so weird to me. Like, I understand now why the name that Melanie gave her skirt pattern, coquelicot, is the name that everyone is now associating with this style, even if you remove the more personal elements to her design, like the lace-up waistband and the attached pockets. It's been a frequent question I've been asked, what do you call this kind of skirt? And well, there's not really a good answer. Someone suggested that they're called apron skirts, but when I Googled that, I was given a lot of aprons and skirts, like with zippers and elastic waistbands. As you've now heard plenty in this video, I've been referring to them as split-side skirts. But if you Google that, well, you get a bunch of skirts with side slits, which is not what I wanted. Y'all, if you can't Google it, does it even exist? And I think overall, that's what surprised me most on this research journey, and why I so wanted to share what I found with you despite not really being qualified to do so. No one really talks about this closure method. It's been around forever-ish. It just seems like no one has ever really cared. And no one, until Wildflower Design, has ever bothered to develop it. But as we push back against fast fashion nowadays, as we embrace and accept all of our varying body types, as well as the fact that our bodies frequently change, as we get excited about full skirts and the drama of a good swoosh, and as we demand the courtesy of functional pockets in our clothing, it's time for more coquelicot. It's time for more adjustable clothing. It's time for even bigger pockets. I cannot wait to see more people making, designing, selling, and wearing this style. And on that note, there have been a whole lot of requests for a tutorial, and I promise it's coming soon. Originally, I was just going to do it with this video, like talk about the history and then go straight into a tutorial. And then I realized that there's a lot to say about the history. I hope you found it interesting, and again, if you have anything to add to the discussion, please do drop a comment below, because if nothing else, I want to know. May all your clothing be comfortable and all your pockets be giant. Later, taters. The split-side, adjustable waist, giant pocket skirts. The internet seems to agree that we need more of them. So we've talked about the historical influences, we've talked about my own history with this skirt. You can't be in there. We've talked about Melanie of Wildflower Design and her incredible coquelicot skirt pattern, which you should all check out, the link is in the description. And we've talked about why I didn't use it. If you missed all that, here's a video. Take a gander. Now it's time to talk about how I made this thing. It's yet another dreary and rainy day in LA, which is, you know, exactly what you expect when you move to LA. Not like it's known for sunshine or anything like that. I'm calling this a tutorial because it's hard to explain why I hesitate to call it a tutorial in the title of the video itself. But here's why I hesitate to call this video a tutorial. I still consider myself a very amateur sewist. I'm still just figuring things out in my own roundabout, winging it way. So this is not going to be like a normal tutorial where I just start at the beginning and show you step by step the exact process to make a specific final product. Instead, I'm going to show you experiments that I'm doing and options that I'm trying, the various ways that you can mix it up and make a final product that maybe is not exactly like mine, but is exactly what you want it to be. I like options, hopefully you like options, plenty of people suggested options, so that is the name of the game. Very random side note, can you tell that I'm really uncomfortable standing up while talking? This is something I struggled with in college too. I was a theater major. Every time you perform a monologue, like the traditional thing is to stand. People would say like, don't get a chair, you'll be looked down on for doing that. And it felt so weird to me because I don't talk standing up. I look for every opportunity to sit down, which is why all of my intros and outros, I'm usually sitting down. It's okay, I'll survive. Let's keep going. So if you're an expert sewist and you're watching this video and at any point you're like, she has no idea what she's talking about, I would just like to say, that's correct. Follow this tutorial at your own risk. Mostly what I'm going to be doing here is just moving forward with my typical next step. I made this skirt as a mock-up, a test piece. I really like it in the end, but there's a lot of little things wrong with it. Seriously, y'all, it may look good in a reel or a photo, but whoo, the construction's not great. I'll have to show you some close-ups because, y'all, this was my first time putting grommets into clothing, and while I genuinely enjoyed whacking things with a hammer, they're terrible. So many people commented on the reel and were like, oh, you hate putting in zippers, but you're willing to put in grommets. I did not at all know what I was getting into because I had never done it before. And honestly, I feel like it was tricky, but it's not hard. It's kind of fun to do. I just had no idea what I was doing. Don't be like me. Go watch a video first and have somebody tell you how to put grommets in. I just straight up went for it. One of them is backwards because I wasn't paying attention. What's new? And that's about all of the standing and talking I can do. I'm gonna get a chair. Chair. Just readjust the framing a little. Okay, moving on. So I never make the same thing twice. I don't really see the point. Don't you want to make something better the second time? And the process of making this, the amount of time that has passed since I made it and allowed me to mull over the design, the numerous times I've now put it on, and the multiple people on Instagram who offered their helpful advice, their creative thoughts, their criticisms, have given me many ideas of not only how to improve this version of the skirt, but also how to make a just plain different version, or like 30 different versions. Y'all know I have no chill. And this is again why I have to recommend just getting the Coquelicot pattern from Wildflower Design if you're wanting to make a split side skirt. Melanie did all of that work for you. That's the joy of using a pattern. It's a joy that my brain rejects for some reason. But you don't have to be like me. You can accept written instruction and be on your merry way, and I'll still be back here trying to figure out the radius of a 32-inch circle. If that grand show of confidence didn't lead you straight away from this video already, then okay, let's try some stuff, shall we? But in a different location. I have switched location. Is your interest piqued? So in essence, you can break down this skirt, and particularly the parts of this skirt that make it special or interesting to people, into 3 separate areas and 3 challenges that we are going to tackle together. First, you have the skirt body, the actual bulk of the fabric, the thing that's giving you the swoosh and the drama and the length and the fullness. Next up, you have the waistband, which includes the special points of how high, how wide, how tight, and how do you get this skirt on. And last, and yes, this does get its own section, are the pockets. Pockets for me are always a separate section in making a piece of clothing because there's so many different forms of pockets and so many different ways to put them in. So my goal here is to make 2 different versions of this skirt in this particular video so that I can show a few different options. And the first section we're going to look at is the skirt body. So I asked you guys to vote in a story poll on Instagram for which fabric I should use, and this one won by a landslide. I'm kind of glad it did because it's very thin and breezy and light, unlike the other fabrics that I had and unlike this fabric that I used last time, which was a duvet cover. The thing is, I don't think it'll handle pockets well. I like my pockets to be pretty sturdy, so I wouldn't really want to make them out of this material. But as someone pointed out, this fabric that did not win actually matches the flowers on this fabric really well. This one is much sturdier. It feels more like almost a linen-y sort of thing. Maybe it's a twill. I don't know. When I don't know what a woven fabric is, I pretty much just always compare it to linen. So while this is going to be the bulk of the skirt, I will probably use this fabric for the pockets. I might use it on the inside of the waistband to give a little more structure there. I don't know, right now I'm even thinking about combining it into the body of the skirt. But since I decided to make 2 skirts, I am also going to be using the second highest vote, this cupcakey mushroom teapot and teacups fabric that is abso-freaking-lutely adorable. I bought this for a project a while ago and then realized I couldn't use it because the print is directional, but there's actually quite a bit of it, so that should not be a problem this time. Am I gonna have to split this up into 2 videos because I have so much to talk about? All right, let's move to the cutting table. Totally random side note because I just need someone to like, I don't know, validate me right now. There were a couple people who commented on the reel of this skirt. Something along the lines of, oh my goodness, using a public restroom in that skirt would be a nightmare. Which really confused me because I kind of assumed everyone did what I do with skirts when they go to the bathroom, and now I'm questioning whether that's true. I mean, unless I'm wearing a pencil skirt, this is what I do with all of my skirts and dresses. You floof up the back, you crunch it together in the front, and you fling it over your shoulder. I know I'm not alone in this because you're never alone in anything, but is this not like the established way to go to the bathroom when wearing a skirt? Yeah, I just need somebody to tell me that I'm not the only one who does this. Please validate me. Okay, thank you. Moving on.
Well, I moved so slowly that now it's the next morning.
Honestly though, I had just started really late in the day yesterday, and then the dreary raininess kind of got to me, so I did some stitching instead. But now we're back at it. It is still dreary and rainy, but at least the birds are singing. That's nice. So we are going to start our tutorial exploration experimentation with the skirt body. And honestly, this information kind of applies to making any skirt without a pattern, so there's that. I would again like to note, because I don't like conflict, that this is not the right way to do it. This is just how I do it. Okay, so when making a skirt, the first thing I look at is, do I want this skirt to be circle or panel? Circle, of course, means that you choose a radius of your circle and you cut out actual circles of fabric with holes for your waist. Even if they're not all connected at the start and therefore they are technically like circular panels, whatever, you get me. Panels could range anywhere from just using a rectangle of fabric to cutting out a triangle of fabric. The more triangular your panel is, the fuller the skirt will be on the bottom. The next layer of this process is, what are you going to do with those circles or panels? Are you going to leave them as is, meaning that the waistline of your circles or of your panels matches your waistline, matches the waistband measurement, and there will not have to be any changes made to those waistlines in order to make them fit? Or do you want to gather or pleat your skirt? In both of these options, you're taking a waistline that is much bigger than your actual waistline, and you are shrinking it to match your waistline measurement, either by gathering it, just that's what gathering sounds like, or pleating it, which is putting very specific folds into the fabric to shrink it down to the proper size. So if we make a fun little diagram of this, because diagrams are fun, you've got circle or panel. I'm gonna be so annoyed editing this when I have to put words wherever I'm randomly pointing right now. Why do I do this to myself? Moving down from there, we have flat, gathered, or pleated. And now my battery might die at any point, so I'm gonna go change that. So when figuring things out for myself, I like to approach in the form of a question. With each of these options, there are questions to ask in order to figure out what you're going to do for your skirt body. If we are choosing circle skirt, our main question is, how many circles or portions of circles? Are you going to do a half circle, a full circle, 2 circles, 10 circles? Good times. We're not getting into how much fabric you're going to need yet or what the measurements are, so that's my only question for circle skirts at the beginning. For panel skirts, I have 2 questions. How many panels are you going to make? You could literally, technically, do 1 panel. You could do 1 big rectangle, wrap it around your waist, put a closure in the back, and make it fit. You could do 36 panels. Totally up to you. The second question for panels is, what shape are you going to make them? Ranging from a rectangle to a triangle. I suppose you could do an inverted one, but that's getting into like avant-garde design, so no. So now moving down to the second layer of our diagram. If you're choosing to do flat, then you don't really add any more questions. It's the same as before. This is just when you need to consider that whatever your waist measurement is what those panels or circles need to equal around their waistband. If we select gathering, then we have some new questions. If we're going in order here, I suppose you've already decided this, but you want to decide which shape are you gathering. You can take a rectangle and gather the top into your waist, and you will have a very bell-shaped skirt. You could take triangular-ish panels and gather those to your waist, and you'll be a little less bell. You'll have a little more of a flow to the bottom of your skirt. You can also take a circle skirt, cut out that waistband area to be bigger than your waist, and gather your circle skirt. You're going to have a very full swooshy skirt if you do so. Then your next question is, how much do you want it gathered? And this is where you get into more of how much fabric do you have. The question here is basically, how big are you going to make that waistline pre-gathering? Is it going to be 1.5 the size of your waist, so there's just some light gathering? Is it going to be twice the size of your waist? Is it going to be 5 times the size of your waist with tons of gathering? And now my mic battery's about to die. It's a good morning. Back at it. So finally, for pleating, this is the one that we have the most questions for. Again, you have to start by asking which base shape are you going to be using. You could use a rectangle, you could use triangular shapes, you could pleat a circle skirt. Then you have to decide what type of pleats are you doing. There are so many types of pleats. I did a whole video on this. Actually, I kind of did 2 videos on this, so you can check those out if you're interested. But there are a lot of options. And once you decide which type of pleats you're going to do, or kind of tied into that decision, I suppose, you're also deciding how big are you going to make those pleats and how close together or far apart or possibly overlapping are you going to make those pleats. All of these questions, all of these decisions are going to affect the silhouette and shape of your final skirt. People with different body types are going to like different things. So one thing that I found interesting is a few people commented on this skirt, like, if you don't like using zippers, why don't you just use elastic? We're not talking waistbands yet, but sometimes the waistband and the closure that you choose will affect all of this stuff here. Elastic being one of those things. Your only option with an elastic waist skirt is gathering, because elastic automatically gathers in your skirt. You cannot have an elastic waist skirt that's flat. I guess you could technically say like a stretchy pencil skirt is elastic waist and flat, but that's like a whole different thing. So yeah, we're not on the waistband section yet, but keep in mind that if you have a specific waistband style you're planning to use, that might have some effect on what you're able to do for the skirt body. And on that note, when I'm making decisions out of this diagram, I'm thinking about how is this skirt going to look and feel on my body type. So I tend to avoid elastic waist skirts or anything with all of that gathering on top because it just doesn't really look right on my personal body type, in my personal opinion. If you've been around, you know that I am absolutely obsessed with circle skirts. Circle skirts give a very trumpet shape. You can see this by doing a quick twirl. They'll spin out and float up like this. Panel skirts can give you a more trumpety shape the more triangular you make those panels and the more panels that you use. On the other hand, if those panels are more rectangular, you're not really going to get much of a twirl. It's just gonna kind of stand out like this instead of giving that full trumpet effect. Again, all of these are fun shapes. They're all great to explore.
One eternity later.
Y'all, I literally paused mid-sentence because yard work started outside. And now it's an hour later because that's how long they do yard work. Carrying on my personal body type, I don't really like to have that belled out shape around my hips. I prefer for something to flare out more around the knees and draw the eye downward. Anyway, that is all general skirt information that really applies to any kind of skirt except maybe like a fitted pencil skirt style. So I'm going to use all of that information to decide which 2 types of skirts I'm going to make today, because any of these can be done in the split side style and added to that adjustable waistband. Literally any of them. So this is, I guess, skirt number 2, but starting with this one, I think what I'm going to do is a panel skirt, probably just straight up rectangles, because I want to pleat it. I haven't done pleating yet on the split side version, so I think that's going to be interesting to try. So now I need to answer those 3 other questions that pleating brings up. Which type, how big, how close. I did find out in my previous pleating video that I'm a big fan of military rolled pleats, but I don't think I want to fold this fabric quite that much because I want as much of this print to be visible as possible. So I think I'm going to do what I refer to as box into knife, where you do a box pleat in the center on each side and then knife pleat after that going out. I'm going to make the pleats fairly big. I'll decide exactly how big when I'm doing it, but I'm guessing probably like 2 inches for each pleat, maybe only 1. You kind of have to play around with the fabric when it comes to pleats and see how it drapes and how it looks. But I do know that I want the pleats to be touching but not overlapping, which means, according to what I learned in my pleating video, I'm going to need 3 times the amount of fabric as what I want the final measurement to be. So doing the split side method is not really any different at the beginning than doing any other skirt. You generally do have side seams on a skirt, especially if you want to put in side seam pockets. So this is basically the same thing. You're splitting your skirt up into the front half and the back half. I have a 32-inch waist, so I'm basically thinking of 16 inches and 16 inches is what I need in the end. 3 times 16 inches means I need 48-inch panels. I'm gonna add a little extra on there for seam allowance. I always go big with my seam allowance, a full inch, so I'm bumping that up to 50-inch panels. And then because I want these panels to overlap each other on the side, I'm going to add an extra 2 inches on each side as well, so that when you are folding the skirt on, there's no chance of having a gap there. I'll show you later on when we're doing the pockets, how having the pockets underneath also makes sure that you can't see through that gap, that you're not seeing skin. But just to be safe, I do like to add a little extra as well. So I need 2 52-inch rectangles, and I will pleat those down into my 16-inch waist, technically more of an 18-inch waist, so that I have that overlap on the sides. The last thing I need to decide is how long I want this skirt to be. I like to make my skirts on my natural waist, which is rather high for me because I have a long torso, and then I want this one to end like right below the knee. So for me, that's about 25 inches long. Again, I do large seam allowances, so to allow for hemming and attaching it to the waistband, I'll add an extra 2 inches to that. I think most people would only add 1, but I go overboard. So the final measurement for my skirt body for skirt number 2 is I need 2 rectangles that measure 27 inches by 52 inches. And that's it. For the skirt body of skirt number 2, that's all I need. It's pretty simple. We will get into the waistband and the pockets in the next video. So before I cut anything out on this fabric, I'm going to first test the pleats. I'm doing it upside down and I'm not measuring them, that's fine. I just want to see what the box and the knife pleats kind of look like, how they fall on this fabric. And yeah, I like that. And I do like these wider pleats as well. Maybe a little bit smaller, so I might make each pleat 1.5 inches. All right, that's decided. So normally if I'm cutting out a rectangular panel skirt, I'm going to be cutting it this way. The selvages on these sides here, because that's where I have all the length. However, this of course is a directional print, as I mentioned before. Therefore, if I want the print facing in the right direction on the skirt, I have to cut my panels out this way. Unfortunately, it is not 60-inch wide fabric, it's 45-inch wide fabric. So what I'm going to have to do here is split my 52-inch long panels in half and sew a seam up the middle. In order to allow for that seam allowance on that middle seam, I'm going to do 2 squares that are 27 by 27 for each side of the skirt.
12 seconds later.
All right, so admittedly, I am now changing my mind a little bit. Welcome to the world of making anything with me. I like to use as much fabric as possible, and I like really full skirts. So since I know I'm going to have to use 2 panels on each side of the skirt in order to reach the waist measurement that I want, now I'm thinking rather than cut out a square, I might as well cut out, well, not a triangle, a trapezoid. So instead of just cutting out 27 by 27 like this, I could cut out 27 by 44, which means now the hem of my skirt, instead of falling like this, should fall a little more like this. So that's what we're gonna do right now. To make it easier and to make sure that my diagonals are the same on each side, I'm going to fold my fabric in half like you normally would. Unroll. All right, so first I'm going to measure height. I wanted 27 inches long, if I recall correctly from 3 minutes ago. I have a short memory. And then I need half of 27 for the width at the top because the fabric is folded in half. Half of 26 is 13, so half of 27 is 13.5. And then I want to use my full width here at the bottom, which is about 44 inches. So I'm going to go from my 13.5 mark right to the corner and do a straight line. And that's it. I just need 4 times that shape. So I'll cut out the first one, and then I will lay that one on top of the fabric 3 more times and cut out 3 more. Okay, we have all 4 panels cut out here. I'm going to have a much fuller skirt than if they had been squares, and instead of big leftover squares, I just have a few triangles left over. I do want to point out though, once again, that I started this with a huge amount of fabric, so I knew I would have plenty left over. Like, I have at least 2 or 3 yards left here, so I didn't have to consider ahead of time fitting everything that I needed onto my fabric without running out. If you're using a smaller amount of fabric, you are going to want to plan all of this out on the amount of fabric that you have before you start chopping into it. So I'm setting this fabric aside for now. We are going to bring it back when we get to the waistband and the pockets in the next video. But for now, let's go back to skirt number 1 and get that one planned and measured and cut out. For skirt number 1, which we're doing second for some reason, I do want to return to the circle skirt, but a single circle this time instead of the double circle. And I was thinking last night about how to combine these 2 fabrics. So as I mentioned before, this one's very light and drapey. I don't want to make the pockets out of it, and I'm not really crazy about the idea of making the lace-up waistband out of it because of the way that it pulls. It's not stretchy, but it has that sort of ease. That just doesn't seem like a great choice for a very structural waistband like this. But then I got an idea that I think is a little more interesting of an overall design, and I'm trying to get more interesting with my designs instead of just using one fabric and doing one thing. So we're going with this idea. Plus, it combines 2 different methods, so that's fun. What I'm going to do is use the peach fabric for the waistband, the pockets, and the top part of the skirt, which will be a single circle skirt. But I'm going to make that very short. I'm gonna cut the length off basically like right below my butt. And then I'm going to add this as the bulk of the skirt as a gathered ruffle. So it will be a rectangle. I'm going to gather it up and stitch it to that circle skirt. This isn't something I've tried before, adding a rectangular ruffle to a circular skirt, or really doing ruffles at all. So I have no idea what the final product is going to look like, what kind of silhouette it's going to give, but this is why I said at the beginning, you're coming along for my experiments. We will figure it out together. Since I know that I'm doing 1 full circle with the peach fabric, I need to find my waist radius, which I usually just go use a calculator online to do because I don't like math. For a full circle, it's generally 4.77 for me. I always go overboard because I don't want to do something that precise. And I want seam allowance, and like I said on skirt 2, I also want a bit of overlap. So I'm gonna bump that up and just do 5 inches as my waist radius. And then like I said, I'm cutting this off right below my butt. So it doesn't need a hem, but it does need a seam allowance on that side. This would be like 13 inches from my natural waist, so I might bump it up to 15 just to be safe, and then I can always trim more off if I need to. For the ruffle on the bottom, I'm just using a rectangle again. The amount that it's going to be gathered is basically going to be dependent on how much fabric I have here. For the length of the ruffle, I want the whole skirt to be around 30 inches long, kind of hitting me mid-calf. So the circle skirt, the final amount showing should be about 13 inches. So the ruffle, the final amount showing should be about 17 inches. I'm gonna bump that up to 18 for hem and seam allowance. And there we go. That was the body of skirt number 1. So as you can see, planning out and measuring out and cutting out the body of your skirts is not really difficult at all. You can get more complicated with it if you want to, but it doesn't have to be complicated. All right, so we've got our peach fabric. Again, I have a ton of this. I chose large pieces of fabric to start with because I didn't want to worry about cramming things on in this video. I need at least 20 inches for the length of my circle skirt plus the length of my waist radius. So right now the fabric is folded in half. I'm going to fold it again this way so that I have 4 connected layers. So I'm going to start from my completely folded side. This is where I have no raw edges. And from the corner, I'm measuring 5 inches diagonally into the skirt on all angles really to draw this quarter circle that will be the waistband. And I'm just putting little marks. So now I am measuring from that corner 20 inches, and that will give me the hemline of my mini circle skirt. All right, and that's it. That's our circle skirt. So we're good to cut that out. So because this is short and I was able to fit the entire thing on my fabric at one time, I actually just have a fully connected circle. but this is both the front panel and the back panel, and this is where the whole split side thing makes a bit of a difference. I need 2 half circles instead of 1 full circle. So I'm just gonna fold this back in half. I recommend just cutting it before you open it up to look at the full circle. Save yourself some time. And then I'm just going to cut down both sides so I have 2 halves of a circle. Okay, so now we have 2 half circles, and each of these should be half of my waist radius or waist measurement, and yes they are. So we can set the peach fabric aside until we get to the waistbands and pockets and move on to the floral fabric. So here we just need 2 rectangles, 1 for each side of the skirt, 18 inches high, I guess you'd say, and an indeterminate length because it's just going to get gathered up, and I'm okay with whatever amount of gathering the fabric allows. This fabric does have sort of a very light stripe behind the flowers, and I want that stripe to be vertical rather than horizontal, which means, like for the cupcake fabric, I need to be cutting across this way instead of with the selvage or the grain line or whatever it is. So one thing I can kind of do to give myself an idea of what it's going to look like, that way I don't end up cutting way less fabric or way more fabric than I want, is measure the circumference of the hem side, the lower end of my circle skirt. It doesn't have to be precise, but it gives you an idea. So each half is 64 inches around the hem. So if I cut 1 panel out of this, it would not even be gathered on the lower half of that skirt. It would be too small. So I need at least 2 panels on each half of the skirt in order to even be able to gather it to start with. That's information you want. And the question here becomes, how many lengths of 18 inches, which is the height that I want that ruffle to be, can I fit on this fabric? 5, ooh, and not quite 6. Well, dang it. So I think what I'm actually going to do is cut out 5 and then cut the 5th one in half and put it between the 2 panels. So there's big panel, small panel, big panel. So easy as that. I am going to measure a nice straight line 18 inches up for the first one, and then I'm literally just going to lay that first one on the fabric, just like we did on the cupcake fabric, until I have cut out all 5. And that's 5. Okay, so we are fully cut out. There is skirt number 1, and there is skirt number 2. So normally, of course, I would finish cutting out the skirts, the waistband, the pockets, etc., before I start constructing them. But since I am splitting this exploration tutorial into the 3 parts, we are going to keep going with the skirt bodies and get those constructed. And then we will come back in the next video to plan, measure, and cut out the waistband and pockets and construct the final skirts and all that. So let's again start with skirt number 2, which I guess is only skirt number 2 because the fabric got fewer votes. It's fine, we still love you. Before I can start pleating the top of this, I need to sew my 4 panels into 2 panels. So let's go to the sewing machine. I do not yet have a serger or overlocker, as it is called in some places, so I French seamed my 2 pieces together. There are a lot of other ways to finish edges and seams and stuff, and that's not really what this video is about, so I'm going to avoid going into great detail about that. For some reason, I didn't realize when I was cutting these out that I would be talking so much. Now I accept that, so we're going back to a good mic. Sorry about the sound earlier. So I have my 2 panels sewn together, and here's something I didn't think about while cutting them out. If you're doing triangular shapes or any sort of diagonal being sewn together, you're going to end up with V shapes where they meet. So I don't mind that at the top because by pleating this fabric, I'm going to end up curving it anyway. However, I don't really want a V on the hem. So I folded the panels back into quarters and cut a gentle curve on the pointed side so that the hem will look nice. Now I'm going to do that exact same thing on this one. We're learning as we go, y'all. Much better. I'm so used to doing circle skirts that anytime I do panel skirts, I forget about the curved hem. Okay, so now we are going to pleat the skirt body. I think I said 1.5 inch pleats before, so I'm going to mark 4.5 inches with a bigger mark and then 3 inches with a small mark, so then I know exactly where to fold my pleats. And I do have a significant amount of overhang after my last pleat. I've got about 3.5 inches on each side, and that is literally just because I am so overcautious. Don't be as overcautious as me if you're really trying to make sure that you're conserving fabric. I am always so afraid of things being too small. You can always take it in, you can't always let it out. I am going to slightly overlap the center pleats just so that there's really no gap there, and because I have plenty of extra again, so I can afford to lose a 1/2 inch. So there we have our full pleats. I'm gonna run back to my machine and baste over that to hold it in place. Okay, so we have now the 2 halves of our skirt body. We could go ahead and connect them on the sides, but I find it easier to put on the pockets first before doing that, so we're gonna leave it at this for this video. So sitting on my natural waist, which is where I like my skirts to fall, you can see that each half is more than half of my waist. That's sort of where your normal side seam would be, and I've got quite a bit past that, again, because I'm overcautious and paranoid. But that's good because I don't want my skirt to end where the natural side seam would be. I want it to extend about 1 inch past that, so I can get that overlap right there. I'll basically just be taking a bit off of the sides so that it ends about right there. What I did get correct is where the pleats end. The pleats are ending directly on the side seams, which is exactly what I wanted. Let's go back to skirt number 1. All right, so we have seen how to prep a pleated skirt body. If you were going to be prepping a flat skirt body, such as this circle skirt, there's really no prep. This is it. I have 2 halves. They are going to be attached to the waistband. If you're just making a single circle skirt, that's it. You're ready to move on to the waistbands. But we do have to prep our gathered section of this skirt. So this same prep would be true even if you were doing this on the waistband rather than as a ruffle as I'm doing it. Like the pleated one, we're just going to start by sewing all of our panels together. I don't really know why I came all the way back out here. We're just gonna go back to the sewing machine now. So because these strips have been cut out from selvage to selvage, I don't actually need to do French seams on these. I'm just gonna sew the selvage together. All right, so now we have our one giant piece of ruffle here. So to gather this whole thing, I'm going to sew 2 parallel seams across the entire top with the least amount of tension and the largest stitch. I love how fast it is to sew gathering lines. So this piece is approximately 150 inches long, and I need to gather it down to match the hemline of my circle skirt, which is approximately 64 inches long. So I'm just gonna get some gathers going first, and then once I have some kind of evenly spread across the whole panel, I'll start pinning it to the hem of my circle skirt to measure the length and see how much I need to continue gathering it. I like hand gathering. It's quite satisfying. It is a good idea to mark your center first, which I completely forgot to do, but I've pushed all the gathers out of that center panel, so by lining up the 2 seams that connect that center panel onto the 2 side panels and then folding it in half, I can mark the center, and then I'll be able to line it up properly to kind of evenly spread the fabric out. I've probably already over-gathered, so let's start lining this up. Same thing, I'm gonna fold this in half and then mark the center. So now I can go ahead and pin the 2 centers together and then gather from the outsides in on both sides. So if you were doing this as a gathered skirt, as in this right here is going to attach to your waistband rather than to another piece of skirt, you may want to wait to gather it until you have your waistband fully cut out, just so that you have something to measure it up against. Once I have it gathered to the right size with all of the gathers as evenly distributed as I am able to do, perfection is unnecessary, I'm just going to start pinning it down really at very close intervals. I have the gathered ruffle pinned all down the hem of the circle skirt. Now with a smaller stitch and more tension, I'm going to sew it on. I again want to French seam, so I'm actually sewing on the right side of the fabric first, then I'll flip it and sew again. Alrighty, so once again, we have 2 finished skirt body panels. The other one's over there. I do need to iron this seam down in the back, and I need to iron the pleats on the other one. I'm gonna iron. I will. I promise. As I suspected, this lower fabric does drape quite beautifully. It's very nice. We will finish all of the construction in the next video. It feels really weird to me to end a video without having a final product, but I really wanted to be thorough with this tutorial and exploration and experimentation, and I did not want this video to be an hour long. So come back next week, or if it's the future, just click on part 2 of this video, and we will talk about the adjustable waistbands, those giant pockets, and how to fully put together your skirt, and I don't know, spin around in it. That's always fun. Until such time, bye. Y'all, my stomach is making the craziest noises right now. That's something to think about. There's also a staple just hanging out in it over here. With the skirt body.
This is why I don't like using pins. Hello, birds.
All of these questions, all of these decisions.
Ooh, cast me as a dead body, please.
Welcome to the winging it method. This is how it rolls. We just, you know, figure things out as we go. Welcome back. It is part 2 of my experimental, explorative tutorial for the split side adjustable waist giant pockets skirt that was inspired by the coquelicot skirt from Wildflower Design and so many historical influences that I talked about in a previous video. Is it over here? Or is it over here? I never can remember. If you missed part 1 of this tutorial, well, it's probably fine. I basically spent half an hour breaking down all the possible ways to wrap a piece of fabric around yourself, so real exciting stuff. Also, it's linked in the description if you'd like to go back and start at the beginning. But I have created 2 skirt bodies over here, and in this video, we're going to be talking about all of the possible ways to put those skirt bodies onto a split waistband, and also how to add pockets. First, let me reiterate all of my disclaimers. I am just an amateur sewist, figuring things out as I go and sharing what I learn with you. Nothing I say is necessarily the right way to do things, it's just the way that I am currently doing things. And I quite often don't know what I'm doing. So, once again, follow this tutorial at your own risk. It did not seem possible, but it's even drearier and even rainier outside today than it was the last few days. I know I keep harping on the rain here, but it is really strange. Last winter, it rained off and on for like 2 weeks. This winter, it has rained off and on for about 5 months. I mean, I love some rain, but I also feed from the sun like a plant. We push onwards. Okay, so before we get into the waistbands and the closures, which is going to be a much longer discussion, I'm gonna start with the pockets because that is what I would normally cut out and sew on next. So for skirt number 1, we're going back to the peach fabric. So these pockets truly are massive, which I freaking love. They are 17 inches long, about 10 inches wide at the bottom, and they slope up to about 6 inches wide at the top. I gave them this curved shape, honestly, just to make them even bigger. You only have so much waistband space at the top because it splits in the center. So by curving it out, you can give yourself even more pocket volume down at the bottom. I do want to take a look first at the actual skirt body I'm adding these to so that they are just right for this skirt. Because I have the added ruffle here, I don't want to make the pocket any longer than this. So they will be a little smaller on this one, about 15 inches long. I do think I can probably stay with the 6 inches on top, and I already have about 10 inches here on the bottom, so this will work. Where are my pins? And my scissors. I did not prepare, apparently. I'm actually gonna do 14 inches tall, so I'll just put a little mark there. I already have 4 layers of fabric here from when I cut out the circle skirt, which is how many layers you will need, 2 for each pocket. Then I will measure about 6.5 inches in from the side to give that seam allowance. Let's be real, I'm gonna do 7 inches because I'm paranoid about seam allowances. And I'll put another little mark there. And then yeah, I'm just gonna freehand cut it out because your pocket shape doesn't matter that much. As long as you like it, it's fine. So because of where my fabric was folded, I currently have 2 pocket panels that are connected on the bottom, like so. When folded in half, this is the side that's going to be attached to the back skirt panel, and this is the side that's just hanging out there free. Simple as that. Let's go sew these on. Okay. It's about to get messy, y'all. Expert sewists, look away. But seriously, I very rarely sew in pockets the same way twice because I tend to just go with whatever specifics the current situation provides for me. For example, in this specific situation, I have a pocket with a selvage all the way down the straight side, which means I can avoid doing French seams there, and you bet I'm gonna. So all you need to put in the pockets is the back panel because the pockets are only attached to the back panel. The first thing I'm going to do is French seam together the far side or curved side of this pocket. I of course don't have to go across the bottom because the bottom is folded. Now I'm going to fold under just the top side of the pocket, and I'm only going to fold it under once because again, selvage, and hem that down so it's a clean edge. This lighting is terrible, but now it looks like that. Next, I'm going to sew the top layer to the back layer, leaving enough room open at the top for my hand to go through as the pocket opening. For me, that's about halfway up, and this is going right on top of the seam I just did. So now it's attached halfway down. Now, setting that aside for a minute, the next thing I am going to do is double hem the entire side of the skirt where this pocket is going to be attached. And here's why. It really doesn't have anything to do with the pocket. When you sew the front panel and the back panel together from the mid-thigh down, again, because I don't have a serger, I would want to French seam those seams together. And I've watched a tutorial. I know how to do the thing where you sew a French seam and then the two pieces separate. I did it. I did not like it. So my solve for that is to literally just finish the edges on the sides of my skirt before I sew them together, and then sew together the finished edges, right sides touching each other like you would sew any seam. It's not what I would assume is the established right way to do it. It is, however, how I am doing it. Good Lord, it's coming down. Now we can actually attach the pocket to the skirt. I feel like I'm having to yell over the rain. So right sides together, just like a normal seam. And I'm feeling with my finger where the top layer ends and stitching right next to that. That way I don't accidentally stitch my opening closed. Now when you fold that open, that's your finished pocket. So the top of the pocket here will be held down in place by attaching it to the waistband, but I am going to go ahead and baste across that just so that it's not flapping around later on when I'm trying to sew it down. And here we have our finished back panel with the two pockets attached. Pocket and pocket. Before we go back to skirt number 2, we can now actually stitch our front panel and our back panel together up the sides. So I'm going to go grab the front panel and then do the exact same rolled hem all the way up the two sides of it. So when matching up the front and back panel, the most important place that you want to line up is usually the top, because it's easy to trim half an inch off the end if the hems don't quite line up. But since we have this line down the center of our skirt, that's what I want to line up. So I'm going to lay out the back panel first with the right side facing up, place the front panel on top of it with the right side facing down, and then match up those two seams. Throw some pins in. So on my first skirt, I basically left the split in the side from right where the pocket started. I'm going to do that exact same thing here because the pocket starts where this seam is anyway. I'm also going to make sure that where I start that seam, I do some really solid back stitching. There's not a ton of pressure that's put on that split of the skirt, unless you made the split so tight that you had to kind of like yank it up over your butt. But in general, anywhere where you can be pulling a seam in two different directions, you want it to be pretty strong. So the skirt one body is complete, including les pockets. I also went ahead and hemmed the entire bottom. It's just a basic rolled hem, and it took for freaking ever because that's a lot of fabric. So let's move over to skirt number 2 and get some more pockets cut out. Okay, moving on with skirt number 2. There's nothing here to stop me from making the pockets as big as I freaking want. People latch on to how big the pockets are as what's cool about them, but actually what's cool about how these pockets are attached is that they are in the waistband itself. So a lot of times in skirts and dresses, you get side seam pockets that have just been sewn on to the side seams themselves. They're usually like a rounded shape like this. I've done tons of them. And sometimes that's your only option. You know, if there's no waistband whatsoever, if there's not even a waist seam, that's kind of all you can do. However, what that means is that if you're putting anything in your pockets, that's going to pull down on the side seams of your dress or skirt. So I've actually been taking this concept of pockets that are not shaped like this, but are shaped like this and sewn into the waistband, and I have been applying that to everything that I can. Everything that has a waistband or a waist seam in it, I'm now sewing my pockets into that, because that means when I put something heavy into the pockets, it's not just pulling on the side seams, it's also distributing that weight across your waistband. So as a result, it's much less likely that you're going to get weird sagging in your skirt or dress from the weight that you put in your pockets. Little bit of side info there. So if you're using a directional fabric like this, you technically don't have to care about the direction of the pattern on the pockets. They're not really showing when you're wearing the skirt normally. The pockets are also a great time to use just a completely different fabric if you're running out of the fabric that your skirt is made out of. Once again, I want 4 layers. So when it comes to pocket size and shape, I quite often just work with what I have, either what's left of fabric or what's most convenient to cut out on the fabric. So right here, I've got 11 inches across. So the bottom of my pockets are gonna be 11 inches. Why not, you know? And then I think I'll do 16 inches tall. I still don't want 11 inches at the waistband though, because they wouldn't even fit. So I'm gonna stick with that same 7 inches at the top and then just freehand a little curve down the side. And this time, because of the way my fabric was folded, I have panels that look like this and fold this way. That does not work. This right here is where the opening for your hand is going to be, so those have to be separate. So I'm just gonna cut all of these panels in half. All of these panels. There's only 2. Let's go sew on our second set of pockets. Okay, so full disclosure, I just had to go cut out 2 more of these because I started sewing the pockets on in my winging it way and got it completely wrong. But now I know how to do it right for me. So of course, this time I have 2 disconnected panels, and what I messed up before is I forgot that on a skirt like this with a fabric like this, you want the right side of the fabric to be on the front of the back panel. Like the back panel should be facing in this direction, because otherwise when you stick your hand in that pocket or it opens it all a little bit, you just see a bunch of white. You should actually have right side to wrong side on both of your pockets here. Yeah. Moving on. The other thing that's different with this back panel is, as I mentioned in the last video, I overcalculated on my paranoia. I want it to fit extra amount on the side. So I have a chunk of fabric on the side that I do not need for the width of the skirt. I could cut it off, but instead I'm going to leave it there and just put the pocket on top of it. Therefore, like I did with the last skirt, I'm going to start by just roll hemming the edge all the way down. The next thing that I'm going to do is roll hem the straight side of the top pocket piece, just the top one. That is hemmed. I'm now gonna go iron those seams because this fabric actually kinda blips when you sew it. Okay, ironing has been done. So now I am going to French seam the bottom and the curved side of the pocket together. This is where I always get confused, and where I got confused about 10 minutes ago, unsurprisingly. So when French seaming a pocket, I want the final seam to actually be on the outside of the pocket. Say on a side seam, you'd want that to be on the inside. And really you can do it either way for a pocket, so this is just a personal preference. Which means my first seam does need to be the right sides together. But the right sides of the pocket are not the same as the right sides of the fabric, because the right sides of the fabric are both pointing in the same direction. Do you see how I got confused? So this is the final way that the pocket will be. For my first seam of the French seam, I'm literally just going to take the back piece and put it on the front. And that should be correct. Now I don't believe myself until I actually finish the seam and see that it is correct. Moment of truth. Now we turn that the other direction. And do we have the front on the front? We do! That was correct information I just gave you. Yay! All right, now I put in my second seam to finish the French seam. We have our lovely French seamed pocket. Right now it is still fully open on the side. So now I'm going to attach it to the skirt, and as I mentioned, I don't want it right on the edge because this is too much fabric. I actually want it to start right about where the last pleat ends because that's where my actual side seam is. So I have this extra bit of the back part of the pocket still showing. That's what's going to get sewn down. So pocket is sewn on. Now if I fold it open, it's the direction it is supposed to be. It's like magic. I am going to now top stitch that down just so that it lays flatter and looks nicer. So right now our pocket is still fully open, so I'm literally just going to sew about halfway up, right along the same seam that already exists on the front of the pocket to close it up as much as I want it to be closed. There we go. The opening is now less. And then as I did on the last one, I'm just gonna baste across the top so it's ready to go for putting on the waistband. We have pockets. Same as with skirt 1, I can now attach the front panel to the back panel. I do want to attach this one a little higher so that the split between the front and the back panel, not so it's so small that I have to like work it on carefully, but so that it's a little bit smaller than what I've been doing before. I don't really have a reason why, I just want to try it out. I'll have to do a test first to see how far I can close it and still comfortably get it on with no issues. Also, because I have that extra flap of fabric on here, I am going to be sewing the front flap on inside rather than right on the edge. Okay, I have tested and I think that I can close my side seams about to 1 inch below my pocket openings, which for me is the widest part of my bootay. If the split opens from that widest part, then I should be able to easily get the whole thing on and off. Again, the first thing that I'm going to do on the front panel is finish off these edges, and unlike the back panel where I just left those because they're going to be behind the pockets anyway, I do want to actually shorten my front panel by about that much. So I'll be hemming and cutting off that extra fabric. So since there's no middle seam or anything to line up on this one, I'm just starting from the top, lining that up, pinning it all the way down, and then sewing up to my stopping point. Once again, we have the skirt body completely finished. I did go ahead and add a hem on the bottom as well. Our pockets are added and ready to go. All right, back out to the cutting table. Let's finally get to some waistbands and closures. It's never gonna stop raining. So we are on to our final segment, our final challenge in making these skirts, the waistband. With any skirt and any waistband, regardless of whether it is this split side style or not, you of course have your main basic questions. Where on your body is this waistband going to fall? Is it empire waist? Is it drop waist? Is it somewhere in between? For my body type, my own personal preference is waistbands that start on the natural waist and extend upward. There are many other options, and it really helps to play around, try on articles of clothing that have different waistlines, and see which one you really feel the most comfortable in and which one you feel flatters your personal shape the most. The next general question to ask is, how wide do you want your waistband to be? For some reason, I have a heavy preference for very wide waistbands. The waistband on this skirt is 3.5 inches, so it extends upwards pretty much over my ribs. So of course, the smallest waistband you could do is actually no waistband, or like an invisible waistband where the top of your skirt is basically just finished and that's it. And then of course, the widest waistband you can do is dependent on your body. You kind of have to stop where your boobs are. I think if you tried to go over your boobs, it wouldn't be a waistband anymore. It would just be a bodice. Before we get into the more specific questions associated with the split side style, I do want to plug the Coquelicot pattern by Wildflower Design again, because the waistband, I would say it's the most complicated part of these skirts. That's not to say it's hard or that you won't be able to figure it out. We absolutely can figure it out. But one thing I will be doing here is straight waistbands. I have drafted curved waistbands before. I'm not interested in doing it right now on these skirts. And because I put things on my natural waist and higher, a straight waistband kind of works for me. I don't really need a curved one as much. If you're putting things on your natural waist and lower, you're starting to go over your hips, and therefore a curved waistband is going to be a lot more comfortable. So the Coquelicot skirt that she designed has a thin waistband visible on the outside, but on the inside you have a much wider waistband that has all of that lacing that makes the skirt adjustable. Melanie of Wildflower Design has done all of the work of drafting out a curved waistband that sits comfortably on your lower waist and that remains hidden so that you can have that thin 1-inch waistband visible on the outside. That's not something I'll be doing here. So if you're looking for the nuanced waistband like that, once again, go get her pattern. It is linked in the description. It's a great pattern. People are loving it, and it could save you a lot of time. But if, like me, your brain just rejects patterns, then let's keep going with our exploration. So after that, we get into the questions that are more specific to our split side adjustable waist style. To break it down again, always break things down into smaller questions. You first need to ask, how is the back panel going to be attached? And then how is the front panel going to be attached? Because those aren't the same two answers. They could be, but they don't have to be. For this skirt, the answers to those questions are the back half hooks on, really just for safety, and then laces up. The front half ties on with a large sash. There are many, many other options. At its very core, as I discussed quite heavily in my historical influences video, these questions would both be answered by tied. Sashes, ribbons, twill tape, whatever you want it to be. The back side would first tie around your waist in the front, then the front panel would go over that and tie around your waist in the back. Another option that is, again, both the back and the front being tied is to tie the front to the back on both sides right at your hips. So you'd have little bows there, or knots. Because of the pocket placement, you actually could probably do a side bow or attachment and still not have any problems with seeing through to bare skin or underwear, because the pockets act as a background. And this is true regardless of how you choose to do your closure. With the two panels layered together right here, here's the big gap. Yeah, I can stick my hand through it, but if I pull that gap back, I'm seeing the fabric of the pocket. It's like there's another whole layer in here, and you'd have to pull it way far back to get past those pockets and be in any way immodest. Going back to waistbands and closures. So while there are other options for the back panel, like you could have it come around and just button together. You could have it come around and hook an eye together in the front. A couple people have said it's a really good way to recycle the hooks on the back of a bra. You could sew those into the back waistband and have multiple different hooks right there, barely any work on your side. I do, however, want to continue exploring that lace-up design, so I'm going to be doing a version of the lace-up on both of these back panels. Of course, when it comes to the lacing, you again have multiple options within that one category. On this skirt, I did grommets because that just seemed like the easiest option at the time. As I think I mentioned in the last video, I had never put grommets in clothing, so they are a mess. And there did seem to be a general fear among the public for grommets, so we're gonna try two other options on these skirts. On the peach one, I'm going to make my own loops. You can do this with ribbon. I'm going to be using bias tape because I just happen to already have some in black. Another option is some sort of trim that already has the loops in it. There is specifically loop trim. I keep looking for it everywhere because when I used to work altering bridal gowns, we had tons of loop trim. Corset back gowns would be made with this loop trim sewn in on the sides. So if you find any of this loop trim, grab it and hold on to it. Could be very handy. What I did find instead of that is hook and eye trim. And the last time I went to Remainders, I found this lovely spool of just the eye, no hook, which is perfect. So here again, we have something that has already been constructed for me with strong little loops in it. I can sew this trim into the ends of my back waistband, and I have pre-made hooks, holes, ready to go there. I just have to use a fairly small lacing cord. So this is what I'm going to use on the cupcake skirt. So then the last question is, what are we doing with the front panel? Obviously, the sort of classic and go-to is the tying method. Whether you tie it in the back or the front, if you have a big sash, if you just have a thin one, whatever it is, tying is an easy option. It's a cute option. It's the option that I'm going to be using on the cupcake skirt. But I needed to try something different because I always need to try something different. On this skirt, the front waistband is actually going to just reach past my side seams. Then I can sew the bar side onto the back panel and the hook onto the front waistband and hook it around right at those side seams. This could also be done with like a big button and a buttonhole, which would be super cute, but I don't like making buttonholes. All right, y'all, let's cut out some waistbands. For skirt number one, I want my front waistband to extend about 1.5 to 2 inches past the edge of the panel on both sides. So that would be about 20 to 21 inches long. I'm gonna cut out a 22 inch so that I have some seam allowance on the ends. And then I want it to be 2 inches wide in the end. Of course, that's going to be folded in half, so I need 4 inches, and I'm gonna do 5 inches, you guessed it, for seam allowance. To measure how long I want the back waistband to be, I'm just holding the skirt up to me to see how close the pockets come. And as you can see, my pockets already are almost meeting in the center. So I don't want my waistband to extend anywhere past them. I want it to stop right where the pockets are so that I still have some space to, adjust the lacing. From pocket to pocket, my measurement is 29 inches, so I'm gonna cut out a 30-inch by 5-inch back waistband. Last thing I want is a little panel to go behind the lacing. This is really just for aesthetics. You don't really need this to be there. It's up to you if you want to add it. So even though my lacing right now might only be a couple inches on this skirt, I'm gonna go ahead and make the panel probably like 8 inches long. That way in the future, I have the option to extend that size if I should need to. Let's get cutting. This is a great time to use any little scraps that you may have. If nothing else, I should at least be able to get the little 8x5 panel out of this. Oh, perfect, you're 8 inches exactly. Did I not bring my scissors again? Man. So starting with the front waistband, I'm going to fold it in half and then sew down the 2 edges and inward a little. Not too much, just what would be the overhang past my front panel. So with both of those corners sewn, I can now trim off the extra fabric and then turn them right side out, like so. So now I'm gonna fold this in half and find my exact center. And then I'll do the same thing with my front panel, fold that in half and find the center. Now with right sides together, I'll pin the front side of the waistband to the front panel. And since I'm pinning a curve to a straight line, I'm gonna put in a lot of pins. So once I sew that on, the waistband will flip up like so. There we go. So before I top stitch down the back side of my waistband, I'm going to go ahead and sew my hooks onto the ends here, just because right now I still have access to the inside and I can therefore hide my knots in there. And then I folded over the edge and pinned it so it's ready to be top stitched down. All right, and that is our front waistband all finished. Not too shabby. Let's get started on the back one. First up, I'm gonna prep this little panel by sewing down one side, all the way down the long side, and turning it right side out. And that's good to go for now. The unfinished end is the one that we will attach, and then the finished end will be the one with like hooks and eyes or snaps. We're kind of doing the same thing as our front waistband. The only difference is that we need to include those loops in the end so that we can do the lacing up. So first I'm going to cut 4 pieces for loops and just kind of test. You can do whatever size you want. I think if I can get a finger through there, then that's a good size. I did mine 3 inches. Since there's not any overhang on this one, I'm actually going to start by attaching it to the back panel. So again, I'll find the center and then we can match those centers up. And again, we're pinning the right side of the front side of the waistband to the front side of the back panel. Whoo! So that is our waistband from the outside, looking good. We need to get the loops on the end of it. So I usually just test my spacing by folding everything over the way that it will be once it's sewn down. So I'm gonna be doing 2 loops like this. Then if you don't wanna have to figure out where they actually are going to be sitting while you sew things, you can literally just tuck them inside. Then when you unpin and unfold, it's like, hey, look, that's where they should go. And then you just have to even it out a little bit. But essentially, your loops should be pinned like this. They're facing towards the back of the skirt, not towards the direction they're going to go in the end. I'm gonna baste them on before I actually sew the end closed, just so that I don't have to worry about them moving around. Now we're folding the waistband in half with the right sides together, and then just sewing right down that line, in line with the edge of my pocket. Now when I turn that right side out, ta-da! I have a nice clean finish on the end there with 2 little loops. So I'm just gonna do that exact same thing on the other side. If you're scared of grommets, this is a very easy alternative. All right, we've got both of our little loops in. So now just like the front waistband, we're turning under the inside and top stitching to finish it off. It's top stitching time. We have a waistband. Don't worry, I will iron it. Lest you think I forgot this, I did not. There's probably a nicer way to do this. I'm just gonna do it my way. So on the inside of the back waistband, either side, because this can be coming from either direction, I'm going to sew the raw edge of this facing away from the opening. Now we can fold it up towards the loops, and that means that on the front of the waistband, this is the front now, it's a backing for our lacing. So I'm gonna top stitch right here now to enclose the raw seam inside. I do have 2 visible seams here, so because I like symmetry, I'm going to go on the other side and just sew 2 seams there in the same place so it looks purposeful. Admittedly, I'm not doing this with great care. All right, that is pretty much this skirt done. There's just a few little final hand sewing bits. I'm not gonna film the rest of this because I think you guys got the concept, but basically I'm gonna fit this around my waist and then add snaps right here and on the back here. And then of course I added the hooks to my front waistband, but I need the bars for them to hook onto. So once again, I'll put it on, I'll lace it up, I'll fit it properly, and then I'll mark where those bars need to go in order for the front waistband to fit me as I want it to right now, and then I will hand stitch those on. Jumping over to skirt number 2, I'm again just going to hold it up to me and see where the pockets are landing. As you can see, they're landing a little further away. That's still pretty close though, so I am going to do the same thing where my waistband stops, where the pockets stop. That is again 29 inches, so we'll do 30 inches for seam allowances, and I said that I wanted this waistband to be 3 inches, double that 6 inches, add seam allowance, so we have a 30 inch by 7 inch rectangle. Again, we need that back backing panel, and again, there's not much of a difference in shape there from the last one, but it did look a little bit further, so just in case, I'm going to bump up that backing panel to a 10-inch. Now here's where it gets a little different because we're doing a sash on the front side. So since it's often difficult to get a massively long piece of fabric all in one piece, what you can do here is start with a panel that is the size of your front panel itself, so more of a waistband, and then add sashes to the sides of those waistband. My front panel measures 18 inches at the top, gonna bump that up to 19, so I have a 19 by 7-inch rectangle. And then to figure out how long to make your sash ties, I do it with a measuring tape. You could also just do it with a piece of yarn or a ribbon or whatever you have on hand. The sash should be starting about here-ish because that's where the front panel will pull up. I want it to be able to tie in the back, but I also want it to be able to tie in the front, which would mean this piece comes all the way around. It's gotta make a bow, it's gotta make a knot, and then it's gotta have some string hanging down. Yeah, about 60 inches. I might do 65 if I have a lot of fabric. So I'm gonna need 2 rectangles that are each 60 to 65 inches long and 7 inches wide. A bing bang boom. Let's get cutting. All right, so on this one I again have to think of the direction. I don't want my cupcakes to be upside down on my waistband. So I am once again dealing with this is the most that I can get at one time. So there is my 30-inch. This leftover piece is like 14 inches instead of 10, but I'm just gonna leave it for now. I also don't like odd numbers, so I literally sometimes cut out larger pieces than I technically need. 19 annoys me, so I cut out a 20-inch piece instead. So now I just need the 2 long pieces for the sash, which obviously I can't get out of this because it's only 45 inches wide. So what I'll end up doing is cutting out 4 44-inch pieces, and each sash will have to be sewn together and will end up being like 88 inches long. So I'm gonna have a ridiculously long sash, but at least that means I could tie a really big bow. And if you're gonna tie a bow on something, you might as well make it giant and dramatic. So keep in mind, if you're planning on doing a wide waistband and or a long sash, it is going to take a lot more fabric, which is once again why this is not a normal tutorial, because I'm not sitting here telling you how much fabric you need. You're on your own there. What I am telling you is that if you're starting with a certain amount of fabric, there is almost definitely a version of this skirt that you can make with the amount of fabric you have. Maybe not with like a yard. It does take a little more than that. So those are 4 pieces, 44 inches each. Back to sewing. All right, I've slept, I have coffee, let's do this thing. Welcome to How Long Can Charlie Wear a Turtleneck Before Her Brain Starts Screaming? Nope. I regret all my choices. A little bit better. For skirt number 2, let's start with the back waistband and leave the big ol' sash to second place. This part is going to be pretty much exactly the same as I did on skirt number 1, so I shan't go into too much detail. Starting with my little backing panel, sew it down 2 sides, turn it right side out, set your tube aside. Mark the center of your back waistband, mark the center of your back panel. I'm not even going to mark it here because I have a pleat right on the center, so it's easy to see. And pin it on right sides together. I'm taking extra care here to make sure I'm pinning it on with the print in the direction I want it to be. All right, so big surprise, my measurements are slightly off. How would that happen? So I cut out a 30-inch waistband for the back panel, and it's actually exactly lining up with the edges, which seems like it would be great, except now I don't have any seam allowance to close that up and make the ends look nice. This is why I'm always going overboard on my seam allowances. So I actually need like a 32-inch. I still have more fabric. I could just go cut out another one, but instead, let's utilize what I already have. So I have these 4 pieces for the sash. I'm gonna steal one of them, replace it with the 30-inch, and cut down a second one to match the 30-inch. So now it will be 74, which is still longer than it needs to be. So those go back to being my sash, and now this piece, which is 44 inches long, I can cut down to 32 inches long, and I'm gonna be paranoid and do it 33 inches. And now we have plenty of overhang. Let's sew that on. Is it the right way? It is. So this time, instead of making the little loops, I am using this hook trim, eye trim. Time to start shouting over the rain again. So this one has the material behind the metal loops, which I don't really want there, so I'm going to fold it in half when I sew it in, so that it's more like that. I don't know if you can hear that, but there's the most beautiful bird singing. Not that the bird is beautiful, I can't see the bird, I'm sure it is, but the song is beautiful. I may not have the sun, but at least there's something nice. And again, just like with those bias tape loops, I want to pin them on and baste them on with the loops pointing in towards the skirt first, so that when we flip it, they will be pointing away from the skirt as they should be. And then it's that same process of folding the waistband in half with the right sides touching each other and sewing that inseam closed. And then you can turn it right side out. And here's a few things that I just learned. I probably should have left some on the ends and folded it over in the back so that there's not just raw edges there. Also, I kind of put this on backwards because this is the clean side and this is the side where there's little stitches there. Oh well, we live and we learn. So let's do the second side now, but do it even better. So on the second side, I folded over the ends so that there will not be a raw edge just sticking out, and I made sure that the back of the tape will be on the back of the skirt. Yay for improving! Another thing I want to do on this side is pre-attach our lacing backing panel. I'm basically going to attach it the same way I did on the first skirt, but by doing it before I fold over the waistband, I can keep the seams for that on the back of the waistband only, so there's no extra seams on the front of the waistband. Tis like so. Then I'll fold it over in the direction it's going to go and sew it down again to enclose that seam, just like we did on skirt number 1. So it looks like that right now, but when we fold up our waistband into how we're about to sew it down, it looks like that. Now, once again, I will fold right sides facing each other to close off the end of the waistband, like so. And then we unfold, and ta-da! I'm gonna finish off the waistband by folding it over and top stitching it down. There is our finished waistband with our lace up front and backing panel. Let's move on to le front waistband. So I have the smaller piece that is going to go on the actual waistband, and then the 4 pieces that will be my sash. The first thing I'm gonna do is just sew them all together into one giant piece. And here we have our exceptionally long sash. Now folding it in half with right sides together, I'm going to sew the ends closed and sew all the way down the side until I reach that center piece, which I will leave open. And since it's a sash, I'm actually gonna sew a little diagonal here on the end, so it has cute little ends. And same thing on the other side. Now we trim off the extra fabric up here and then turn the whole thing right side out. Always a thrilling part of the process. I have my sash turned right side out and ironed. I do iron sometimes, y'all. And I've once again marked the center, so I'll start pinning from the center out. Then I just sew that on, then flip over and fold under the back side of the waistband and top stitch it down. And that's it. The front half is done. The back half is done. The only thing I have left is hand sewing some hook and eyes or hook and bars or snaps onto our little backing panel, and then we will take a look at the final 2 skirts and I'll go over the little details and show you how they're put on and all of that good stuff. So let's do that now. Let me just stick that mic pack in the giant pocket. God, I love pockets. Y'all, I'm so pleased with this one. It turned out even better than I expected. I think the two fabrics together are really cute. I will say I did not at all think about how see-through the peach fabric is. It just didn't occur to me when I was sewing it. So a lining might have been a good idea, or I can just, you know, not be lazy about my underwear choice. But because both of them are a really light fabric, this skirt weighs like nothing. And it twirls. It twirls so well. Using the hook and bar method on this front panel, it did mean that I had to be a lot more precise with it, but if my size changes and I need to move those bars forward a little bit so that I can fit a wider waist, then that is absolutely possible and easy. I don't always want a big sash or a big bow on my skirts, so this is a great option. I ended up using some elastic cording I had, and I'm glad I did because overall this skirt has kind of less of like a sense about it. This is more of a loose, comfortable skirt. Yeah, what more can I say? I'm very pleased with it. There's still a few things that I could improve here and there, but I think it is a great second version of this skirt. Let's move on to the third one. So skirt number 2 here turned out even better than I expected, quite frankly. Again, using the sash tie version of the waistband is the easiest and kind of just turns out well every time. But I must say the lacing on the inside I think turned out great too. This one is a lot more like a cinching in kind of style. I did not notice until I was sewing the hooks onto this middle panel that I sewed it on upside down. Y'all probably noticed a lot earlier than I did in this video. It's fine though, it doesn't show on the outside of the skirt and you can barely even see it when this is open. I am delightfully surprised by how swooshy this skirt ended up being. Adding those trapezoidal sort of shapes, the diagonals on the side, really did help because it swooshes out when you spin quite nicely. Anyway, that is it. This ended up being so much information, but there were just so many details that I wanted to include in order for you to have as much information as possible and be able to create something that is as perfect for you as possible. And I will be honest, making this tutorial has kind of exhausted me a lot more than any normal video would for me. I could chalk it up to the fact that I haven't seen the sun in weeks. I think I was talking so much and then I was second guessing everything that I was saying and then questioning why I was even making a tutorial when I just barely learned how to sew myself. But I am aware that I have a somewhat different way of going about things than maybe some other people do, that I have a different way of approaching challenges and learning a new skill. And I've always hoped that my videos will not only inspire other people to take on projects and make things and be creative, but might also help you figure something out by watching me figure it out, if that makes sense. So if this tutorial helped you figure something out and it helped you create a split side skirt, I would absolutely love to see the results. Please do share, tag me, anything. I want to see. I love rejoicing in other people's creations. I have so many more ideas in the world of the split side, adjustable waist, garments. And hopefully there will be videos coming in the future of all of my experimentation, exploration, not really tutorials. Until then, happy sewing, happy creating, later taters. Well, hey, hello, it's happening at last. The split side pinafore tutorial. This lovely thing that you've all requested heavily. Sorry it took me so long to get to it. I would blame it on the whole we have to move thing, but realistically it's more the fault of that giant ruffle dress that took me 3 weeks to make. But at last, that is done. It is time. I'm going to walk you through kind of how to turn a split side skirt into a split side pinafore so we can all look like we're straight out of Little House on the Prairie, but with a modern twist. Okay, let's start with the disclaimers, my favorite part. If you are looking for a tutorial that says, here's how much fabric you need, and here's the exact measurements, and here's the exact step-by-step of how to create this exact thing, this is not that. These are more like sewing theory, experimentation and exploration. Yay! So as usual, we are not going to be making this exact thing. I'm going to make 2 new split side pinafores. They're each going to be different from each other, and hopefully they will each show you examples of what you can do so that you in turn can then create the exact split side pinafore that you want. I am narrowing the funnel a little in this tutorial. First of all, we're not really going to cover the split side skirt part of the pinafore because I already have 2 very long detailed tutorials covering that subject. I'm also going to narrow down the style of pinafore I'm covering here. We're gonna just be doing bib front pinafores, which, in my terminology at least, is this style. It's not full coverage. It's not meant to be worn without anything underneath. You need an underlayer or you're gonna be getting a little risque. Which, hey, that could be your thing. And that would be fine. Now, of course, one of the benefits of the whole split side skirt that people are absolutely loving is that it's an adjustable piece of clothing when you have that lace front on the back panel. For this pinafore right here, I didn't use a lace front. I actually just put a snap right there to make it easier to get on. In my mind, it's still an adjustable piece of clothing because it's very easy to remove a snap and move it over slightly so that it's now tighter or looser. It's obviously not adjustable in the moment, but if I were to change size over time, I could adjust the piece of clothing to my changed size. For the 2 pinafores that I'm gonna be making in this video, I wanna try some different things. So for one of them, I'm actually going to try the very traditional method of having both the back panel and the front panel tie on. And for the second one, I want to try something that a bunch of people suggested on that original skirt video, which is recycling the hooks from the back of a bra. I have a couple old bras here that I haven't worn from ages, so I can just take this part off of the back and attach that to the end of my back panel waistband. And that makes it a little adjustable because you now have 3 different options of where you can close it, just like a bra. Time for a side note. When I buy bras, I swear, I either buy it, get home, immediately dislike it, and never ever wear it again, or I buy it, get home, decide it's my favorite bra in the world, and wear it until it is literally disintegrating off of my body. There is no in between. I think that's all the disclaimers. Let me sneak in the last one of like, I'm still a very novice sewist, and I still don't grandly know what I'm doing. So, you know, I'm sure I quite often do not do things the right way, but I'm also of the opinion that if you like the final product, there is no right way to get there. There is just whichever way you took to get there. Creation of any kind really doesn't require many rules. These are the 2 materials I'm gonna use. I have a white material that has like a very light stripe in it. I've got a bunch of this, and I kind of thought it'd be fun to make a pinafore that has a very classic white apron sort of look to it. So that's what this is for. The second one, I'm gonna be using this slate blue material that has like a slightly raised pattern, I guess. It's not really a pattern. Texture. We'll call it a texture. Thank you for all your votes on Instagram. This one won by a landslide, so it's what we're going with. As with any of my projects that I do without a pattern, I don't know how much fabric there is here. I didn't check, I don't really care. I'll alter what I'm making to accommodate the amount of fabric that I have. That being said, I did choose 2 pieces of fabric out of my stash that are rather chunky, specifically so that I could make a decent sized pinafore without running out of material. I think one of the reasons that I love working without a pattern so much is because you have that ability to adjust whatever you're making to accommodate anything that changes along the way. If I find out I don't have quite enough fabric for the specific thing I was going to do, I can just change my design a little and still come out with something that I like in the end. That being said, if you're watching this video going, but I need to know how much fabric to buy, it depends. Y'all, it really depends. It depends on your size and your measurements. It depends on how long of a skirt you're going to make. And that's so specific to you and what you're specifically wanting to create that I really don't know how I could give you any sort of exact number. As always, I do recommend using thrifted fabrics. Both of these are from my favorite place in the entire world, Remainders. But thrifted curtains, duvet covers, bed sheets, those are amazing, especially for skirts, especially for circle skirts, because you can get a really good sized circle out of a sheet with no trouble whatsoever. All right, so all of that being said, let's look at my starting design plan for both of the pinafores, and then we will get into making them. All right, pinafore 1 is going to be the white material. Both of them are going to be circle skirts. I'm hoping to get the white one fairly long, not a full maxi skirt, but like a long T-length. Of course, we've got those pockets in, like all the split side skirts that I make. We'll get a bib front on here like so. On this one, I'm gonna put the straps coming directly out the top. I think I'll have them cross in the back, much like the one I'm currently wearing. So this is pretty basic. This is your basic split side skirt pinafore right here, but I do want to spice it up a little. So I'd like to add some ruffles onto the edge of the straps, actually coming up from the bib front, going all the way up the straps, and they'll probably fade off about halfway down those straps in the back so that it doesn't get too bulky. Last thing I might do here, just because this is reminding me sort of a traditional apron and I'd like it to have functionality. So I might actually throw on some extra pockets. Those side pockets are still gonna be there, but why not add a few in the front as well? Jumping over to pinafore number 2, this is going to be the blue slate material. Once again, we have hopefully that circle skirt. This one is going to be shorter, more the length of the current green one I'm wearing, maybe even a little shorter than that. Now to pinafore it, we will again add a bib to the front, another little rectangle here, probably a little wider and shorter than the first one, just for a different look. I'd love to throw a center pocket onto that, very overall style. One thing I would like to try here, just to see what it looks like, is adding a back bib as well. In other words, a square of fabric coming off the back waistband. And then for this one, we're going to avoid any kind of snapping, buttoning, anything like that on the straps, and we're just gonna go tying all the way. So we'll have our straps coming out of the front bib like so, and then out of the back bib as well, and they will be intended to tie on the shoulders. Highly adjustable to whatever your shoulder size is. Okay, Matt and I just went to Disneyland for the first time. Yes, we've lived here for like 2 years and hadn't gone to Disneyland yet. Well, I had technically gone to Disneyland for a job in the middle of the night. Anyway, I needed a new sippy cup, which is what it feels like when I carry around a container of water all day long. And I was like, you know what? I'm splurging and getting this adorable Mary Poppins one, and now I feel like it goes with this pinafore so well. We gotta match our outfit to our water drinking vessel. No, complete coincidence. Moving on, let's make some pinafores. I'm gonna move to the floor now. So first up, a quick note on how I get a longer circle skirt out of a potentially too small piece of fabric, just in case it's helpful to anyone. I start by completely unfolding it and then laying it with the right side down. And then I fold over one end, the length of my skirt plus my waist radius. For this exact skirt, that is 42 inches. Then I use one corner of this to do the first half of my circle skirt, marking out both the semicircle that is going to be the waistband and the semicircle that is going to be the hem. Now, there's not enough room on the fabric for me to stack another half circle directly below the first one. It's not long enough, but the joy of the semicircle is that on that diagonal, it's a lot shorter per se. So now I take the other side of the fabric and I fold that over the same length, that 42 inches. It is going to overlap the first side of the fabric, but the first thing that I measure out is from those diagonal corners. If I measure inward, can I get the full 42 inches without touching in the center? And if you can, with whatever your measurements are, then you can get a full circle skirt out of this fabric. In this case, it worked with like 4 inches of extra space. So I have my 2 half circles being cut out of the corners, and it does give me a good amount of fabric left over. So typically I'm pretty risky, and at this point I would go ahead and cut out the circles and then figure out how to fit everything else that I need onto the remaining fabric. But since I gave you a design and we're trying to get that full design out of this fabric, I was a lot more careful and I did a lot of measuring and pinning and trying to make sure that I could fit everything that I needed on this piece of fabric. And eventually I did give up, but I am 99% sure that I can. For this exact style, here are the pieces that we're going to need. First up, we need our back panel and our front panel. In this case, that is 2 semicircles. Next up, I need my pockets. They're sort of this-ish shape, and I need 4 of those, 2 for each side. Then I'm going to need my back waistband. I don't do curved waistbands because I place everything right on my waist, so a straight one fits pretty much fine. That means that my back waistband, my front waistband, they're all just long rectangles. There are a lot of long rectangles in this design. Now, because on this pinafore we don't have any sort of back bib, there's nothing coming out of the back waistband, you can choose for yourself whether it's better to cut it as 2 long rectangles or 1 long rectangle that's a little wider and will be folded in half. I'm aiming for about a 2-inch waistband on this one, so I could either do 2 rectangles that are 3 inches wide, or I could do 1 rectangle that's 5 inches wide, and either way I'll have my 1/2 inch seam allowance. As for the length, you're gonna decide that depending on what kind of closure you're doing in the front. So for example, on this pinafore, the back waistband is actually longer than my waist size so that it can overlap in the front and snap. I think I started with like 38 inches. However, on this white one, I want to do a tie front. I don't, however, want this kind of a bow right here underneath. It would be big, it would be lumpy, so I don't want to be tying the actual 2-inch waistband itself. I can use a ribbon, a cord, bias tape, I can make a thin little tie myself, but it's gonna be much, much smaller than the waistband so that it just makes a small flat knot that won't show on the outside of the pinafore. Since that's what's going to be meeting in the front, I only need my waistband to go as far as my pockets. So to find that measurement, I just measure halfway around my waist from the back. I could just say it's 16 inches because my waist is 32, half of that is 16, but I typically go up to 18 inches for these split side skirts, just so that there's a little bit more of an overlap on the side where those splits are. Then I'll just add the length of my pockets. I'm gonna make the top of my pockets just 4 inches long. I often do 6 inches and they almost meet in the center, but I wanna give this skirt a little bit more adjustability without anything overlapping. So I'm just gonna cut it down to 4, and I can still slope those pockets out to 10 inches on the bottom, which is what I typically do anyway. So 18 inches plus my 2 4-inch pockets is up to 26 inches. I'm gonna give myself an extra inch on each side for a big seam allowance, and I'm gonna cut that back waistband out as 28 inches by 3 times 2, or 28 inches by 5 times 1. Next up, we have the front waistband. This one only has to reach to basically my side seams, because after that, I'm attaching the sashes from there on out. So it really only needs to be 18 inches long, but I am gonna give myself that same 1 inch of extra space on each end and do it 20 inches long. Now the front waistband has the pinafore coming out of it, so it does need to be 2 different pieces. So front waistband, 20 inches long, 3 inches wide, times 2. Then we have the sash. Your sashes can be as long as you want. If you want to be able to bring them back around to the front and tie them in a bow there, they're going to need to be longer. If you prefer just a small knot in the back, they can be a lot shorter. It's really up to you. Get like a ribbon or something and play around with the size of bow that you like, the size of your waist itself, and see what a good sash length is for you. I often just end up going with whatever I have left on my fabric, but I want to keep it around like 36 inches. Not too much less than that. More than that is fine. Again, we want the sash to match the width of the waistband because it is attaching directly to that. So it needs to be 3 inches wide, and I'm gonna need 4 of those, 2 for each side. Or theoretically, if I'm a little pinched for fabric, I could also do 5 inches wide, fold it in half, and then I only need 2 of those instead of 4. That right there is the skirt. That's just the skirt. So let's move on to what this is actually about. The pinafore. First up, we need the rectangle that is the front bib. This size is totally up to you. I know that my waistband is going to fall sort of right under my ribs because I put everything on the high waist. So I'm just measuring from right there and kind of going, where do I want this one to fall? I'm going with an 11 by 11 square for this one, and I am gonna cut out 2 of these, mainly just because I like there to be a nice clean edge right here on top. So 2 layers, I like it. Now on this white one, I'm not gonna have the straps starting from the waistband like I did on this green one. They're gonna start from the top of the bib. So I just need to measure from right about there over my shoulder, and I know where my waistband is going to be, so I measure slightly past that so that I have some extra room for adjustment. Keep my thumb right there. That's 28 inches. I could make them anywhere from 28 up to 30 inches to give myself a little bit of extra space if I want to be able to adjust those straps. I'm gonna do them 2 inches wide so that they match the width of the waistband and it gives some sort of like coordination to the whole piece. I don't know, it might look good, it might not. So that means I need 4 more strips of fabric, 28 to 30-ish inches long, 3 inches wide. Again, this is another one that I could do 2 pieces that are 5 inches wide rather than 4 pieces that are 3 inches wide. And I could just do a fold in the fabric on this side and have the ruffle sewn in on this side. Sometimes that 1 inch that you're taking off the width can really save you. So that's pretty much the functional pieces that we need. But on this one, I wanted to add that ruffle all down the side. Now, from what I've seen on my fabric, I'm not gonna have space to do it as a typical flounce that is cut out of a circle. However, I'm gonna try something that I don't know will work. We're just gonna go with it anyway. I'm going to follow the hem of my 2 circle skirts and cut out sort of a lightly curved strip of fabric there. It might not flounce as much as I want it to, so I'm also gonna cut it out a little longer than I need so that I can lightly gather it as well. This is an experiment. It may not work. If you wanna do a regular ruffle, you can just cut out a rectangle and gather it on one side. If you wanna do a flounce, you'll need that spiral cut. There are lots of videos on how to make a ruffle and a flounce, so I'll let you look those up on your own. But as far as the measurement goes, it's gonna start kind of like these straps do, all the way at the base coming out of the waistband, and I want it to taper out to its widest point on the top of my shoulder and then taper back in on the other side. So to the very top of my shoulder is about 18 inches, 17, 18. And then if I pull my measuring tape into where I'm gonna have the strap falling again, I can kind of line it up with the middle of my back, which is where I want the ruffle to stop. I don't want it to go all the way to the end of the strap. And that gives me like 27 inches. Since I'm going to make it easier on myself and just do a little bit of gathering, I'm actually gonna do it on the fold and just do it 18 inches long, but times 2, so 36 total. When in doubt, or rather, when you don't feel like figuring out the really precise measurement, throw some gathering in. Makes everything easier. The last thing that I want is a couple front pockets. I want 2 of them. They only need to be 1 layer each. They'd probably be, I'm guessing, like 10 by 7 inch rectangles. So I can fold over that top, get neat stitching all the way around. I might also go ahead and cut those front ties out of this fabric, in which case they're gonna be like 1 inch wide and maybe 12 inches long. Very small. All right, so that is everything that we need for pinafore number 1. So let's move on to sewing.
Hi, Stinky Boy.
Daddy give you a treat? Yeah. Hi. Got everything I wanted with just this left. All right, let's sew. And yes, it is the next day. I'm still doing half days. So I'm actually gonna start with the pinafore top, the bib and the straps and everything, and then I'll be able to easily add that to the waistband of the skirt and kind of work down from there. You could also make the skirt first and leave the waistband open and then add the pinafore on at the end. There are no rules. As usual, I don't fully know what I'm doing, even though I called this a tutorial. So if I mess up along the way, I'll let you know. I'm gonna start with the ruffle, and I'm actually going to hem the outer edge first so that that's done and out of the way, and I think it'll be easier to hem it. Oh my god, there's a hair, and I just want it to go away. I think it'll just be easier to hem it before gathering it and sewing it on. I can already kind of tell that the attempt to make it flouncy without doing a circle is basically gonna fail. That's pulling it straight and there's no flounce. Good thing I made it bigger because it's basically a ruffle. I'm just gonna do the smallest little rolled hem that I can on the edge of this because I don't want to lose too much of the width. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Why are you so far away? Oh my god. My pedal is always running away from me. Come back here. Whew, well, I did not enjoy that. I don't like small hems. Now that that is hemmed, I'm going to run 2 rows of gathering stitches, wide, low tension, all the way down the other side so that I can gather it up to the size I want. Now the joy here is I don't have a really specific place where I want the ruffle to end. I just want to make sure that it goes over my shoulder and then it can end kind of whenever works. So I'm just gonna gather it up lightly to something that looks good to me and not be too picky about it. I'm pretty happy with that. So now I'm gonna take my front bib and line up the ruffle with the edge of it so that I can see where I need to start the strap. And I'll just mark that place with a pen. So now I know that from here to here is gonna be on the strap, and then from here down is going to be on the side of the front bib. Now I can take one of my straps, which I did as one big piece that's gonna be folded in half, and laying it out flat, I'll pin right side to right side from the place that I've marked all the way up to the edge, pinning the ruffle straight onto the edge of the strap. And while I'm doing this, I'm also spreading out the gathers as evenly as possible. So now it looks like this. Now I'm gonna baste that on so that when I sew the strap together, it won't shift around or anything. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to fold my strap in half with the right sides together, making sure to roll up this ruffle and get it fully inside there so it doesn't get sewn over again. And of course, if you are not putting a ruffle on your straps, this is where you join in. All you have to do to start is take your 1 rectangle or 2 rectangles that are your straps and sew them into a long tube. You can close off the end of the tube that's going to be the back side of your straps because that just needs to be neat and clean. And then you can leave the side that's going to go into the bib open because that's already going to get enclosed anyway. Trim off your excess fabric, turn the whole thing right side out. You should have a lovely tube. The ruffle kind of helps with the turning out. How handy. So there we have it. We have a tube with some ruffle on the end. I'm going to repeat all of this on the other strap, and then I'm going to iron both of them because yes, I do iron sometimes, and then we'll move on. And as expected, there was probably an easier way to do this because this next step is now more complicated. If you're not putting these connected ruffles on the side of your front bib, the next step is super simple. You're going to take the 2 squares or rectangles that are your front bib and pin them right side to right side. And before you sew around, make sure you pin the tubes that are your straps inside where you want them to come out on the top. Then you're basically sewing around 3 sides, turning the whole thing right side out, ironing it flat. That is your apron or pinafore bib. Easy peasy. I, of course, had to do these stupid connected ruffles, so not easy peasy. But what I'm going to do right now, because of what I've already done, is take my finish strap and pin the remaining ruffle edge to the side of the bib, right side to right side, and then baste it down. Now I'm going to stack the inside of the bib on top, right side to right sides, and sew down normally so that that ruffle is in between the layers, and when I turn it right side out, it'll be sticking out the edge. And of course, then you're going to do that same thing on the other side, so you'll end up with something like this. And then you can turn that right side out to get those ruffles where they should be, like so. And you can iron that again right now. I'm lazy, so I'm gonna wait until I finish closing up the top. Why not? So here's where it gets a little tricky. We want to close up the top of the bib with a nice clean seam that encapsulates our straps. But also, we've already attached something down the entire side, so it doesn't work as easily as it does if you have no ruffles. So if it's anything like mine, it's going to hate doing this because the ruffle is in the way, but you're basically just twisting the straps so that they go in the direction that they should be going, which is down and out of your inside out bib. I hope that makes sense. If you do that on both sides, line it up properly, force it into place and pin it there, you should be able to sew across the top, turn it right side out, and have clean seams. Shall we find out? Alright, so what I ended up with is sort of purposefully looking, that's the key word, rounded corners here, which I'm okay with. So the last thing that I'm going to do is top stitch around those 3 edges, just to clean them up, make them look nicer. I love a little bit of top stitching. That arguably did not make it look better. I am not very good at going around corners, am I? And that is our finished pinafore bib. I actually do like how it looks. It's a little wonky around the edges, but the lesson here is definitely not do what I do, but more of don't be afraid to experiment. Ultimately, the bib of your pinafore is just a squarish rectangle with straps. Super easy to make. And there's a lot of variations you can do on that. So don't be afraid to play around, try different things. It's okay if it looks a little wonky. It always looks way better from a distance. But I also do recognize that I call this a tutorial, so the second pinafore is much more straightforward and will not have these complications. That's why I do 2. And you can always skip to that one if you're looking for a more ruffled version. Let's finish up this one though. So the next thing I'm gonna do is add this bib onto the front waistband. I'm gonna fold each rectangle in half and mark the center, and then I'll do the same thing to the bib. And now it's a very easy sandwich. You're just putting your waistband right side to right side with the bib right in the middle. Then we're gonna sew all the way down that line to attach all 3 pieces. Now when you fold both sides of your waistband down, you've got a waistband on your bib. Before I iron that down, because again, I'm lazy, I'm gonna go ahead and add the sash pieces. So I did these as single pieces that are going to be folded over. So this one's super easy. You're just doing right side to right side on the end of the waistband and sewing a straight stitch. So I've now got my pinafore bib on the front waistband with the sashes attached. They need to be sewn closed, but before I do that, I'm gonna go ahead and sew the front panel of the skirt onto the waistband. And oh my god, there are so many threads everywhere. Remember when I said I was gonna get a serger soon? I guess soon has not yet arrived. So I have the center of my waistband marked so that I can line up the center of my front panel of the skirt. This is covered in the split side skirt tutorial video, so I'm not gonna go into it here, but at this point you should have anything that you're planning to do to your front panel done. Whether that's hemming up the sides, gathering, pleating, all of that should be finished so that this is ready to sew onto your waistband. Right side to right side, make sure you are pinning it onto the front of your bib, not the back side of your bib. Double check now, don't seam rip later. A lesson I have learned the hard way many times. We've got the bib on the waistband, on the skirt. Now we're gonna take the 2 ends of our sashes, start with one, then do the other, and you're gonna fold right side to right side. And we're gonna sew all the way down until we reach the edge of that skirt, and then turn it right side out. Our sashes are closed up, ironed, nice and neat. The last thing that we need to do is flip over the edge of the waistband and then top stitch it down so it's nice and clean. So at this point, you have an apron. If an apron is what you're going for, congrats, you're pretty much done. If you're really bored of sewing and you just feel like quitting, well, at least you made an apron. There is one more thing that I'm going to do with this front section before I add the back section on and make it an actual split side pinafore, and that is add some front pockets right here, because you can never have too many pockets. I've put a pin just right where I think the top should go, and then let's lay out the skirt and make that more precise. So you can see my pins right there and right there. I'm gonna fold the skirt in half down the center so that I have two symmetrical sides, and then I can line up the pockets perfectly on each side, theoretically. Like so. So for the pockets, I folded over the top twice so there's a nice clean edge and sort of a wide band. Ironed that, and then I'm going to stitch it down, like so. Then I'm going to fold over all of the edges once, just like 1/4 of an inch or so, and sew that down as well. Then I'm going to fold over all of the edges one more time, iron that down, and that is what I will sew around when I sew it onto the skirt. Double line around the whole thing because we like extra protection, and we've got pockets. All that we need now is the back half of this skirt. So again, the back half of this pinafore is pretty much exactly the same as you would make a split side skirt. Nothing needs to be done to it to turn it into this specific kind of pinafore, except putting a securing method for the straps on the back, which we'll get into at the very end. And that is probably going to be tomorrow because it's already getting pretty late, so. To go through it very quickly, I started with the pockets. I took the front layer of each pocket and folded over the edge, sewing it down so I have a clean line there. I then French seamed around the outside edges of the pockets. Following the stitch line that already exists, I then sewed the pockets closed to the height that I wanted. The pockets could then be stitched onto the skirt, right side to right side, and then I completed the stitch all the way down the side of the skirt, just like I did on the front panel, so that I have a nice clean edge there as well. After that, I just basted down the top of the pocket so that it won't flap around as I get the waistband on. Next, I took my two very thin, long rectangles to make those ties, and I sewed them into tubes and turned them right side out, which took me ages. I recommend cutting these on the bias so that they stretch a little bit and it makes it easier to turn them right side out. For some reason, I really wanted to line them up with the stripes, so I did not do that. I had cut my back waistband in 2 pieces, so I placed those pieces right side to right side with the ties stuck into the proper place on each end, and then sewed all the way around those 3 sides. Then I pinned the waistband onto the skirt, matching up the centers so that it's all even, and sewed it on. It's a good idea to iron your waistband at this point so that it's going to be laying flat, and then you're flipping over that last edge and top stitching it down for a nice, clean, finished waistband. And now we have this back panel skirt thing on its own and the front apron on its own, so we just need to attach them up the sides. Right side to right side, I line up the waistbands and then pin down the 2 pieces, making sure to mark where I want to start stitching so that I have that split side and I can get the whole piece on. Then it's just a simple straight stitch up both sides and you have a finished, complete split side pinafore. Well, okay, not really. Then I hemmed it. Just a simple rolled hem around the bottom for me. You can do it however you please. There is one last thing we need to finish this whole thing off, and it is a way to attach the straps onto the back waistband. I'm typically more of an easy peasy, use snaps, hook and bars, anything like that kind of person, but since I'm going with a more traditional look here, I do want to try buttons instead. First, I tried this on and pulled the straps to where I'm going to want them to fall in the back, and then I marked on the straps where that place falls so that I know where to make my buttonhole. I am going to actually make 3 buttonholes though, so that the straps have some adjustability. So this is going to be the center one, and then I'll make one above it and one below it as well. I'm going to put the buttons on the inside of the back waistband because they're not really decorative, they're just functional. You could do the whole thing on the outside of the back waistband if you have really cute buttons that you want to show off. Or you could put the buttonholes on the waistband and the buttons on the straps so that the buttons come through and are visible on the back. It's totally up to you. Again, mark where you want your buttons to go while you're wearing the piece so that you know where it's going to fall on your body. But then once you take it off, also measure and make sure that they're evenly spaced from the center line. Then we're just doing a bit of hand stitching. Make sure that you're not going through both layers. You don't want to see that stitching on the outside of your waistband, so you're just going through the inside layer when you're stitching on the buttons. Believe it or not, this is actually my first time ever making buttonholes on a machine. I mean, I practiced a bunch right here after watching several videos, but first time generally speaking. I'm just not much of a button person, so I've never needed them before. We're all learning today. Like so. And then we cut them open. So we've got that. And that's it. Let's take a look at the final piece and then move on to our second pinafore. Y'all ready for round two? This one should, theoretically, be a little more cut and dried. Plain and simple, straightforward. Ooh, but first, I have bird updates. If you are really just here for the tutorial, my apologies, but this backyard bird drama's been going on for like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks now, I don't really remember, and I have tea! So the dove that I thought was a baby dove, kind of grown up now, who had come back to just live in the nest and not move out, turns out that's actually a new mama. Maybe it's the same mother dove, maybe it's a new mother dove, I don't know. But it's a new mother. The reason that she never left the nest was because she was sitting on eggs and they've hatched. So we have a second round of dove babies living in this same nest. Once again adorable. Makes a lot more sense. I guess doves reuse their nest or just upcycle old nests from other doves? I don't know. Crafty of them. Anyway, that's what's happening with the birds in our backyard. Now let's make the second pinafore. I have a really decent amount of this fabric. Ow. So I feel pretty safe telling you what pieces I'm going to use before I actually make sure if they'll fit on the fabric. I think I'll actually have plenty left over. So once again, we're starting out with 2 half circles for the skirt, the front panel and the back panel. And this time I want to do what I actually wanted to do on the last one but didn't end up doing. I'd like to cut them too big around the waistline and gather it for a little extra swoosh. I'm not planning to make this one as long as the last one. It's going to be more of a regular knee length, somewhere around there. I might go as far up as like a 10-inch radius. And then about 25 inches long hits me around my knee length. Next up, as before, we need 4 pockets. Because of the way I'm going to do the closure on this one using those bra hooks, the pockets can actually pretty much reach each other in the center. They don't need any sort of adjustability space because this skirt simply won't be as adjustable as the one that ties in the front or laces up. So I'm gonna do my typical 7 inches on top, 10 inches on the bottom, and 16 inches tall with a slope connecting those sides. Next up, we of course have the back waistband, another long rectangle. This one of course needs to come pretty much all the way around because it needs to meet in the front where those bra hooks are connecting. These are only about 2 inches long, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut out a waistband that is 32 inches, the size of my waist, and that gives me 1 inch on each side that I can lose for seam allowance. Now, as far as the width of the waistband, I don't want it to be too much wider than these, so this is about 1 1/4. I'm gonna do my waistband 1 1/2 inches. I also need another inch of seam allowance. And of course, that back waistband does need to be cut in 2 pieces because I'm aiming to put a bib on the back of this pinafore. The front waistband, once again, only needs to be 20 inches to reach a little past the side seams, and then that same 2.5 inches wide. So next up, we of course need the sashes. Again, I'm gonna make those around 36 inches long, just depending on how much fabric I have. They're gonna be that same 2.5 inches wide, and for this, I'm gonna do it as 2 separate pieces for each side of the sash instead of 1 piece folded over like I did last time. Really just personal preference. Try out either thing, fit whatever you can fit on your fabric. Both of them work. So that covers all of the skirt pieces. So now we're looking at what we need for the pinafore bib itself. Once again, I'm just going to measure my own body and see what feels good for me. I like about 10 inches across the bust because that kind of hits me on my peak area here. So of course I'm gonna do 11 inches wide so that I have seam allowance. And then I think just 8 inches tall is gonna work on this one, 9 inches with seam allowance. One thing I would like to do on this one is actually slope it in towards the waistband so it has a little bit of a trapezoid trapezoid shape. That's hard to say. Or just diagonal sides. So it's gonna be 11 inches wide at the top, but I'm gonna drop that down to just 9 inches wide at the bottom. And then I want that front pocket to go onto that bib. I want it to be evenly spaced from all the sides, so I'm going to also make it slightly slanted, slightly diagonal, so that it matches that exact shape of the bib itself. So I'm gonna make this 6 inches tall, 6 inches wide on the bottom, and 8 inches wide on the top. I'd also love to put sort of a scalloped edge across the top of this pocket, so I might play around with that a little bit. Next up, we need the back bib. I don't want the back one to be the same size as the front one, because the front one is going over boobs, so it's bigger. I also want the back one to be a little shorter. I don't really know why, but since I've done those diagonal slopes on the front one, I'm gonna do that on the back as well, just so that it ties in. I'm gonna go with 8 inches wide on the bottom, 10 inches wide on the top, and 7 inches tall. So the last thing we need is the straps. There are, of course, 4 of them because they're gonna tie on the shoulders, so we need some coming out of the back bib and some coming out of the front bib. These don't have to be super precise because there just needs to be enough room for them to tie into a double knot, but I don't want a bunch of extra streamers coming from the shoulder either. From measuring, I know that I need at least 10 inches on the front one and at least 12 on the back, just for them to sort of comfortably meet. I'm gonna give each side an extra 10 inches to accommodate the tying factor, and I can always shorten those if I try it out in the end and don't like it. I'm also gonna taper the ends of both of those straps so that they go into sort of a curved point. It just looks aesthetically pleasing. All right, so that is all the pieces that we need for this exact pinafore. I'm gonna get to cutting out, but I assume that editing magic has made everything already cut out. So let's get sewing. That was so tutorial-ish of me. Let's get sewing. I'm gonna start on the back this time. So first up, we have 4 pieces for the back straps. I'm gonna lay 2 right side to right side, sew around the outside, turn them right side out into a tube, and then iron them. I'm actually gonna top stitch around the edge of these straps as well, just because I think this piece has a very sort of denim look to it, and I think top stitching will look really cute with that. Okay, we have 2 straps. Now we're going to put the bib right side to right side, and we're inserting the straps between the 2 layers, pointing down, so that when we turn it right side out, they'll be pointing up. And make sure you're keeping your seam allowance in mind with where you place your straps. If you put them right up next to the edge, you're not going to have space to sew the two pieces together down the sides. Now I'm going to lay the other piece on top. You could go ahead and baste the straps down. Basting is always a good option. I just don't do it much. All right, now I'm going to sew that together up the sides and across the top. And then we can turn the whole thing right side out, like so. And again, to match the theme, I'm gonna top stitch around the outer edge. The theme, the style, whatever. So now we can attach the bib onto the back waistband. As always, I'm gonna start by folding it in half and marking my center on both pieces. Match center mark to center mark, and you're pinning right side to right side, and then same with your second piece. Right side to right side, so you've got a little bib sandwich, like so. Now we are going to stitch all the way down the length of the back waistband, but before we do that, we want to include the closure system that's going to be on the end of that waistband. If you're gonna do a snap or a button, then it might just be clean ends and you're gonna sew that on later so they overlap. For me, it is the bra hooks. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and sew the straight line all the way down, and then I can close off the ends afterward. I think having it already sewn together will help me know exactly what the placement of the closure should be. Also, because there's not a lot of adjustability in this, I'm going to want to test this, try it on, and make sure that it closes well before I actually sew it in. It looks like it falls pretty comfortably on the middle hooks, which is where I want it to be. So now I'm going to fold it open and pin the hooks going in the opposite direction. Then it's like that, hooks are like that, that side's good. All right, let's see if I got it right. That looks right. Time for the other side. We want the hooks to be facing in this direction, so it gets sewn on like that. Obviously, the direction you're sewing on your closures is very much going to depend on the direction you're looking at your waistband, so that is why I very much recommend that you just test and retest to make sure you're sewing them on there right, and then you don't have to seam rip it out. Okay, there we have it. I'm gonna get this waistband ironed down, and then I'm going to add the back panel that includes the pockets and everything. Again, pretty much stuff I went over in the earlier video, so I'll come back to you with the front bib. All right, y'all, we're back. The back half of the pinafore is finished. We got our pockets, same as always, and the straps definitely seem long enough to tie in a knot here and just have a little bit left over. Let's make the front half. This is basically the exact same process as doing the back half. So once again, I'm going to start with the straps, right side to right side, sew them into a tube, turn them right side out. And I'm gonna top stitch them just like I did on the back straps, because that is what we're doing here. Again, just like we did on the back bib, we're going to sandwich the two straps in between the two layers of the front bib, right side to right side, and sew around the three edges. And we trim off the excess, and we turn the whole thing right side out, and then we top stitch. And by we, I mean me. You don't have to top stitch, you could just iron instead. And there is our front bib. Let's add the pocket to the front of this. So for the pocket, right side to right side, so basically around the whole thing. You're just leaving yourself enough space so that you can turn it right side out, pretty much like you would if you were making a pillow covering. I'm gonna leave that opening on the bottom because I'm then going to top stitch around the entire piece when I sew it onto the front. So that'll sew that last little section closed anyway, and I won't even have to hand sew it. Yay, laziness. Now I am going to attempt to scallop the top edge of this pocket to just put in 3 little round humps instead of having a straight line. That's totally my little design preference for this, and I don't know if it'll work. Let's try it. What could go wrong? I could suck at sewing curves. And there we go. That's the pocket. I'm gonna top stitch around the whole thing first and then center it on my front bib and just sew it down around those 3 edges. And there we have it. Pocket! All right, let's get that front waistband on. We know the drill by now. We're marking the center of both of our waistbands, the center of our bib, lining it up, sandwiching it, sewing all the way down. Now let's set that aside and we can sew the 2 pieces of each sash into one piece. So I'm sewing it all the way down one side to right side. And since I've done the little pointed ends, I'm actually just gonna stop right where that curve starts and I will sew that closed on the next step. So now we can take our one long sash and pin it onto the end of the front waistband. And then we can sew that on. So now you should have one long sash coming out of your front waistband. Fold that in half, right side to right side, and we're gonna close it up like a tube. So I'll start sewing on the end here, right where I stopped before the little tapering, and go all the way around and back, but I'm going to stop sewing when I reach the front waistband because that's where we're going to be adding the skirt in. Now I can turn that entire tube right side out, just like we did with the straps, and I may regret this choice because it may not look good, but I think I am going to still top stitch around it so that it looks similar to the straps. And of course, once you finish the first side, you repeat all of that for the other side of the sash. So in the end, this is what we have. We've got our front bib with the waistband still open, but the sash fully sewn closed, ironed, if you're into that. Everything is ready to go, and now we are just going to add our front skirt panel to the front waistband. I've already gathered mine. Again, whatever you're doing to yours, gathering, pleating, you want to do first. And then we're just matching up those centers, pinning it on, and sewing across the top. There we go, it's attached. And the last step for our front panel is going to be top stitching the back of the waistband down. There you go, looking for an apron. You're done. But we're making a pinafore, so let's sew the back panel onto this front panel from about here down to the bottom, throw a hem on the whole thing, and then we're done. Let's take a look at the final product. Ooh, baby. Okay, no. Y'all, that was an excessive amount of filming and photographing that I just did. I feel like you can tell the order of outfits that I did by the de-evolution of my bun. It was so neat for about 5 minutes, and now it's just Frizz City. Oh well. Alright, enough of that. There you have it. What more is there to say? I am loving both of these final products. I hope you enjoyed learning how to make them. I hope that you go make tons of split-side pinafores of your own. They're so much fun, and I'm not much of a layering person. I'm really, like, lazy, but efficient and practical when it comes to getting dressed, and I like to put on as few articles of clothing as possible, which is why I love comfy knit dresses. But I must say, layering the pinafores, having so many different options of various outfit styles that you can make with them, it is really fun. Anyway, if you have any questions about the process, anything that was not clear in my tutorial, I tried to get as much detail in there as possible, but I know I'm not great at explaining things sometimes. Do feel free to ask those in the comments. I try to answer my comments every 2 weeks or so, so I will attempt to answer if you ask a question. And as always, I want to give a massive shout out to Melanie of Wildflower Design and the Coquelicot skirt that originally inspired me to try out this whole split side method. I mentioned this in my previous videos, and I'll say it again. I have no interest in making patterns, so I'm never going to make a pattern for these pinafore skirts, anything that I come up with in the future. Tutorials are about as good as it's gonna get. So if you're a sewist who prefers to use a pattern, if that is your jam, then I highly recommend heading over to Wildflower Design and checking out her Coquelicot skirt and her pinafore extension pack for that skirt. I will have that linked in the description of this video if you're interested. And I'm sure this video is extremely long between all of the details and all of the tangents. So let's wrap it up. Thank you so much for watching. If you are interested in more project videos, I don't make a whole lot of tutorials. I mostly just make project vlog sort of things. But yeah, if you like that, if you're interested, do feel free to subscribe. My videos come out every Friday, and I have no idea what's coming out soon. There's probably going to be some moving stuff because we're moving. What was that? This was neither this nor this. It was like halfway in between. My brain couldn't decide. We're moving, or we're moving to a place where there will hopefully be fewer sirens nearby. And it is an absolute disaster in this room, so I'm gonna go clean up. Later, taters. I could still call this the walkaway dress because of how many times I walked away while making it. Thanks, I worked on that one all week. We're all super into adjustable clothes right now, right? For all accounts and purposes, seems like it. And if you have been around the adjustable clothes or even just the sewing community, you've probably heard of the walkaway dress. I don't know who first called it the walkaway dress. I think the reason why is because it's supposed to be so fast to sew that you can just like sew it and walk away. I didn't look into it. Maybe I will. I probably won't. Tell me in the comments if you know. But yeah, a bunch of people have been making specifically this dress. This is the reproduction pattern from Butterick, which I have heard through the grapevine tends to not fit people well, tends to have fit issues. But also I've just been seeing a lot of stuff inspired by this dress. I'm sure there are a lot of other inspirations, but in general, what I would call, and what other people are calling, wrap pinafores. These dresses that are basically only attached at the shoulder seams. The whole thing goes over your head like a smock kind of thing, and usually, like this one, the back piece ties on first. Lies, my head did that backwards. The front piece ties on first, and then the back piece ties in the front. In fact, I just saw another wrap pinafore on Instagram like an hour ago while I was poop scrolling. Don't act like you don't do it too. So I got this pattern back before I really started sewing clothes, back when I thought, maybe I'll sew patterns. And I've been kind of meaning to make it, but I was pretty sure right from the start that I don't really want to make specifically this. I'm gonna make my own version. Of course I am. I love that there's so many different takes on the wrap pinafore. It's such a classic piece of clothing, so comfortable looking, so adjustable. Everyone can make it to their own preferences. I've got a few preferences of my own, and the first one is knit. I think I most commonly see these wrap pinafores in like linen and light breezy, you know, summery natural fibers, and natural fibers are amazing. I know a lot of people are super into natural fibers right now. I am not one of them. I like knit, and I don't mind if it's polyester. Other things that I'm going to change according to this pattern, I'd like to see if I can put like a flounce or a butterfly sleeve on it. Ow! Oh, what the f***? That was weird. That was just like a normal knuckle crack, but it hurt a lot. I'll pretend I'm not worried about that. Because it's knit, I think I can avoid the thing that I hate doing, which is putting darts in the bust that you can see on these. I think that's pretty common for the woven material wrap pinafores, is to put some sort of dart so that it fits to your boobs. You don't have to do that on knit because it'll just stretch to your boobs. Yet another reason why I love knit. Anything else I'm planning to change? I feel like there was something else I was gonna change, but now I can't remember, so whatever. So yeah, we're gonna start from scratch here and just kind of draft this out myself. It doesn't seem like it'll be difficult. I do want a full circle skirt, if possible, for the back panel, and then I think I'm gonna do a half circle on the front panel. You know how I feel about swoosh. So I pulled these two matching-ish, close enough, knits from my stash. Yo, I have a serious problem with my fabric stash. Most of my materials that have some sort of print or design, anything interesting about them, almost all of them, the vast majority, is stripes. Now that's all well and good, except what is the one pattern that you probably don't want to use on a circle skirt, the thing that I keep making over and over and over again because I love it so much? That's right, it's stripes, because if you cut out a circle skirt on stripes, your stripes are going to be this way in one place and they're going to be this way in another place, and you can, I've already done it, but it's like, it's not ideal. Stripes and circle skirts just aren't like the best combo. And yet, I keep buying stripes. Why is this? I don't know. But yeah, I thought I would do stripes on the front panel and then the solid color on the back panel. Oh, I think this was the thing that I said I was gonna change. I'm gonna line the bodice. So, where to start? I have done enough circle skirts now that I just know what my waist radius is for a full circle, which is like 4.77, and I always just do 5. So that means it'll be about 24 inches long. That was an unnecessary level of drama. Is this folded a weird way? This is not selvage to selvage. Ugh, not like I spent 8 minutes folding it or anything. Okay, let's cut out a circle. Oh wait, I remember what the actual other thing I was gonna change is. Pockets. I'm adding pockets, somehow.
12 seconds later.
How am I adding pockets? I should have thought of that first. Let's go ahead and get a half circle. Actually, before I cut out the front skirt, let's muse about the pockets for a minute. Okay, I've mused. I have the answer. They can't be in the front panel because the back panel covers the front panel and connects in the front and swooshes open. So that's all getting covered. You wouldn't be able to get to them. They need to be in the back panel, which is circling around basically like a normal skirt. So they should just be on the side seams, like a normal skirt. Hooray! That just means that I need to cut my circle skirt into 3 pieces. This is grand. Oh, this is annoying. Let's say it together. Good enough. This will be, if it ever unfolds, this will be the front, this will be the back one. We have 2/4 for the front, 1/2 for the back. So now we just need the bodice. This should be fairly similar to that very neon-y dress I made the other day. Sort of just a tank style top. Same on the back and the front. The back one might be a little different because the front one is wrapping and basically only reaching the side seams, and then after that it's going to be the ties, whereas the back one is wrapping around and should actually kind of meet in the front, so it could have much more of a slope, a diagonal line on the sides. If I do 3-inch straps, it'll be close enough to the edges that I could add the flounce sleeves. How much of a scoopity scoop do I want on this neck? What I did learn on that dress that I made is to make the straps a little shorter than you think on something made out of knit, because they will stretch and the neckline and everything will fall lower than you want it. All right, I think I need to go draw this on a piece of paper first. I'm not gonna make a pattern piece, but I need a little bit of sketching time. Okay, so there's a lot of pieces here. I may have complicated matters just a smidge. But I really didn't want to have to get out my second piece of this turquoise fabric, teal. I wanted to try to get everything out of this piece, and it didn't fit, which meant I had to get clever with the piecing. Yay! So the front bodice, it's one whole piece. This will be attached to the skirt. On the other hand, because I didn't have enough fabric, the back bodice piece is shorter than it should be, and it's going to have a sort of waistband that will be sewn onto it and then sewn onto the skirt in order to make it the proper length. And like, here's the extra fun, I couldn't even get the waistband cut out in one long strip, so it's in 3 different pieces. It's gonna line up with the whole side seams and everything. But you know what? In the end, I got everything that I need, and I even have 2 different sleeve options. Obviously, they're the different fabrics, but they're also drastically different shapes. This was just left behind, and I don't know what that's gonna look like. That might be silly, but I figured why not try. This is a little more similar to like a traditional butterfly flounce sleeve. I cut it a little bit oddly, but it should work. I have little strings that will tie the front piece together in the back. I have other little strings that will tie the back piece together in the front. This should work. If it does work, everyone's gonna be like, why didn't you give us all the measurements of this? But I'm only like 73% sure it'll work. Pretty sure is still not that sure in my world. Let's go to the sewing room after I stack all of these up so I can transport them. But y'all, look how little fabric I had left over. Like, that ain't bad for what is not really a no-waste dress. I do love getting creative to try to use up as much of a piece of fabric as possible. It's just like a fun challenge. It's very similar in my head to the challenge of like packing a dishwasher with 9 people's dishes, fitting as much stuff as possible in a suitcase. Using as much fabric as possible is in that realm, and I like it. Okay, now let's go to the sewing room. Oh, y'all, I carry so much of my stress in my jaw, and there has been a bit of stress this morning regarding the housing situation because, yeah, we still haven't closed on that house yet. So yeah, my jaw is extremely tight right now. Loads of fun. You have floof on your head. So I'm gonna hit you with some voiceover for this process. I started by connecting the outer front bodice to the outer back bodice at the shoulders, which I spent, well, not ages, but a solid like 10 minutes figuring out. I wanted them to be sloped because that was something I ended up altering into my neon tank dress. But oh my goodness, the opposite direction slopes you have to do was boggling my brain, both while cutting it out and now while stitching it. My surety in this pinafore turning out right was slipping downward, but then I realized why it was looking so weird to me. In my head, my shoulders slope in the other direction, like downward towards my neck, and yeah, clearly anatomy and life drawing are not my strong suits because that's not how shoulders slope. So this is actually all good. Yes, this fits a normal human body, which is something I have. I did the same thing to the front bodice lining and the back bodice lining, and then I sewed those 2 pieces together around the neck and turned them right side out to check. I will iron this in a moment, but I wanted to figure out which sleeve I prefer first. Pinned one of each on, and what do you think? If you think the teal one is better, you have chosen incorrectly. So sorry. If you prefer the striped one though, congrats! I'm totally choosing it because your opinion means so much to me, even though this was filmed weeks ago and the power of choice is an illusion. Okay, enough of that. I ironed, I promise, and then really poorly roll hemmed the sleeve floofs. I hate doing tiny rolled hems, especially on curved edges. It takes me straight back to my days altering bridal wear. Yeesh. Then it was time for a break because Matt and I decided to obliterate our house stress by flopping onto the couch and watching TV for the rest of the night. Did it help? Sure. Back at it the next afternoon, I pinned the sleeves onto the outside of the bodice and basted them in place. I then sewed up the little strings that will tie the front piece in the back because those need to be sewn into the bodice itself, before using the burrito method to stitch up the 2 sides of the bodice with that nice clean seam on the outside. Y'all, I always thought the burrito method was gonna be so much harder than it actually is. If you're scared of trying it, don't be scared. It's super easy. All right, so it's coming along. I think this was the good sleeve choice. It looks nice. My main concern right now is that the back might be too short even when I add the waistband on. I don't know, we'll see. I went ahead and made the ties for the front, or rather the ties that go on the back but tie in the front. And then I'm gonna put the waistbands together and sew those onto the bodice. You know, besides the housing stuff stress, there's definitely also been a slight amount of stress relating just to this channel, but like good stress, happy stress, that can be a thing, right? Sure. In case you don't know, all of my videos are typically filmed a month before they actually come out. So as I'm filming this project right here, the channel is starting to grow, which is incredibly exciting. And that is really thanks to all of you guys. So thank you so much for watching, for commenting, for liking, for subscribing, for all of those YouTuber-y things. Obviously, the algorithm plays a part. The algorithm has decided to show me to some new people, but it's you guys then watching the videos and then going to watch another video. Like, that's what makes the algorithm decide to show me to even more people. So it is you guys who have done this lovely thing, and I very much appreciate it. It's just really exciting after having treated YouTube like a full-time job for a couple years now? Time is weird, however long it's been. It's exciting after treating it that way for a while to actually just be starting to get bigger numbers. I hate that it's about numbers, but it is about numbers. But it's not even really about the numbers. It's exciting to me that this community is growing. I've really just had so much fun learning how to sew. It's pretty empowering sewing your own clothes or sewing anything, whether you're into, you know, clothes or quilting or purses or stuffed animals. Like, creating anything for yourself is a really empowering feeling, and it has brought me great joy. So it also brings me great joy to hear from more and more people that they're being inspired to give it a try themselves, or that, you know, they're pulling out their sewing machine that they haven't touched for years and they're gonna give it a try again. Whatever it may be, that's really meaningful to me. Let me go iron these real fast. But also, one of the joys of getting higher views is, you know, getting paid more. So thank you for all of your support, because you just watching a video means that I have crept a little closer to an actual full-time income. It was funny to me on the patchwork dress video, all of the quilters in the comments, I knew it was coming, were all like, why didn't you use a rotary cutter and mat to cut out all those squares? It's not like I hadn't considered that as a possibility, but I don't have a rotary cutter and mat, and they're not cheap. I almost bought one several months ago and they were on sale and I was still like, So sometimes people don't do what seems to be the easiest solution because they can't afford it. And of course I have some money to put back into this, into my sewing obsession, but it hasn't been much up till now. And I'll be honest here, I would much rather spend it on unnecessarily large fabric hauls of really inexpensive fabric, because that's who I am. I'm really bad at investing in equipment and tools and stuff because it's just not as fun for me. I'm always like, I'm getting by. I'm gonna complain every other video that I don't have a serger, but I'm still not gonna invest in one. But now, thanks to the rise in support, I am gonna start investing in stuff. Get some things that will make all of this even easier. Also, all of those comments cracked me up because everybody was like dying that it took me 4 hours to cut things out. And I guess this is because I come from embroidery. In embroidery, I can spend 4 hours working and cover like this much space. So I was thrilled that it only took me 4 hours. Like I think I said in that video, I was expecting it to take me like days. And then I was like, damn, I got it done in 4 hours. Good on me. And then everyone in the comments was like, oh my God, I'm dying that it took you 4 hours. Just goes to show, we all come to sewing with very different perspectives depending on where you started, what you make, what your creating style is. Anyway, I think I've gotten slightly off the rails, but I was talking about stress. Yes, I'm back. So it's interesting because I think every time your visibility and your interactions on any form of social media go up, there's sort of an adjustment period. So like for me, I really did enjoy before going through and like reading every single comment and responding to as many as possible. And you reach a point where that's just not feasible anymore. I could try to do that, but then I wouldn't have time to actually put out another video. So do know that I am reading your comments. I'm reading as many of them as I can, and I absolutely love hearing from you. Please don't stop telling me all of your stories and giving advice. And just know that if you do have an actual question for me, I will try to find your comment and answer it. Anyway, so I'm in that adjustment period right now of adjusting to just more engagement. More engagement is amazing, but as a massive introvert, even online engagement can be a little overwhelming at times. But I will adjust, and the stress will all dissipate, and it will all be grand. So all of that to say, again, thank you so much. I don't know, it's just so cool to me, and I feel so completely honored, and I'm gonna sew now. I'm sewing the waistbands together onto the back bodice. So I need to get the waistband ties into the ends of the waistband. I was kind of thinking about tapering these because the ties are so small. I don't know, but can I do that evenly? There's the rub. God, I want to wing it so badly, but I have two sides and they need to match-ish. After several minutes of trying to get the perfect angle on the ends of the back panel waistband, I remembered that the skirt actually goes all the way around to the front, and angling probably isn't a good idea. So I just sewed the ties onto a straight end and called it a day. Whatever. And yeah, here's the bodice. It's actually looking pretty dang good, I think, although I must admit I did not intend for this piece to be quite as high-waisted as it's looking right now. I tried to compensate for the weight of the knit, like I had to do on my neon dress, so maybe once the skirt is on there, it'll pull it down more to what I was imagining, but yeah, I think I just made it all a bit too short. Honestly, it's fine either way, because, you know, I wear a lot of stuff on my high waistline anyway. I quickly hemmed up the sides of the front skirt panel and then stitched the whole thing onto the front bodice, top stitching the lining down, and tra-la! I'll wait to hem it until I get the back one finished, just in case there are length discrepancies. I'm kind of expecting them. And at that point, I took a break to make cookie dough with Matt, and yes, I do mean cookie dough.
Hi.
If you've seen any of my baking videos, I'm sure you're aware that I have absolutely no fear of salmonella, so yeah, we eat it like this. From there, I just had to get the back skirt panel sewn together with the pockets inserted in there. I did have to cut the pockets down a little in width because I hadn't taken into account the size of the front panel covering them, but all went well. I got the skirt sewn onto the back bodice, turned down the lining for top stitching, and blazed my way through that hemming before I could completely lose interest for the day. And huzzah, we're done! Alright, well if you're still here, thanks for sticking with me to the end. I know I've been rather, distracted and chatty and, you know, lightly stressed in these last few videos and projects, and, yeah, I don't know if that's gonna change anytime soon. It will. Give me a month or two. But, final product. What are my thoughts? I cut a lot of corners, quite literally, because I was trying to just cram everything out of a certain amount of fabric instead of just getting more fabric. So there are definitely a few things that are not exactly how I want them, and that I will be updating if and probably when I make this dress again. First of all, I would definitely make the front panel go further than just my side seams. Most of the time, it's fine and there's enough coverage, especially if I'm just, you know, walking around, but I need all of my circle skirts to accommodate me spinning in circles. And when you spin in circles, sometimes it's like, whoop, let me just fly open on the sides there. So I think next time I would either do 2/3, 3/4 of my waist width so that it just goes a little further back here rather than cutting off here. And speaking of right here, I would also cut this differently. Just because the bras that I'm wearing are usually cut about like this. Usually I'm wearing a sports bra because why not? But still, I don't really want them to show on the sides, so I think I would probably leave the back one cut about the same as what it is, but try to taper the front panel in a little bit faster under the armpits. Oh, the last thing that I would fix is the whole back panel needs to be able to be smaller. You can always tie this looser. It doesn't have to meet in the middle. So, you know, if you want a looser fit or if you gain some weight or whatever, that's easy. But this is currently as tight as I can tie it, and I would prefer it a little tighter, like that. If you're gonna do something adjustable, you want it to be adjustable in both directions. Other than those 3 somewhat major issues, I think it turned out pretty fine. Like, it's definitely fine enough that I will be wearing this, especially around the house. I might not wear it out without like shorts underneath, just because I don't feel like there's enough overlap on the sides. But yeah, not only did I learn a lot, not only is it a great first prototype for the next round, but I am still gonna wear it. Also, my overall takeaway of wrap pinafores is like a hardcore yes please. Oh, the AC turned on. I don't feel like turning it off. It's all the way over there. It's too far of a walk. It's fine. I might also try to make one out of woven material at some point. That kind of falls in my full coverage pinafore bib realm, because that's another thing that I want to try making. Let's be real, there are so many things I want to try making. The question is just when I'll have time to get to making them. So yeah, good times, good project. I think this was probably my last sewing project in this house, in this studio. Oh, how I will miss all of the wood. Not really. Here's hoping my next studio setup has slightly better lighting, even though this was fun and cozy. It was just always so warm. But yeah, there might be a few moving videos, chatty videos, stuff like that while I get my new studio space in the new house theoretically set up. Once again, I just want to say thank you so much to every single one of you for watching, for subscribing, for liking, for commenting, for being here and being part of this community and welcoming me into the community. It is such an honor and a privilege to get to do this job, to get to make the things that I love and do the things that I love and explore and experiment and just make tons of mistakes and share all those mistakes with you. I truly do love it. I truly feel honored. So thank you, thank you, thank you so much for being here. Okay, bye! Ah, yes, this is safe. This is okay. I'm pretty sure it should blah, 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 blah. Sneezy! We have done a wrap pinafore. Never again! Just kidding. Of course I'm gonna make another wrap pinafore, but not today. Y'all, I was gonna start this video in my studio, and then I filled my coffee cup so full, it just seemed like too far to walk with it. And that is the behind the scenes reason of why we're starting in the dining room. So I made this wrap pinafore a few weeks ago. You remember, you were there. If you weren't, all good. You don't need to watch the prequel to understand today's video. There were a few things that ultimately were not right about this that I would want to tweak, but there are also a few things that, you know, rather than tweaking the wrap pinafore, I'd rather just change entirely. In other words, we're gonna make a split side dress. Yeah. I mean, I have a long list of variations on the whole split side skirt theme. Honestly, I thought I would be getting to like split side pants before I bothered getting to a dress. But no, actually in the end, I realized that I have more ideas for how to make a dress work than how to make pants work. So we're going with the dress. Because when I made this wrap pinafore, I was like, oh, this is pretty much the same, right? Except for some key factors. So one of the things that I did not love about my design here was that there wasn't enough overlap of the skirts. If I moved around, if I spin around, these would still fly open and show upper thigh. Gasp. And then the other thing that I wanted to fix in a later design was the overlap right here. I wanted it to be higher just so that a bra wouldn't show. Although I did go with, you know, a hot pink sports bra to make it look like it's a style choice. So the joy of the split side skirt, split side pinafore, split side dress, the split only happens from about mid-thigh up so you can get it on. But at the bottom you still have a fully connected hem. So you just don't have to worry about overlapping more or something flying open, and it's kind of a fabric saver. I did 1.5 circles to make this skirt. In the end, I was like, the way I would fix this is make the bottom layer go all the way around to the back. So now we're talking 2 full circle skirts that I'm stacking on top of each other. That's fun. That's extra swoosh. It's like kind of having like a petticoat layer, I guess. But that's also a lot of extra fabric that I'm having to put into my design. Whereas a split side skirt, I can make a full circle skirt, connected on the sides, it's just 1 circle. It doesn't have to have that double layer, and therefore fabric saving. Yeah? Okay. So far, all of my split side skirts and pinafores have wrapped on with the back piece tying on first, and then the front piece tying in the back with a little sash and a bow and all that cuteness. The wrap pinafore, on the other hand, I made in the style of the walkaway dress, which is the front panel ties on first in the back, then the back panel ties on in the front with this cute little bow. So those are kind of the big differences. The skirt is going to be fully connected, and the back panel is gonna tie on first, front panel ties on second. I have to think about that so hard every time. This is Matt's elegant solution to not getting enough Wi-Fi in his studio. This lovely drapey cable goes all the way through the kitchen. I obviously love that. We need to get an electrician in here hardcore. Okay, what were we doing? Where were we? We get it, right? We get it. Split side dress. Different than a wrap pinafore, but just barely. So I've been thinking through this design, how it's gonna work, all of that, for, you know, probably like 6 months now. And I have hit upon what I think is a working solution. So the easiest way to make these kind of dresses is to think of them as the 2 different halves, the back half and the front half. Let's assume we've got a half circle skirt here because that's pretty safe to assume. And on my split side stuff, the pockets are attached to the back half. Basically from there, we have the back bodice. Because of how I'm gonna do the front bodice, I don't actually need a slope on the side, I don't think, but I am still gonna put it there because I just think this looks too pinafore-y. So it'll just be sort of a gentle slope like that. I think I actually might go really simple here with sort of the traditional, just tie it in a little knot. So that's your back half. Now on the front half, again, we got a half circle skirt. Now the front bodice is basically gonna be straight on the sides, but it's going to have a big sash that comes out of it. This sash will wrap around to the back, and it can either tie there, or I'm hoping it can actually wrap back around to the front and tie like under the bust right here. Ow, sorry chair. Neckline, we will kind of figure out as we go. I don't know, I'm not really sure what I want yet. I do know that I'm going to be using a woven fabric. So unlike this one, which is knit, where I just kind of cut out the shape that I wanted and let it form to my boobs however it wanted, I will need to do some form of shaping here. And y'all, I've got some sort of personal thing against darts. I don't know why, I don't know where that came from, but I don't want to do darts. So I'm looking at another option that I've done before on a pattern. I think it looks cute, it works well, which is under bust gathering, where you cut something that is bigger, you just do a little bit of right here, and so it forms little, you know, cup shapes. I've never done one of those by myself, like without following a pattern. So obviously it'll go perfectly the first time. But let's talk fabric, because this is fun. This fabric was gifted to me by Lori of Piece 9 Art. There's a link to her Spoonflower store in the description below, and she also gave me a little QR code, so I'll stick that on the screen. Probably here. Here, this seems like it makes sense. She's an incredible artist. She has so many gorgeous designs. It was such a joy to look through her entire artwork. Thank you so much, Lori, for the beautiful fabric. It's gonna look awesome. Also, because I got it from Spoonflower, I actually know what it is. What? I know, that's so rare. This is a cotton lawn, which I basically selected because I was like, I don't think I've ever used that before, so let's give it a go. I do really like how it's this very like thin, sort of light, breezy fabric. But because the print that I chose is darker, it doesn't really feel see-through at all. I've got 5 yards of this, so that should be plenty to make myself the circle skirt that I so always desire. Isn't that design so beautiful? I love that you can see all of the textures of the paint strokes in it. Gorgeous. God, thank you, Lori. Thank you so much. I am so excited to use this. So we're starting with the bodice. Should I make actual paper patterns? Nah, that just seems like too much of a faff at the moment. I'm gonna split my design into all the different pieces. I'm gonna measure myself. I'm gonna assign measurements to those pieces, and then I'm gonna transfer those onto the fabric, and we will go from there. But first, so I'll put my hair up, because otherwise I won't get anything done. When I do the loopy through instead of a normal ponytail, that is when I really mean business. It's happening. Time for the slow and boring part. God, I hate edges. I kind of like to do the little like short circle skirt with a ruffle on the bottom. But if I attach the bodice, I mean, that's fine in theory. Gross. It's about 9, 3, 7. We do still want a slight armpit. Yeah, I kind of do want a V-neck on this. Okay, I think that is everything except for the boob gathers. Here's how my brain is saying to figure this out. Right now my measurements are 38 on the bust line, 34 below. I probably am adding an extra inch there because I have several bulky layers on, but oh well. So if I divide my under boob in half, we have 17. Then if I subtract 17 from 38, we have 21. So logically, in my head, you would want to cut out your bodice at 21 inches all the way down, but then you would want to gather under the bust line 2 inches on both sides so that it gathers to 17 inches underneath. Yeah? 20 minutes later, I think I have all of my pieces, all of my measurements. So now I just transfer that over here and we cut things out. Sometimes daddy leaves and you just have to deal with that. Am I having a dance party to avoid cutting this out? Yes. Ooh, that cuts delightfully. I don't know if this is gonna work. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. That should be my theme song. Is this one of those fabrics that you can tear? It is! Oh, that's satisfying. All right, y'all, somehow all of that has led to this. Oh, and I did want to note for those of you who are concerned, you know who you are. You'll be so happy to hear that I pre-washed, dried, and ironed this fabric before I started the video. What? I know, right? Who am I? Let me run through real fast what I did. First, Easy peasy, I have 2 half circles over here, one for the front, one for the back. So it's not a very long skirt. Because of that, I took all of my leftover fabric in the end, which was a little more than a yard, and I cut it into strips, and I'm gonna add a ruffle to the bottom of the skirt. Over here, I of course have the 4 pieces of pocket, same as I always do, but did anyone say purse pockets? It was me, I said it. So I cut out a little bit of extra to do an inner pocket in the pocket because yeah, why not? I also have my front and back bodice. I did decide to line those in the end, not because I feel like it needs a second layer of fabric, but because for me, it's often just the easiest way to get a clean seam finish rather than having to add binding to it. So my front is V-necked, I cut it out wider and I'm going to be gathering it down, and then I have this little piece, which is the front band here. I have 2 little pieces to be the strings that will tie on the back panel. And then I have these giant triangles. I only cut out 2 of them, so I'm not gonna be making the sashes, these big sashes, double layered like I normally would. For some reason in my head, I was like, that's unnecessary, and I just went with this. And like, yeah, I think it'll be fine. I think thinner is better for some reason. I don't know. This is wider than it needs to be by not quite 2, because I just used whatever I had, but that'll allow me to gather these a little bit right here, which will just give the sash a bit more fullness and fluff, I think, in my head. Yeah? Oh, and then the last thing, this weird little shape might be a sleeve. I'm just kind of determined to turn random leftover scraps into sleeves, even though they are not at all sleeve shapes. If it doesn't work, I just won't sew it on. And that is the end of the cutting out stage. Ooh, there's a butterfly. Let's go sew. Y'all, I cleaned up my studio. Yay! I don't think the actual like designing of it is gonna happen for a little bit, especially because the electrician has to come first. But I got all of the boxes unpacked and everything is stashed in a way I can handle, at least for a few weeks, maybe months. Better than nothing. Okay, so here comes the super fun part. Why am I framed so weird? Okay, so here comes the super fun part. Trying to figure out what to sew first. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sew together these weird sleeve things first and see if that even works. That'll get the juices flowing and it'll all work from there, theoretically. Always theoretically. I am also going to be such a good little sewist and plug in my iron right now so that when it comes time to iron seams, I can't be like, oh, but then I'd have to heat up the iron. It's on. Okay, but like, sleeve, but only if you don't raise your arm. Hey, it was worth a try. Okay, I no longer know what my brain is doing. Let's move on to the actual dress. Yeah? No sleeves. Y'all, am I about to turn these into pockets? Stand by.
Y'all, I've been very into this playlist of like classic love songs lately. It's all like older people singing covers of, you know, the original songs from the 50s and stuff, like Irving Berlin, all of those goodies and everything. But I was just thinking, do you think 50 years from now, a bunch of older artists will be singing classic covers like Poker Face and Single Ladies and Bitch Better Have My Money? I'm just picturing like a Tony Bennett kind of figure, but singing like the popular songs of right now. Hilarious.
I moved on to the OG pockets, starting with the pockets inside the pocket. So many pockets, huzzah! But I wasn't loving the way my machine was stitching on this fabric. I tried changing the tension and the needle size, but the smallest needle that I have on hand is 8014, and I think it needs lower than that.
Oh, that's not good.
I was planning to just not care, as I so often do, because I really didn't want to make a Joann run for one needle, but then I realized I was super hungry, which means I can use a trip to Joann as an excuse to get lunch, and getting lunch as an excuse to visit Joann, making circular reasoning work for me since 1995. I'm assuming I didn't learn that trick until I was 3.
Oh, y'all, it is hot outside. I am not really one of the, hello. I am not one of the lovers of fall that most people of my demographic appear to be. Every time people are like, oh my god, yay, it's fall is coming. I'm just like, my light is slipping away. But then, you know, the cooler weather, I am looking forward to it. If we could have summer light with like, well, around here with like late fall weather, that'd be grand. But we got a screen for this door in here, and the puppy is already delighting in dashing in and out of it whenever we open it. So it'll be nice when the weather is cool and I can leave that open and he can just come in and out all day long. Anyway, I didn't go for bobbins, but I have been kind of running low on bobbins, so I went ahead and got more because of course there was a sale. But here's what matters. Smaller needles, or more delicate needles, whatever you're supposed to call them. I got 70, 10, and 68, so let's give those a try. That sounds better already. Are you really changing your needle if you're not making a ridiculous face? Interestingly enough, I feel like the 70, 10 was better. Yeah, I'll take that. Let's move on. It's been a hot second since I made a split side skirt. I don't know. I'm just making it up as I go. Okay.
Once I got all the pockets attached to the skirt halves, I went ahead and sewed them up the side, so I have this bit-o skirt all done. I'll add the ruffle later, cause for now, I just want to move on to that bodice. Although I don't want to that much, so I started with the little things that need some stitches but aren't actually like construction yet, turning those ties into tubes. Yo, I was doing the string trick for turning it right side out, and then I wasn't paying attention and I cut off my strings. Whoops! It was too small for the one straw that I have, so instead I did a chopstick without a straw trick, and it actually worked decently.
Okay, that worked.
Ooh, satisfying. After that, I got that hemming done on those big sashes. Always a blast. For the back bodice, I lined up the two pieces and sewed around the neckline and the armhole edge things, making sure to insert the ties on the two ends before turning everything right side out and pressing it. On the front bodice, I marked about 5 inches evenly on each side of the lower bust, and then sewed the two gathering lines in those little areas so that I could cinch them in. I lined up the edges and the center of the top piece with the band that goes underneath, and then gathered those two little sections down until it fit perfectly before sewing it down. Then the outer layer and the lining of the front bodice got sewn together the exact same way as the back one, and...
Alright, y'all. So I've got the front bodice. I think the gathering thing worked. And then I have the back bodice complete with the ties. I didn't put the sashes on this one yet because I can do that afterward, and I thought it would be easier to do this next step without those giant sashes attached. So normally when I'm doing a bodice like this, I sew the shoulders together first, and then I do the burrito method at the end to get like these seams right here clean. This time I thought I'd try a different method where you sew each one and then you like shove it inside the other one so you can sew the shoulder seams together. I don't know, I just saw it the other day on a reel and I was like, oh, I could do that next time. So we're gonna try it. This actually kind of seems a lot easier. Maybe I will do this from now on. Okay. Yeah, that kind of was a lot easier than the burrito method. Let's see if it looks as good. Yeah, works for me, y'all. I wonder if it fits. I'm lightly concerned, but I'm always lightly concerned. So I'm gonna get the sashes added on. Y'all, it looks good.
Once the bodice was done, I tried it on and was pleasantly surprised to see that my armhole measurements, which were completely and totally wrong, perfectly covered the bra area. Huzzah! On the other hand, I'm once again concerned about how short the back bodice is, despite having measured it twice to make sure I got it right this time. I sewed each side of the bodice onto the corresponding side of the skirt and was reminded why I don't normally attach the sides of the skirt until the very end. It's a lot of bulk flying around and getting confusing when it could have just been all nice and flat. Oh well, we learn and live.
I hear trotty paws. Hi, my love.
I was just finishing up the top stitching when Matt got home and it was dinner time, and that was the end of that. But I'll come back tomorrow to add that ruffle.
Sometimes that just happens. Honestly, I was expecting it to be a lot worse than it is. Good morning. Okay, y'all, so I tried this on last night. First of all, yay, because it worked. But also, it's so cute at the length that it currently is, like the shorter length without the ruffle. And I stood there for the longest time debating because I was like, I already cut it out. Well, you know, cut it out. It's long strips of rectangle fabric. Finally went and got some validation from Matt and he was like, yeah, it's really cute how it is. So I think I'm just gonna leave it how it is. But I am just gonna throw the tiniest hem possible on this dress and then we're gonna be done. Insanity!
Yo, this was a huge success. That's always nice, isn't it? I don't often wear skirts that are shorter like this, or make them, but I do think it's really nice, especially in this lighter fabric, because it's very breezy and very summery, and yeah, it's a fun change. Constructive criticism time, there's actually not much this time, because y'all, this pretty much worked. The armpit thing, great. It covers a bra completely. Perfect. I like the two options for tying it because when I tie it in the back, it's generally a little bit looser and more flowy. And then when I bring it back around to the front, I can really like cinch it in tight if I want that feel. I think that these shoulders could have been slightly smaller, but it's fine. It's not uncomfortable and it's not cutting in anywhere or anything. The gathered bust, y'all, if you are trying to make a fitted bust and you really don't want to try to figure out darts, it's not hard. I really like it. In fact, I really kind of want to go make another one right now. What a pity that I didn't make a pattern. Oh well. And y'all, I know that I said I would make another wrap pinafore at some point. I think I literally said it in this video. I don't think I'm gonna. In the end, I'd rather just make more of these. The skirt being fully attached on the bottom, it's just better for me. I just feel much more like I am wearing a dress in this than I do in the wrap pinafore. I don't know, this worked really well. It's so adjustable. The entire thing is just tied on me. Oh, I remember what the other thing is that I need to fix. I knew there was something else. Bodice, definitely, I would prefer it to be like an inch longer, especially in the back. In fact, the front might be fine, but I think I need another inch on the back because it is pulling my shoulder seams. Like these should be here and they're here. Logging that away for the future. add another inch on the back bodice. Also, y'all, sewing on the cotton lawn was really interesting. This fabric does not like pins. It was very hard to get a pin through it, but it holds creases really well. Like, you can finger press it and it will stay. It's a little bit of like a crisp, papery feeling, but in a nice, drapey, flowy way. And I absolutely love the print. It feels like wearing art. It is wearing art. So big thank you again to Lori from Piece 9 Art for sending me this fabric. It was such a joy to work with. It's so beautiful. I'm so grateful. Thank you, Lori. And I'll wrap it up with a random story. Y'all, I told somebody I'm a YouTuber for the first time, like somebody other than you. It was our server in a restaurant. She asked both Matt and I, what do we do? And Matt said, I work in the music industry, which is usually what he says. And for the first time ever, I said the words, I am a YouTuber, to a stranger. It felt weirdly natural. And also, Matt is usually the one who gets like the ooh response because people assume that he means he's a musician. But this time I got the ooh response. She was all like, ooh, that's super cool. Doing what? What kind of stuff? We had a little chat about it. So fun. Anyway, yeah, that's my random wrap-up story. Thank you all for watching. If there is a ton of interest in the split side dress, the way there was in the pinafore and the skirt, and you guys would like me to do a more tutorial-ish video, breaking it down even more than I just did, let me know. I have a track record of taking a very long time to get to things like that, but I will at put it on the list. Later, taters. Doopy-doopy-doo. Why is it so much bigger than the back? Oh well, don't question it. Ooh, that's creepy.
Nope.
8 3/4. Gasp.
Ah. Do we not thrive on chaos?
Hey you, yes you who have never made anything without a pattern before. You are far more capable of self-drafting than you could ever imagine. You can do this! I kind of figured that there would be interest in a tutorial-ish video for the split side dress, but I actually wasn't expecting to get to it this soon. Soon. It's been weeks, months. However, I just finished my tier 1 project list, which I've never done before because I usually like replenish items on the tier 1 list from the tier 2 list as I finish things. But yeah, for some reason I just managed to blast through the entire thing without replenishing it for the first time, and then I was like, now what? Split side dress tutorial video. That's what. If you have ever seen one of my tutorial videos before, then you know the drill, but for anyone who is new to this concept or this channel, first of all, hello, welcome, I hope you like chaos. Let me go over those lovely disclaimers. I am not an expert sewist. I am not a pattern maker. I barely know what I'm doing on any given day, and I am the global ambassador of winging it and making it work. These videos are tutorial-ish because I don't give you like exact measurements or how much fabric you need or really very much specific stuff at all. It's like sewing theory, yeah? Also, no matter how many times you'll ask for it or scream type the word pattern in the comments of my videos, I'm not gonna make a pattern, y'all. I'm not. Not anytime soon. Like, I never say never, but probably never. But I am going to do my best to show you how to make a split side dress like this one, but not this one because I never make the same thing twice. We are going to make 2 versions of the split side dress in this video, each one different, each one showing different techniques and styles and options, so that hopefully you can come away from this video having an idea of how to make a split side dress that is perfect for you, for your body, for your preferences, for your style. And of course, I have already made tutorial-ish videos on the split side skirt and the split side pinafore. So if this video is sort of lacking in information in certain areas, particularly like the skirt construction, the pocket construction, that's because I've already gone over to that to the best of my ability in those videos, which I will put in the description for you. Also, we're not gonna be doing this exact style of bust gathering on the 2 dresses that I'm gonna make in this video, which I know a lot of people really liked this. A lot of people said that this was something they'd like to try. I do feel like I kind of explained how I got the measurements for all of that in the video about this dress,
basically as well as I could. So if you have any further questions about that, feel free to ask, but yeah, I think I kind of covered that. I mean, speaking of questions, if you have any questions about anything, do feel free to leave those in the comments because I do try to answer all of them to the best of my ability. I am here for you. I don't know what I'm doing, but I will do my best to open up what's going on in my brain for you, and hopefully it helps. Okay, so like I said, we are going to make 2 dresses. Both of them are going to be split side. Both of them are using that same basic design concept, but one of them is going to be out of woven fabric and one of them is going to be out of knit. Ooh. The woven dress is going to be a maxi length, gathered, and tiered skirt. No circle skirt for once. I know, gasp! And the knit one is going to be a midi length circle skirt. I can't not do at least one circle skirt, y'all. Both of them are going to have those absolutely giant pockets that are a staple of the split side anything, but I do want to play around with different closure types on each of them. This dress, I did a tying closure for the back panel, but I'm thinking for these, I might try to do snap closures on the knit and maybe hook and eye closures on the woven, really just to experiment some more. This is one of those areas that I've gone over a lot more in the previous video. So in that split side skirt tutorial, I talked about all the different styles of closure methods that you can use, and we went into a few more of them. I am avoiding any form of lace up closures on the dresses just because it seems like it would be more cumbersome to try to lace something when you have the attached bodice. Moving up to the bodice differences, the woven dress is going to have a gathered bodice, but not like this one where the gathering is just right underneath the bust. It's going to be a completely gathered bodice, more like a milkmaid top or a peasant top. That will be attached to a panel waistband and will have those big sashes so you can tie on the front panel just like with this dress. The woven dress is going to have spaghetti straps and I'm considering having them actually tie on the shoulders for even more adjustability. Also, the bodice on this one is going to be lined. On the knit one, we're gonna do more of a like regular style of bodice, just more like this one. But since it's knit, we don't have to do any gathering for les boobs, although you still could. If your knit is not super stretchy or you are well endowed and you need a little extra space in there, you could still add darts or gathering to your knit material and give yourself that extra space. I'm thinking of doing a square neckline on this one, because why not? But the bodice is not going to be lined on this one, which means I have to do a neck binding, and I don't actually know how to do a binding on a square neckline. So if it ends up feeling too complex, I might revert to a V-neck or a scoop neck, although complexity has never stopped me from trying things before, so. We are also going to put sleeves on this one, yay! I'm gonna stick with those good old butterfly flutter sleeves because those are currently the only kind of sleeves that I've really figured out how to put on any of these like split side or wrap dresses. I would love to experiment with different sleeve types in the future, but right now I don't know how to properly attach those to this kind of dress, so it wouldn't really be a good time to throw that in this video. It's not really tutorial ready, not even tutorial-ish ready. That's what we got. Here are my fabrics. I'm going to be using this purple knit for the knit dress. Did you guess? You're so good. It's not a super like stiff or heavy one, it's pretty light. So yeah, knit is always a toss-up for me on how well it's gonna work out on any given design. Yeah, we shall see. As usual, I've chosen a piece of fabric that I have an absolute buttload of, just so that I won't run out and I won't have to like alter my design or anything. I never like to do that during a tutorial video. However, I am going to measure it this time before I get started and do my best to give you a calculation of how much fabric I used at the end, in case that's helpful. For the woven dress, since it's going to be a 3-tiered skirt, I kind of wanted to use 3 different fabrics. So I did an Instagram poll and you guys selected this very bright and fun combination. I'm really excited about this. This fabric my mother-in-law brought me from Portugal, so it has like those Portugal kind of tiles on it that are so beautiful. It's gonna be bright, it's gonna be fun. Right up my alley. Again, I will do my best to measure all of these first and give you a calculation of how much fabric I used at the end, but I do just want to stress once again that the amount of fabric you need for a project is so dependent on you, on your size, on your skirt length, and on your skirt style. It is going to take way more fabric to make a maxi length circle skirt than a mini gathered skirt. Alrighty, now that I've talked for ages, let's actually make the thing. I'm actually gonna start with the knit dress because it's more similar to the one that I've already made, and then we will jump back to the woven dress, and hopefully I will have put chapters on this video. So if you're just interested in one or the other, you can jump around. Note to myself while uploading, please do that. To the cutting table. All right, I'm still trying to figure out lighting and angles in this room, so thanks for bearing with me. So in order to self-draft pretty much any garment, you just have to break that garment into all of the separate flat pieces and then assign your measurements to those flat pieces. That's it, that's all it is. Doesn't that make it sound simple? Also, please keep in mind that all of my drawings are just that. They are drawings by somebody who is not very good at drawing. So they're not like size appropriate to each other or whatever. They're approximations. Let's break down the knit dress into all of its separate pieces. Obviously, we first need the skirt panels, which will be 2 half circles because circle skirt. I drew them as quarter circles because that's typically how you cut them out, folded in half. Moving up from there, we of course need the pockets, 4 pieces, 2 for each pocket. Then we have the front bodice. It's 1 piece, and we only need 1 of them because we aren't lining it. We do know right away though that we are going to need a long rectangle to be the neck binding. We don't need armhole binding because sleeves, and for those I'm doing a variation of like a butterfly sleeve, which is generally a circle that you cut out another circle kind of off-centered in, but we don't have an underside to our armpit hole. Is that called an armscye or armscye? You are getting instruction from such a professional. So instead of cutting out the full circle, I'll cut a teardrop shape. So I have 2 actual ends to my sleeve piece. This is making sense, yes? We also know right away that we need 2 sashes to attach to the front bodice and tie it on. You could do 4 pieces and make the sash lined or double-sided or whatever you want to call it, but I'm just gonna do 2 on this one, I think, and then just hem the edges. I do think that the thinner, I guess, your sashes are, the better they tie into a knot. Okay, I avoided talking about the back bodice yet. That's all we have left, and I left it to the end because I guess it's kind of the most complex part of this specific dress. Not really, but a little. So you might be thinking it's gonna be just like the front bodice. It's just gonna be 1 piece, right? And it very well could be, depending especially on what kind of fabric you're using. So for example, on this dress, the back bodice is just 1 piece. It curves down on the sides and it goes into the ties. But then that 1 piece times 2 because it is lined. However, I don't wanna line this knit version. So I could still do the back bodice in 1 piece, but in the front where it connects, there's gonna be a lot of stress and pull on that piece of fabric right there. And if it's just 1 layer of, especially this sort of light, very stretchy knit, it's not really gonna be able to resist that at all. I would prefer for the area that I'm snapping together here in the front to be at least double layered, possibly also with some interfacing in there, softish interfacing for added stability. I also want my sleeve to end here, but the bodice has to continue all the way to here, and I need a clean edge on the whole thing. Anyway, all that to say, what I've decided to do for this design is make the bodice 2 different pieces. We will have the top bit, which will not be lined and will end right around the armpit area with the end of the sleeve. And then we will have a panel reaching down from there to the waist, tapered at the ends so that it can meet in the front and snap there, and double layered for more stability. I mean, that wasn't really that complex, right? Yeah, no, not complex. It's just a design choice. So let's get some measurements assigned to those flat pieces now. Starting with the circle skirt, you can find circle skirt calculators online, which makes it super, super easy, but it's also really easy to just do it on your own. It's basically your waist measurement divided by pi, 3.14 is plenty, and then divided by 2, and that gives you that radius to measure from the corner of your fabric so that you can get the nice proper curve with the correct circumference. I'm gonna add a couple inches to my original waist measurement because not only does that give me some seam allowance, but it also gives me just a little bit of overlap on the sides, which I like for the split side design. So instead of 32, I'm gonna do 34. Or 35. Okay, so I ended up with about 5.5 inches as my radius. Let me tell you, I am always rounding this number either up or down. Usually up is safer. Now I just need the length, which I will measure by stepping on the high number end of the measuring tape and then bringing the beginning of the measuring tape up to my waist. You want to make sure to measure this off of where your waistline is going to fall, whether that's natural, high, or low. Then I can crane my neck or look in a mirror or carefully reach down and see what that number is for the length that I want. I'm not super picky about length, especially on circle skirts. I usually just go with whatever fits best on the fabric, but if you are super picky about length, make sure you're adding in some for the seam allowance at the waist and for the hem at the bottom. For the pockets, I measure from the side seams inward at my waistline. Remember that you want this skirt to be adjustable, so if you make your pockets meet in the center, you can't really make your skirt any tighter, you know? I tend to keep the top of my pockets around 6 inches at most, less if I want it to be more adjustable. The pocket length does not matter. Do whatever you want. As long as it's not sticking out from underneath your skirt, you're all good. Unless you want it to be sticking out from under your skirt because that's a design choice, which, you know, that wouldn't be the first time. Same with the width of your pockets at the bottom. It's whatever you want, go nuts. Sashes. These are going to go from your armpit to your waistline. So you can grab that measurement, but also you can always gather your sash like I did on this dress. So, you know, you don't have to be that particular about the measurement. Do whatever fits. For the length of the sashes, I hold the end of my tape where my side seam starts and wrap it around my back and back to the front because I like my sashes to be able to tie on both sides. Then I do a little bloopy bloopy for the knot and take the number that is right about where I want the ends to fall. Tra-la! Sleeves. These are another circle, so we need another radius measurement. I'm gonna start by measuring my armhole, arm's eye, like so. Then I'll take that measurement and standing the measuring tape on its side so that it can curve, I'll create the teardrop shape that I want. You can do this on a piece of paper or on top of another ruler because all we really want to know right now is how tall this teardrop is. Now I'll measure right from the top of my shoulder where the sleeve would start down the arm to where I want it to end. Don't forget to add on extra for hemming. And then I'll add that to my teardrop height and divide that number in half. And that is my radius. Okay, on to the bodice. There's no more avoiding it. So let's start with the width. Because this dress is made into panels with the front and the back being disconnected at the side seams, I usually just measure from the side seams rather than measuring all the way around my body and dividing it in half. It's super helpful if you're wearing something that's not super baggy and has side seams at the proper place, because then you can just use those as a guide. So I'm gonna grab my front waist measurement and then my front bust measurement right across that peak area. Now for me, the peak area of my bust is also the same location under the arms where an armhole could end and still be covering a typical bra. So those are the only two measurements that I need for the bulk of the front bodice. We want the height now. From the place on your waist where you want the bodice to end all the way up to the center of your shoulder, going over your boob so you have that 3D shape included. For the height of the neckline, you can measure up from the waist to where you want the lowest part of the neckline to fall. Then we can measure the width of our neckline, which I'll usually check both across the front like this and also across the back of the neck like so. Now we need the strap width, which is gonna be fairly wide for me because I'm adding sleeves. So the straps need to go right to like the peak bone right there. I also typically taper those shoulder seams about 1 inch. So they're higher at the neckline, lower at the armpit. And finally, we need our armpit measurement. So again, I'll measure up from the waist to where I want my armhole to end and then down from my shoulder to where the curve would start. The shape of the curve here is typically where I am winging it. You can do the same thing that we did for the sleeves, measure it and then stand your measuring tape up to get that nice curve, or you can just guess. Front armholes are typically shaped more like this, and back armholes are typically shaped more like this. That was the front bodice, y'all. We're getting there, we're almost done. We'll get the length for the neck binding after we've actually cut that neckline out because it drastically depends on what shape your neckline is. Back bodice. Starting with that top part, we already know the width of our neckline, and in the back, I usually just go with like 2 to 3 inches deep for a normal neckline style. We already know the width of our shoulder seams and the taper for them. I'll measure around my back to the side seams right at that same place. So peak boob height, but in the back. But I'm actually going to add 1 extra inch on each side because we want the back bodice to curve and lie under the front in a way that gives full coverage. The height of the piece is measured from the center shoulder over the back, and I'm just lining it up with the bottom of my armpit. Again, I can measure my armhole and lay it out, or I can just completely wing it based on the little bit of knowledge that I have of armholes. But keep in mind that the total shape of the back bodice is not ending at the side seams like the front bodice is. It's curving all the way around back to the front. So you're not necessarily trying to curve that armhole into a straight line at the bottom end, if that makes sense. You want it to continue on underneath the front bodice. For the panel that's attaching to the top of the back bodice, I'm going to use the measurements from my front bodice, particularly that side measurement to the armhole. That'll be the height of this panel. But also I'm going to add an extra inch because my back bodices are always a little bit too short. Then we know the top measurement because it'll be the same as the bottom of the upper back bodice it's attaching to. So we just need that bottom measurement, which is my full waist measurement plus any overlap needed depending on how you're planning to do your closure. Since mine is going to snap, I'm going to need at least like 1 inch of overlap, maybe more if I want more adjustability. I also need enough height there to put a snap, so I'll make mine 2 inches tall. And then we've got another curve here, so yep, we're winging it again. All right, so we have fully assigned measurements. The hard part is over, except, you're gonna hate me, seam allowance. I mentioned it sometimes, I didn't mention it other times. Yeah, I am absolutely terrible because I automatically include seam allowance in a lot of my measurements and then I just don't in other measurements. So once I finish drafting something out, I always have to look back over it and be like, did you add seam allowance to everything or to nothing? You know, it's got to be like one of those two. So whether you have just written in all of your measurements around the pieces, or you've drafted it out on paper, or you've drafted it straight onto the fabric, this is the time when you need to go back and make sure that you have either done everything with seam allowance, whatever your preferred seam allowance is, or you've done everything without seam allowance with the knowledge that you will add that seam allowance as you are actually cutting. I prefer to do it with seam allowance because I will 100% forget to add it while cutting out. I don't have the brain for that. But at this point, regardless of which drafting method you've done, you are ready to transfer these flat designs onto your fabric and start cutting them out. I often do that just with pins, especially when it's a dark knit fabric like this. I will literally just lay this out and place pins to guide me where to cut. Have I mentioned how much I wing it? You all know, you know. But if you've done paper patterns, cut those out. Use those as your guidance. That's what patterns are for. If you're using a fabric that you can easily draw on, you can use the back side of the fabric, or you can just use like a heat erasable pen like I normally do. Draw your design straight onto the fabric. That works too. We do whatever we want here. Yeah, let's go for it. Okay. I changed because it's actually kind of too chilly outside to be wearing that dress. Also, I made tahini shortbread. I love that on camera. I'm like, okay, let's do it. And then I literally turn off the camera and walk away, and it's like hours later when I actually come back and do it. Oh God, the cricket is back. He lives in our wall, and I've discovered that slamming the door will get him to shut up. Anyway, what were we doing? All right, so I am gonna start with the skirt panels. That means I am unfolding my fabric because we're gonna need the entire width to get the length of the skirt. Yeah, so I'm gonna fold it this way. My spinach puffs. So you're folding over the length that you need. So that 5.5 inches plus my 25 inches of skirt. Whatever that measurement is for you is how long you need folded over. I did too much. That's still too much. Half of the stuff I edit out of videos is just me trying to fold fabric and get it to lay flat. Okay. So then we mark out both our waist radius and our hem radius using our measurements. Yes. All right, and we cut it out. I throw a few pins in that to hold it together and hold it flat because now we're gonna refold our fabric, toss this one on top, and cut it out again. All right. Skirt done. I'm gonna get one of the sleeves out of this piece that I had left over. I don't know, it was no longer attached. So I need an 11-inch radius circle. So I have folded the fabric into quarters, so I can do that same thing like we did on the circle skirt. You just mark your radius, cut it out on the quarter, and it unfolds into a full circle, like so. So with that circle folded in half, I can mark my sleeve length, which was the 12 inches. And then in the remaining 10 inches, I can just kind of wing it on that teardrop. It'll be fine. Looks like that. And now I need a second one of these. So I like to try to use up as much of like the scrap pieces of fabric that I have as possible. So I think I have enough here to get one pocket piece out. We're gonna go for it. Perfect. Yeah, I'll often use just whatever piece of fabric I have to cut out my first pocket piece, and that determines how big it actually is. And then you just trace it. I like to do bodices on the fold just so that they're even. One thing I should mention is if you are using a knit like me, you can kind of choose whether you're going to be making everything to exactly your measurements or making it all a little bit smaller so that it is intended to slightly stretch. Most of the time when we're wearing knit, it is supposed to slightly stretch as we wear it. So if you make everything to perfectly fit your measurements, your knit material is just going to be kind of sitting on you, which could also be fine and could be super comfortable and will allow for more growth in the future. But that is just up to you. So you can always kind of knock like an inch or so off of your measurements just so that you do get that slight amount of stretch in there. This is all very dependent on how stretchy the stretch material you're using is. And this is where we just have to try things and keep playing around and do it again and again, and we get better every time. If it is at least big enough to fit you, it's not gonna be bad. Okay, we're going with the square neckline on the front bodice. I think I have figured out, by which I mean I looked it up, how to bind a square neckline. We'll see how that goes. Here is what I ended up with. I'll slap all the measurements and everything on there, and you can pause and, I don't know, take them if you want. I'm assuming we're all different measurements, so I don't know how much my measurements really help you, but I will give them to you anyway. And that is with all of my seam allowances added, so good to note. Okay, for the sashes, I'm going to cut them out so that the length of the sash is in the less stretchy direction, because ultimately, when you're tying that around you, you don't want to be able to pull the sashes and stretch the fabric a lot. You just want a little bit of stretch there. You need it to have some stability. And like I said, you don't really have to worry all that much about this measurement here, as long as it is at least as big as the measurement. This is bigger, so as long as it's bigger, you can just gather it however much you want. Make it easy on yourself. All right, so the only thing I have left is that neck binding. I usually cut mine out 2 inches tall because I'm overcautious. And then for the square neckline, I need one piece to go here and the other piece goes all the way around. Everyone says do 80% of your neck measurement. Frankly, I have not yet nailed a neck binding, so don't listen to me on this. Let's move on to sewing it together. Finally! Okay, it is the next day because the level of information dump in these tutorial-ish videos wears me out. But I am refreshed and ready to go. Oh, and I forgot to mention yesterday that I measured and I had started out with about 5 1/4 yards of this fabric, and by the end I had about 1 yard left, but I definitely did not cut things out in like a fabric preservation method. I was a little haphazard, so do with that information what you will. I am gonna start at the top and kind of work my way down on this dress, which, you know, there's more than one way to put together a dress. I like to switch it up with all of my projects so it stays fresh. And as if they heard me turn on the camera, the neighbors are doing yard work. Woo! I am gonna start by hemming the sleeves. Circular hemming, yay, our favorite thing. I just do the smallest rolled hem or baby hem or whatever possible, and if it ends up having a wrinkle or a pleat on the inside, it's the inside. As long as it looks flat and smooth on the outside, I don't really care. Also, I do not have thread in this color, so I'm gonna use very light purple and pretend it was on purpose. It was a design choice. Okay, that thread is really, really bright. Yeah, I take it back. I'm gonna use a dark brown thread because that actually blends into a dark purple pretty nicely. Okay, now we're doing it. All right, so I have my front bodice and the top part of my back bodice. I'm gonna stick them together, right side to right side, and sew the shoulder seams. Zip. Also, I don't tend to do seam finishes when I sew in knit because I don't have a serger and I don't really care that much, but through this whole thing, you should be finishing your seams as you prefer. So we got that, and you can already be trying it on and checking things this entire time. Oh look, I wore purple to put purple on top. Like I didn't want you to see it. All right, I pressed those seams open and now we're gonna do the binding. And this is not a tutorial in how to bind a neckline, particularly because I've never done a square one before. So if you're not sure about that, I highly recommend looking up like an actual real tutorial video on it. There's plenty of them. All right, we've got a binding. Genuinely did not expect that to turn out as well as it did. So now I am going to sew the sleeve onto the armhole right here. Theoretically, it should reach right from one side to the other, but if my calculations are slightly off, which it looks like they are, big surprise, I'll just add a slight bit of gathering right on the top, and that'll just make my sleeve have a little more flouncy floofy anyway. So I've put some gathering stitches right in the top of my sleeve, just about that much. Then I will match right side to right side, starting from each end and working inward, and I'll gather up the extra material of the sleeve until it fits perfectly, and then sew it down. And don't forget to leave seam allowance on the side that's going to be sewn to the sash. Like so. Now that we have our basic bodice, I'm going to add the sashes. Of course, they need to be hemmed first, and if you're doing double layered sashes, you would just be sewing them together inside out and then turning them right side out. Since I cut mine out a little bigger at the attaching point than they need to be, I'll sew some gathering stitches across that line and then pin it onto the side of the bodice, gathering it down to the proper size as I do so. Once that is sewn on, we're good to go. I haven't been top stitching much on this piece since my thread is the wrong color and this knit is not going to love top stitching, but I did add top stitching here just to strengthen the connection point since that's where a lot of the stress is going to be. Next, we're going to add the lower section of the back bodice. So I'm starting by putting a small piece of interfacing on the ends of one piece of the lower back bodice to strengthen the stress point. That's totally up to you if you want to do that. Then I'm going to create a sandwich with one side of the lower bodice, right side up, the upper bodice, right side down, and the other side of the lower bodice, right side down. Basically, we're sewing all the way around those two lower bodice pieces inside out. Everything except the waistline edge. But we're attaching the rest of the bodice in the center so that when we turn the lower pieces right side out, it looks like this. And we have a complete bodice. At this point, you should definitely try it on. Hopefully you've been testing it all the way through the process more than I have, but now you should try it on without anything underneath, like you'd actually be wearing it, so you can make sure everything is lying correctly and you can mark where your closure method should go. Remember when I said that if you're using knit, you have to remove some length from all your measurements to compensate for the stretch? Well, I did not do that. It's honestly my biggest problem whenever I'm self-drafting anything made of knit, just forgetting to make it smaller so that it can stretch. But you know what? Knit is also super forgiving, so I am okay with this fit. I have a whole lot of overlap on that back panel closure, way more than I intended, but that just means that the whole thing is super adjustable. The only thing I technically should fix, but probably still won't, is the shoulder seam, which could be taken up a little just so that the weight of the sleeves doesn't drag the neckline outward like it's doing now. But now all I have left is hand sewing the snaps onto the back bodice for the closure, and then the bodice is finished and we can move on to the skirt. Take it away! I've eaten way too many of these already. And of course, I've largely covered the pocket making and attaching to the skirt process in a previous video. So suffice it to say here, I'm gonna attach the pockets to each other, to themselves, yeah, and then to the back panel of the skirt. Once I got my pockets added to that back skirt panel, I sewed gathering stitches across the top because you know I made it too big somehow. This is a really common occurrence for me though. I tend to be super lax on the precision when it comes to cutting out a circle skirt waistband and most other things too, and then I just fix it by gathering. My favorite trick! I marked the centers of the skirt and the bodice, pinned the whole thing on, gathering the skirt to fit perfectly as I went, then sewed it down. For the very ends of the bodice where those snaps are, I turned them inside out again and sewed up to the point where the skirt joins, then turned them right side out so they have clean edges. Then I folded under the lining of the bodice and top stitched it down like you would with any skirt. I tried it on again to check that everything is looking okay, which I think it is, but also to mark where I want the front bodice to stop and the skirt to start. basically where my waistline is falling. And big surprise, y'all, the bodice is quite a bit too long, so I've got a couple extra inches to take off. This is why I get so nervous with these videos. Even though I fully disclaimed that I don't really know what I'm doing, it's like, hey there, let me show you in great detail all of the mistakes that I made along the way. Like, why am I giving you instruction? Huh? Y'all asked for it. Anyway, that meant I needed to remove the sashes, gather them up smaller, and sew them back on, which took a hot second, but oh well. At last, I turned under the sides of the front skirt panel and sewed them up just once because selvage, knit, and laziness, and then I sewed it onto the front bodice, surprisingly not needing to gather it at all because it fit perfectly. How does that happen? It's a mystery. Now we've basically got a wrap dress, but to make it a split side dress, I'll sew the side seams of the skirt together from the hemline to about mid-thigh. I marked this while still wearing it because sometimes it's better to line up your waistlines on the front and back panel, and other times, like this time, it's the hemline that lines up perfectly. Yeah? And of course, I finished the whole thing with a rolled hem, but oh my goodness, let's see as little of that as possible, because this fabric, whoo y'all, it has been a delight to sew on. Skip ahead to that first final product. Y'all ready for round two? Okay, honestly, I was not thrilled with that last dress, literally up until the moment that I completely finished it and tried it on for the last time. And then all of a sudden I was like, ah, it's great! I love it! Which is all to say, you just gotta keep going. Like, stuff sometimes feels like it's not going right and it's not gonna look good, and you just gotta keep tweaking and doing it, and you know what? In the end, it almost always looks better than I expected it to. You are capable! Onto the woven dress, which for some reason my brain is saying it's gonna be easier. Let's break down the pieces we're going to need. Starting with the skirt. It's a gathered skirt, which means it's going to be made out of rectangles. So easy to cut out. We are going to need 3 rectangles, 2 of each rectangle, I guess. Yes, easy enough. So I'll measure the height of these panels just like I did on the last skirt, measuring from the floor up to my waist, and then I'm just gonna divide that measurement in 3, and I'll add 1 inch to each height for seam allowance on both sides. As far as the length of these panels, I will put my final measurements up on the screen, but I don't know what they are right now. We just know that the first tier has to at least be the circumference of our hips. Obviously, for some good gathering and swoosh and all that, I'd want it to be bigger than that, but I very much base these kind of designs and fabric choices, measurement choices, yes. I base all of that a lot of times off of how much fabric I have. And same with those next 2 tiers, they each need to be bigger than the one above, but how much bigger? That depends on how much gathering you like to have, and it depends on how much fabric I end up having. Moving on, we once again have those pockets. Same as before, you want to make sure that they're not touching or overlapping in the center so that you have some adjustability, but really, you do whatever you want. Continuing on with the easy stuff, since it's spaghetti straps, we're going to need some long, thin rectangles to be the straps, and since I'm going to tie them rather than have them connected on both sides, I'm gonna need 4 of those rectangles, but you might also just need 2 if you're just gonna sew them in like regular straps. Sashes, same as before. I am assuming I'm going to do 1 layer because I don't have a lot of fabric to start with, and I really do hold to that whole like, don't make it too thick or you won't get a good knot kind of thing. Again, I'll kind of use whatever amount of fabric I have when it comes to the height. The length, For me, it's usually 36 to 40 inches. So now for the bodice. Our bodice is going to be 4 different pieces because we have that gathered top with the panel below, and then to match that construction in the back, we'll have a top panel and a bottom panel, although the back panel does not need to be gathered at all. You could still gather it if you want that look to go all the way around. I'm not going to, I'm just gonna leave it flat. So to make a gathered front panel, you wanna go off of your biggest measurement. Remember, you're going from side seam to side seam and you're doing the front, so you can't just wrap your measuring tape all the way around you and divide it in half, because your back doesn't have boobs. If you're doing a very little bit of gathering, like just gathering underneath the bust to draw it in, then you would only make your bust panel the size of your biggest measurement. I want gathering all the way across, so there's a little extra size in there and it just has more of that sort of milkmaid top. So I'm basically gonna take my biggest measurement and I'm gonna do 1.5 that amount. I've learned not to do much more than that, even though I tend to make things bigger and over gather them. If you do too much in the front panel, you're gonna end up with like a saggy amount of extra fabric. So don't go too crazy with making your measurement bigger. This panel is going to end right at the underbust, so that's how you know how tall to make it. It's just from your underbust line to where you want that armpit to end. So it shouldn't be very tall at all. Your height in the front, measure from your underbust over the peak of your boob to wherever you want that strap to start. And then also measure from the center to how low you want your bodice to fall. You could just do a straight line across the top, that would be fine, and put straps on the end. You'd have more of a squared off neckline. I'm gonna make mine curve down slightly and kind of peek up into the straps. So length, I just said make it 1.5 your biggest measurement, but we also need to know where to do that sort of neckline peak. You want the bulk of your gathering to be in the front here, not under your armpits. So this is personal preference and you don't have to be that scientific or picky about it, but you're basically going to want the bulk of your extra space to be between where your straps are going to fall so that that gathers in more. And then you can still have a little extra space on the sides, but you don't want too much. For the lower panel below that, we're gonna take the measurement of your underbust and then the measurement of your waist, and that's your top and your bottom of the panel. And then your height of the panel is just from your underbust to your waistline, wherever that waistline is gonna fall for you. Don't forget to add seam allowance. Moving on to the back panel, here's where we need to know how far apart we want those straps to fall. Measuring your back is hard. If you have a friend, a roommate, a partner, have them do it for you. If not, do it facing a mirror. Remember, you don't have to try to start at 1 on one side of your back and go up to the number on the other side. You can just do a little math. So you can always hold your measuring tape on either side of you and just take note of the 2 numbers that are where you want your straps to fall. Yeah, we're making it work. Again, the top part of this panel is just going to the underbust because that's where it's attaching to the lower panel. So you're measuring just around the underbust line for the bottom measurement of the top panel. Your height is gonna be from that underbust line to wherever you want your straps to start. And once again, I'm gonna wing it on that curve. Lower back panel. Once again, you're measuring from your underbust line to your waistline. Theoretically, this should be the same as what your front measurement was. Theoretically. You've got that underbust measurement for the top of this panel, and then the bottom side of this panel is once again going to be all the way around your waist, including whatever your closure needs. I'm thinking about doing hook and eyes on this one, so again, I need some overlap. Give yourself the height that you need for your closure system. So I'm gonna do 2 inches again, and then once again, I'm going to wing it on the curve. Is that everything? That's everything. So I'm assuming that I just gave you all of my final measurements that I will have once I cut all of this out. But right now I need to actually do what I just said and get those measurements. Let's do it! I'm not gonna wander away to make cookies this time. All right, it is all cut out, and I did not film any of me cutting it because I kind of realized that watching me like snip through fabric is not helpful in any way. More of an aesthetic shot than like a tutorial-ish one. As far as fabric usage goes, these 3 pieces of fabric were all kind of interesting when it came to width. None of them were just an exact 45 or 60 inch wide fabric. So again, not sure how helpful this will be to anyone, but the piece of print material that I had was 81 by 53 inches, and this is how much of it I had left over. I considered cutting some of the lining pieces out of this because I could have gotten a few, but I figured it would be better to save it in case mistakes are made at any point and I need some emergency backup fabric. The amount of white lining material that I used is like not much, 1/4 of a yard maybe. The yellow material was only 44 inches wide. I guess that's fairly close to normal. And I used 60 inches of it because I did 4 strips, 15 inches tall. The blue fabric I had 4.5 yards of, and it was 66 inches wide. A little bit extra wide, I don't know why. In the end, I had this much of it left because I did take some of the pockets out of that as well. So maybe less than 1/2 yard left. So yeah, there's a lot of material in this dress, and this was me cutting back. Ultimately, my first tier is 9 feet at the hem. The next tier is going to be 16 feet at the hem, and the last tier will be 22 feet at the hem. Still giant. But that's the joy of a ruffled skirt. Okay, let's go sew, but tomorrow, because I'm done for today, so see you tomorrow. All right, we are in the land of the comfy and cozy this morning. Final push. We're gonna sew this together. I've eaten so much of the shortbread over the last few days. No regrets. The puppy also loves it. This is the bodice. And this is the skirt. I'm gonna start with the straps, and because I don't feel like turning tiny tubes right side out, I'm going to do the sort of bias tape method. I don't know if it has a name, but basically you iron your strip of fabric into folded up fourths and then just sew down that open edge to close it off. Way easier on a simple woven material like this. Now, starting with the front of the front bodice, I'll sew gathering lines around the entire bottom edge of the upper piece, mark the centers of that piece and the panel below it, and then pin them together, gathering the top piece to fit the bottom one perfectly before sewing them down. I'll do that exact same thing with my lining pieces next. Now I can sew gathering lines around the neckline of both the front piece and the lining. Don't forget to do the armhole region like I did here. Y'all, it's going to be so long before I realize that I forgot that. Again, marking the center so it's all lined up, I'll pin the outer and inner layer of the front bodice together, gathering to fit perfectly as I go, and then sew it all down. I'll also insert the straps at that point as I sew it together. I left the armhole regions open to make it easier to sew those sashes in, which is probably why I totally forgot that it also needed to be gathered. Now I'll set that aside to work on the sashes, but you know, first I'm gonna realize that I'm way too hot in this hoodie and change. Much better. Now I'm gonna hem all the way around the edge of my sashes before putting those gathering stitches on the large attaching side. Once again, we are pinning right side to right side on that outer side seam, gathering the sash to fit perfectly and sewing it in place. I then closed up the rest of the bodice, leaving the bottom edge open of course, and turned the whole thing right side out. After a bit of ironing, I top stitched around the entire thing and then, only then, realized I had forgotten to gather the top of the armhole sections, which means they will gape very oddly and it won't work. Okay, so yeah, whoops. Totally forgot about the armhole gathering. Don't forget to do that. But also, now that I'm looking at what is basically the finished bodice, if you know I had just done the thing I was supposed to do there, I don't love the look of this upper edge. The lining and the outer layer both being gathered is easier than trying to do like darts on the inner layer and gathering on the outer layer, at least for me. But I don't love the look of them sewn together here, and like top stitching it down made it okay-ish. I was like, I'll just leave it, it's fine. But now that I realized that I'm gonna have to unpick so much of this because of that whole thing, I kind of want to make a change. I'm gonna add an entirely new piece to this dress. Yay! Basically, I'm going to cut out a yoke, I guess it would be called. It's kind of like neck binding, but it is gonna be shaped. I just think that's gonna look a lot better for the lining and the outer layer to be gathered and then sewn to something that is not gathered. I think it'll help it lay flatter and look cleaner. So before I unpick all of this, I'm just gonna go get that handy amount of fabric that I left for emergencies. At least I was smart enough to do that, and cut out a yoke piece. And I'm gonna just use this as a guideline. I'll probably do it on a piece of paper first, but I'm also gonna use my original measurements because this ended up being kind of too wide. I didn't actually gather it enough. So, there are so many reasons to unpick this and basically start over. Way. Don't you guys love being here for tutorials? I totally know what I'm doing. I don't think I'm gonna finish this dress today. Oh well, we've got time. So after absolute ages of unpicking, I restitched the gathering seams in the entire top outline of both the lining and the outer bodice piece, armholes included, and then sewed the two yoke pieces together, now putting the straps in there instead. That needed to be notched, turned right side out, and ironed, and then after marking centers, I could return to pinning, gathering, lining up, and sewing, all the way around the yoke on both the inside and out. To finish it up, I ended up unpicking the entire side seams so that I could spread out the gathers in the sash and take them all the way up to the top point of the yoke before sewing the side seams back together, and y'all, we have a front bodice. Not even a full bodice, just a front bodice. I'm gonna come back to this tomorrow. Good morning. Shall we actually make the dress today? We'll at least try. Honestly, I did end the sewing day yesterday in a fairly good mood. Power of uplifting music got me through. Was it a giant pain in the butt? Yes, it was. Was it worth it? I'm required to say yes. Honestly, the best sewing tip or trick I could ever give you is that sometimes you just have to unpick everything and try again. And other times, you can just leave it not that great and be like, okay, it wasn't that great, but I'm still gonna wear it. Let us move on to the back bodice. At last, there is no gathering on the back bodice. I sewed the upper outer back bodice to the lower outer back bodice, ironed that, and then did the same thing on the lining before pinning both of those right side to right side with the straps right where they're supposed to be and sewing around the entire thing. I notched all of those curves and then turned the whole thing right side out and ironed it. And you know what? That was so much easier than doing the front bodice, wasn't it? Oh my god, that was so much easier. Moving on. I tied those straps together so that I could try on the entire bodice and then mark where I want my hook and eyes to fall for the back closure. And then I did a little hand stitching. So peaceful, so nice. And now we're moving on to the skirt. Once again, we're back to those pockets, and once those are attached to the back panel, I sewed gathering stitches along the top, marked the centers, and pinned it to the back bodice while gathering to fit. We sew that down, enclose the endpoints where the hook and eye are, and then top stitch the lining to the skirt. Same exact deal on the front panel, sans pockets, so we're just gathering that long rectangle to perfectly fit the front bodice, sewing it down, and top stitching cleanly. The last thing needed for the basic dress is sewing those skirt side seams up to about mid-thigh or wherever you prefer. I usually stop right around where my pocket openings start. If you're wanting a mini dress, then bam, there it is. But now comes the fun / easy / long part, adding the tiers. Y'all, it's pretty simple. For each tier, I'm just sewing the strips of fabric into one long loop, gathering the top, pinning it to the tier above, and sewing it on. I did also finish my edges with some zigzag stitching since I don't have a serger and French seams on gathering tend to end up super bulky. I also checked the length of the final tier and then hemmed it before attaching it to the skirt since that is way easier when it's flat and straight. And we are done! Alright y'all, that is it for split side dresses for today. Maybe for a little bit for me. Couple weeks. At least. I hope in its very long, overly detailed roundabout way that this video is helpful to you, that you are able to use this information to construct your own desired split side dress. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, mistakes were made on both dresses, but the base core information of what you need to make a dress that is split side and adjustable, I feel like was there. So here's hoping that helps. I did my best. I don't make a lot of these tutorial-ish videos because it is a lot more tiring for me and a lot more, not more work per se, I guess more work. It takes a lot longer to edit. We'll say they're a lot more work. So I don't make them all the time, but I have heard requests for a more detailed look at how to do the purse pockets. And then I've also had some requests for a tutorial video on how to make like the dolman sleeve, elastic waist dresses like this one. So let me know if either of those are a big deal for you or like which one you would prefer to see next. I'll have to give it a little bit of time to recover. But I do like making these every now and then. I like sharing the information. I certainly don't want to hold this information to myself. I am trying to share it and trying to empower you to make stuff of your own. I feel empowered through self-drafting rather than using patterns. I know a lot of you really want a pattern and a lot of you work better off of patterns, and I certainly hope that it doesn't seem like I am trying to withhold information from you by not making a pattern, because that's not what's happening. I just don't know how to make patterns. I don't make them for myself, and I don't want to learn how to make them. But I do genuinely think that self-drafting clothing is a lot easier than a lot of us think. So I certainly hope you'll give it a try. Tag me if you make a split side dress. I absolutely love seeing all the split side skirts and pinafores that you guys tag me in. It brings me so much joy to see you guys making them. And I'm gonna go make a cake or something because I ate all my shortbread. Thank you all for being here. Big hugs and bye. This is super duper fun. Oh Lord, all right. No. Really just to experiment. Focusing. Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Yeah. That one was bad. It's a lot of simple shapes. It's nothing too complex. I say that now. Check back in 30 minutes. Hi. So it has now been almost a year since I made my first split side skirt, and I've made several variations since then. Different split side skirts, the pinafores, the dresses, but actually the very first split side variation idea that I had, and one that was mentioned several times in comments, was just to reverse the split side skirt. This one goes on with the back panel lacing on first, and then the front panel tying in a big bow with the sash. But several people said, and I thought too, what if you put that lacing on the outside? It's so pretty. It's aesthetically pleasing. Well, this one isn't really, because it's terribly done, but it could be. So to answer that question with this skirt specifically, why can't I just reverse this exact skirt? Let me just layer it. I could tie the front panel on first, but I'm gonna have a big knot back here and a bunch of sash, which like, you don't need that if this is just gonna be hidden, and it's gonna create a lump. So, you know, that's the first thing we wouldn't need, the sash. Now we could layer the back panel on the front, theoretically like so. I'm not gonna lace it because I'm too lazy right now. But yeah, then we have this lovely lacing right here on front where it's visible, and if it blended in with the skirt instead of being gold and brown, it'd be great. But what about the pockets? Now the pockets are on the outside. They look kind of weird. I mean, you could call it like a design choice to have the pockets on the outside like this. It could be cool, but if you put a lot of stuff in them, you would just be able to see all of it. It's not really what we're going for. So finally, after so long, I'm gonna start from scratch and make a reverse split side skirt with that lacing meant to go on the front side. Yeah, I don't really have a design for it or anything because it's just a skirt. I'll figure out what I'm doing with the skirt itself depending on how much fabric I have. Pretty easy to assume the front waistband is gonna need to just like snap or hook an eye, or it could button, but I don't like buttons. Anything like that in the back. The front panel will come around to the front. I'll put lacing in it. So the only real question I have is what am I doing with the pockets to make them normal workable pockets? But we will figure that out as we go. Let's go! What the crap? Guess what? I'm making it in brown, y'all. Brown! Also, guess what's back? Did you guess the wind? It's the wind! Yay. I bought this from Remainders a while ago, so I do not remember how much I have, but it's weighty, so I think quite a bit. It has a very faint stripe in the fabric. I like it. For some reason, from the very beginning when I thought of this skirt design, which again was like almost a year ago, I very specifically wanted to do it in brown. So then every time I went to Remainders, I was specifically searching for a good woven brown fabric that I would actually like. It took several trips before I finally found one. Y'all, just me and brown, they don't connect. Oh y'all, we're back to working with woven fabric, which means I should pre-wash it. I can get away with not pre-washing knits, and I very much do. I did not pre-wash any of this fabric, and it's fine. But this looks like it has never been washed. It's a woven fabric. It might be polyester, but it might very well also be cotton. I could go burn test it, but I don't care that much. This is the problem. It has not yet sunk into my subconscious that pre-washing is a thing. So when I want to do a project, I just grab the fabric and start doing the project. And then I'm like in it. And I don't want to pause to wait 2 hours for my fabric to wash and dry. Ain't nobody got time for that. But then you guys all yell at me in the comments. So I'm gonna go pre-wash my fabric. See you in about 2 hours. All right. That didn't take as long as I thought it would. I thought I would have to iron the whole thing, but it actually came out of the dryer not very wrinkled at all. I will still iron it at some point, don't worry, but I think I can iron it after cutting out. Yay! I also measured it. I have 4 3/4 yards of fabric, which is quite a lot. So I think I have plenty to do a midi length circle skirt, possibly even a longish midi length. And because I don't feel like being precise today, I'm probably going to do a lightly gathered circle skirt, because then you can just basically cut out whatever waist measurement you want, just totally guess, and then gather it to fit. Gathering is my favorite trick. Other than that, I just need the waistbands. I'm gonna make them fairly wide like that original skirt, so there is a bit of visible lacing, I think probably about 4 inches, and they don't need to be shaped because I put them on my high waist here, which is basically on my ribs. So since I'm not going over this dip, you can do a straight piece of fabric and it works pretty much fine on my body. That's something you have to play around with your own body and where you're placing things, but for me it works and it's grand. My waist is 32, so the front waistband I'm probably gonna do about 36, so I have a bit of overlap in the back where I can add snaps or hook and eyes or whatever. The front waistband, I don't want it to meet because I want there to be visible lacing right there. So I think I'm gonna start with 30 inches with seam allowance. That would make it like 28. And if that's too close and it's not giving me enough lacing, I can always make it shorter. So then really the only thing I need to think through is the pockets. I mean, I've had a year. I've already thought it through. Let's be real. Now the back panel is going to be on top, but the pockets still need to be underneath. So logical answer in my brain is you just stick the pockets on the front panel. The only thing there is because the back panel is on top, it could be lightly overlapping. In fact, I would want it to be lightly overlapping the front panel. Usually I try to get like 1 inch of overlap just so that it's not, you know, gaping open and showing anything. So if this is the edge of the pocket, and this is my back panel going on top, it'll be hard to get my hand in the pocket because I would have to kind of go in and under. So I'm thinking to fix that, I'll just give the pockets more of a pants pocket opening rather than a side slit. I'll do like that U shape right here so you can easily get your hands in the pockets. Yeah, this seems logical to me. This seems like it will work and look good. I might even be able to do some purse pockets. And then as a little bonus, because I think I'm gonna have plenty of fabric and I think it'll be cute, I'm probably going to do some like add-on suspenders almost, because the skirt will come up pretty high. By adding some little suspenders, maybe with a ruffle on them, it'll kind of turn it into a pinafore. That's just a bonus thing for an extra look if I have enough fabric, which I think I will. Okay, that's what we're going with. So dramatic. Good grief, why you gotta be like that?
It did not fix it, but that's fine.
I said a light amount of gathering, but I'm gonna do an 8-inch waistline instead of the typical 5. So it might be slightly more than a light amount of gathering. Are you dead?
Of course you're dead.
They're always dead. This is what I ended up with. Feel free to pause and take those measurements if they'll be of any help to you, but of course, right now, I still don't even know if they're correct. I feel fairly confident that they will probably be okay though. And like the reluctant, sort of semi-professional that I am, I ironed all of my pieces before getting started with my favorite thing, the pockets. Yep, we're going full purse pockets here.
Okay.
I made the main pockets massively long, so each one has a second big pocket inside that's more the proper length for like resting your hands in, you know? And then I put a phone pocket in one and a small stuff pocket in the other. Wahoo! Before sewing the pockets together and onto the front panel, I had to cut out that curved notch area. Is there a name for this pocket style? Like there's patch pockets and welt pockets and side seam pockets and what I call fold-in pockets, but what do you call this style with the more opening that you often see on pants? While attaching those to the front panel, I also finished the side seams, which were, very, very bulky. Probably should have placed the pockets a little inside the edge and stuff, but oh well, it worked.
Wha-bam! Let's try that again. Wha-bam! Yay!
Also, the puppy had a bath. He's being dramatic.
Hi! He had a bath. Did you have a bath? Hello! Oh, burpees. That is so much energy. Oh, big shake. That's a lot of drama.
Then I could add all that lovely gathering up top. Thrilling stuff as always. I marked the center of my front waistband and the 2 side places where the front panel should stop, then matched that up to the waistline of the skirt and sewed it on. I could then fold the waistband over inside out, stitch it closed right up to the skirt panel, realize I folded it the wrong way, seam rip that and re-sew it, and finally top stitch down the remaining open edge. I fitted it to myself, marked where the closure should go. I'm gonna do snaps because that seemed easiest to like do up behind your own back, and then I hand stitched those on and tra-la, we have half a skirt, also known as an apron, I suppose. Actually, an apron with like big old pockets like this would be awesome.
The pockets are so big.
Okay, let's make the back of a skirt. Bye. You didn't want to stick around for that. Side note, it is a new day, despite the fact that I look exactly the same. Outfit repeating, yay! So theoretically, this one should be pretty easy. I should just be able to gather the top of the panel, sew it on. I'm gonna stick some interfacing in here since this is what has the lacing up, because it is a pretty thin fabric. But yeah, then just fold it over, top stitch it down, grommet press. Let me actually do some calculations. I do definitely want to make sure that my back panel comes past the side seams a little bit because I don't have those pockets anymore to be a background. Very precise calculation, also known as the pinch and hold. Okay, I think I actually need to make this one tighter. I could make it a lot tighter, actually. I mean, theoretically, it doesn't matter because the back panel will be lacing on top of it, so it will tighten the under panel, but you don't really want like wrinkles and stuff. I'll think about it. You know, it's funny, outfit repeating that is, because it was so normal for me growing up. Like my mom had a policy that your clothing could be worn for 2 days before it needed to be washed, which I think for kids is a fairly safe bet. So we always like selected an outfit, wore it for 2 days, and then put it in the laundry basket. But then we were also homeschooled, so we were never around other people. It wasn't like we were going to school wearing the same thing 2 days in a row. Not that there's anything wrong with that, which is exactly my point. But yeah, then I got to college, and for the first time it was like, oh, I am gonna be around people every single day. So there's that kind of just automatic idea that comes in of like, well, I can't wear the same thing 2 days in a row. Ugh. Which is where I believe the pile started for me. How many people have a pile? That chair where you throw all the clothing that you've worn for like a day or half a day sometimes, and you're like, this isn't dirty, but I can't hang it back up in my closet because it's not clean, but it definitely doesn't need to be washed yet. So it goes in the pile. Then you wear it again 3 days later, or you mix and match it with something else and wear it again that way. But yeah, I definitely no longer care about outfit repeating. Now I'm like, I have been wearing this 4 days in a row, unapologetically, because it's comfy, and I like it. Okay, edges are finished. Gathering stitches. Ugh, everything is fine. Where's my interfacing?
Did I put it in the worst place? I did put it in the worst place. Good job.
Once I had the sides hemmed and the gathering stitches in, waistband ironed in half and interfaced in the middle, I gathered the skirt panel down and stitched it onto the waistband before folding the ends of the waistband right side to right side, sewing them closed and turning them right side out. Then 'twas that top stitching to close off the waistband before adding some top stitching on the outside for stability and looks. I also went back to the front waistband and added that same top stitching and adjusted the snap placement so it'll be a little tighter. Finally, grommet press time. I love this thing, though I'm still working on getting totally even eyelet placement.
Not perfect, but not terrible. Just the way I like it.
Testing time, because I wanted to make sure I was getting the side seams perfectly lined up before sewing them together. And eep, I already love how this looks. I ended up doing like a flat felled seam, I think that's what it's called, on the sides because I thought it would look nice in this style, and it was easier, mainly that second reason. And then Matt and I went off to do some random house stuff, but yeah, at some point in that evening, I hemmed it. Whee! Alrighty. Hey look, I'm wearing something different. Gasp! We hung up cafe lights in our backyard yesterday, so I was swishing around in the dirt a little bit. Seemed like it was time for the other one to go in the laundry. Good thing I have more than one. Comfy hoodie dress. So the skirt is done. I just want to make my little suspenders, detachable pinafore top kind of things. I'm gonna start by ironing my long strips, that will be the ruffles, in half and sewing gathering stitches down the whole thing so I can gather them up. Whee! I've done so much ironing on this project. Shocking. I'm also gonna go ahead and iron my actual straps in half, because why not? I tapered my ends because that seemed like it would be cute. And now I'm just going to gather these down, sew it onto one side of this, fold the other side over, and top stitch it down. Okay. Once I got the two straps all sewn together, I stitched 4 buttons on the inside of the front waistband and then tried it on to measure and mark exactly where my buttonhole should go. And I totally thought I had made these straps super long, and it turns out that they were just sort of long enough. So I kind of just stuck the buttonholes as low as possible and managed to get all of them sewn right on the cusp of running out of thread. Ta-da! Y'all, this skirt took an entire spool of thread. Wowzers. Hello. Thank you so much. Y'all, I almost forgot that the main reason I wanted to make a brown skirt was these boots. I got these for like $5 at an estate sale, probably ages ago now. 67, made in Spain. I don't know, I just thought they were cute, but then I got them home and I was like, wait, I don't wear brown. Yeah, but they're so cute. So I was like, I gotta make a brown skirt, and then I found this fabric and it's like, perfect. I do feel like I need some blousey, voluminous, like white shirts to go with this. This worked, I think this is cute, but it's definitely drawing to mind that idea, so future project. But yeah, y'all, I don't really have any critiques. What? I mean, technically, I could go ahead and move the snaps even a little bit more and make the front panel a little bit tighter on me, but it doesn't really matter because you tighten the front panel by putting the back one over it. I just have to like scooch the extra material around, so like, who cares? Other than that, I probably should have put interfacing in these little suspender strap things since I was gonna put buttonholes in them, but also I don't think I'm gonna use these much. Like, it's a cute idea, but it's not something that I would just put on if I was wearing the skirt around the house, you know. Overall, I will say putting the lacing on the front, and I guess maybe having it so high waist and everything, does make the whole skirt feel even more history bounding than like the original, this original, and the other versions of it do. I kept singing, "Oh, the farmer and the cowman should be friends" in my head. I don't know. That's what it called to mind. But yeah, it's like super comfy. I can lace it tighter, I can lace it looser. The pockets are enormous and easy to stick my hands in, and they hold everything. The skirt is swooshy as I like it. I enjoy the length, especially with the boots. I think that's a length that I'm really starting to love on myself. Yeah, pretty happy with it. It turned out exactly like I was thinking in my head. Isn't that great? So I guess that's it. Another split side variation in the bag. I've definitely got some more coming. The list is still long, and well, we've made a dent, but I don't even think I'm halfway through split side variations. I'm at the point where it's like, it has been so long since I've put a zipper in anything. I just don't really wanna anymore, you know? Like, if there's a sewing technique or method that you don't particularly enjoy, and then you find a way around having to do that, it's pretty easy to latch onto that way around and never ever go back. And it's not even like zippers are that hard to put in. I'm not like trying to make more people scared of putting in zippers. It's not hard. It's just something that I, in particular, don't enjoy doing. It's the part of a project that I dread. So, you know, why bother? Make it split side instead. Anyway, good times. I'm very thirsty today. Possibly because it is very dry outside. Are my eyes like extremely wide open right now? I already have dry eyes, so when I put in contacts and it's dry outside, I have to like really keep my eyes open because otherwise I'll start squinting and doing this. When I wear contacts, I make the weirdest faces, y'all. I'm gonna go put on glasses again. It's been fun. I'll see you next week. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Ah, my sleeve.
Good clean puppy. Thanks, baby. Hi, puppy.
Whee!
Ow.
Whee! You asked for it, someone else asked for it, a bunch of people asked for it, and finally, I'm doing it. Split side pants, y'all. It is time. These have been on the list for ages. Literally, I have a list of split side variations that I want to try, and trousers were third on that list, above both dresses and pinafores. And yet here we are, almost a year after my first attempt, just now getting to it. I love self-made lists because you only have to follow them when you want. Much deserving of morning scratches. Oh yeah. How dare you stop scratching? How dare? Oh, I am not the only YouTuber who has been eyeing these adjustable pantaloons though. What? Are we having emotions? Ash from over on Ash LG did a great video of their exploration of the 18th century petticoat style skirt for modern times. So much good info on how you can make one. And now we are partnering up to give pants a try together, while apart, because we live very, very far apart. First things first, we sat down to chat about our plans together, and it was quite a long conversation, so here is a very chopped up version. Hi, it's so nice to meet you.
Hi, same. After a long time, it's nice to finally see you face to face.
I know, my emails with collaborations always start so far ahead because of all the filming in advance and stuff. There's reasons that I haven't done trousers yet, and I'm interested to hear if you have a better plan for this. Which side do you put on top?
So, speaking of hakama, so I have these, which are, they're not quite exactly right, but that is as close as I could do with my, it's been 15 years since I did a kimono sewing class. So the back side has longer ties so that you can wrap around, but it is because you can just drop the back and then use the toilet.
Makes a lot of sense. I don't know, I think I'm gonna make 2 for this video, and I kind of want to do 1 each way just to test is it that annoying to have to undo both sides in order to go to the bathroom, or does it not matter that much? Because I know for me, all of these traditional ones, the big thing that they're lacking is the pockets. So that's my priority, is getting attached pockets in there, and that's what makes the front going on last better or easier.
I actually hadn't thought about the pockets in a lot of detail, but that makes a lot of sense because I'm the same. If I'm gonna wear trousers, I need pockets. That's definitely something I want to try and figure out, because I think that if I was going to just make a skirt and put a crotch in it, that would work completely fine. But I like my trousers a little bit more fitted, so I'm trying to figure out how I can do something that's a little bit more, not quite as full at the top and not quite as full in the leg, and that definitely you won't be able to shove an extra detachable pocket under there.
I think that's what's the main difference in my head about split side versus wrap, especially when you get to pants. I've seen the wrap pants all over the place. They're actually kind of having a resurgence. They're big and they're super cute, but to me, you still have that split all the way down the side.
Yeah.
And if you're active, you're moving around, you're sitting in weird positions, is that gonna fall open and just feel weird? And that was the great thing about the split side skirts, was that your hem is still connected. And that's what I'd love to translate to the pants.
I'm definitely thinking that I want to try. I want to have a go at something like a very simplified version of hakama, and big wide legs, and it can be very sort of relaxed and comfortable. But yeah, my real goal is to try and figure out how I can do something that's more fitted and more. And I think figuring out that which side goes on top and where the pockets go, and how do you make sure that there's no shirt or anything else showing through the side slits. Yeah. That's going to be the real tricky bit.
But I like this because we're both kind of going for that first same thing. So I'm really interested to see how both of ours will end up differing. But just go with the simple. We know this will work. I think my second version, I'm still not going to do super fitted, but I definitely do also want to make them more fitted. I'm excited to see what we come up with.
Same. I'm really looking forward to this one. I feel like it's been in the works for a while.
Right.
And it's going to be really nice to finally have something.
We shall reconvene at some point.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Shall we promenade to the fabric closet? Wow, it was such a long trip. So as I discussed with Ash, I'm going to be making 2 pairs, starting with a really simple pair because it's basically just my original split side skirt with a crotch, but it might also be annoying to wear on a daily basis because the back panel goes on first and the front panel goes over it, meaning you have to undo all of that in order to potty. I want something super flowy and drapey for these because I want to make them super full, but I don't want sort of the giant feel that I got from my silver pants, but also preferably not see-through because I really don't want to have to line these. Hi! I mean, therein lies the trouble, because most of what I have that's really drapey is see-through. Okay, here's the deal. I was not going to use this fabric. Yes, I'm hiding a whole pile of fabric from you over here, because the video about getting this fabric comes out next week, but I really want to use this fabric. So come back next week to see where I got it and why. That's what they call a teaser. I mean, I have a ton of it. It is a gorgeous color. Let's just continue that orchid theme I've been on lately. And while it is see-through-ish, I think in the large quantity that I want these legs to have, it will not be. Perfect! For the second pair, I want to experiment more with different elements, so the design might just end up being a bit more conglomerative. Overall, I just want a more structured fabric for this. A bit thicker, a bit more stable, but still not heavy. What if I used these gray fabrics that I got at my last big remainders haul? The question is, do I have enough? Because they're all kind of different colors. These two are the same. I don't know, that might actually look like very nice and formal and stuff. To the cutting table. Oh, and we have entered LA's rainy season, which is a thing we apparently have now. So it's dark and dreary. Pardon the lighting if it's a little bit weird in this whole video. I'm gonna worry about that later, because we're starting with the easy one. Of course we are. And guess what? I pre-washed this fabric a long time ago. I know, who am I? Now it really needs to be ironed. All right, you know what? We'll pretend it's being ironed while I talk about design. So basic concept, I wanna do a half circle on each leg. I would like the front of the legs to just have one pleat right in the center. And then just so that I don't have to be as precise on measuring, I might put like a very slight amount of gathering into the back two panels. We're gonna do those normal pockets that are attached to the back panel. And then for the waistband, I don't wanna do lacing on this. To make it easier, to make it quicker, to make it more simple, I just wanna do the back one tying on. I'm thinking what I'll do is a 2-inch tall waistband on the back panel that stops where those pockets stop. And then I will sew in a very light ribbon to tie in the front that really will not create like a big knot right there. I also want to put belt loops onto the back waistband on the sides here, and then maybe one in the back. And this is something I've never done before, but just as a way to even better connect the back and front panels. Like, you don't have to use them, but they're there to keep it all together if you want them, I guess. Because then on the front panel, I want sashes like normal. But since this is a pretty thin and light fabric, I think I want to do my front waistband like 5 or maybe even 6 inches tall, so that when you put the sash through the belt loops, it'll cinch it all down and you'll get this nice ruched effect on the front waistband. But then when you tie that bow, you'll still have this nice big bow and this big sash. That's the plan. And oh look, the fabric is magically ironed. Y'all ever want to warm up in the winter without turning on the heater? Just go iron 8 yards of fabric. It already looks like I did not iron it at all. Oh well. Okay, let's do the thing. Let's do the thing with voiceover, yeah? Let's start with some measurements. I put a piece of elastic around my waist to make sure I'm starting at the same place every time, and then I already know my waist is 32 and my hips are 42, so we are trying to figure out those crotch measurements. Back to front, I have a total of, coincidentally, 32. And then if I split that right in the center, I've got 15 inches on the front and 17 inches in the back due to the booty. Taking some straight measurements so I can see like where the actual inward curve starts, I'm 13 inches in the front and 14 inches in the back, which gives me basically 5 horizontal inches in between, 2 in the front and 3 in the back. Yeah? The lovely thing about big, swooshy, loose-fitting pants like this is that you don't need the crotch to fit super tightly. In fact, to avoid all sorts of wedgies, you may prefer for it to specifically not fit too tightly. So we can relax on getting those measurements completely perfect. Did I momentarily take off the pants I was wearing to measure the crotch seam? Yes, I did. Was it helpful? Not really. I'm dealing with circles here, as usual. So my normal circle skirt radius is 5 inches, but I want that box pleat on both legs in the front. I can make the pleat however big I want, which lets me be a little imprecise, as I so enjoy. But let's assume that each box pleat is 2 inches deep. There are 2 hidden layers to a box pleat, which means each side will require an extra 4 inches of fabric. That's 8 inches per leg. We have to pretend we are doing it on the back for now, so we get the proper radius, so that's 8 times 4, and we have another magic 32. Basically, I've just doubled my waist measurement for these pleats, which means I can just double my radius to a nice round 10. That's just for the front 2 quarter circles though. The back panels don't need to be nearly as big because there is no pleat. A light amount of gathering means I can lightly not care about precision, so I'm going to up my waist radius to 8 inches back there. Now to add the crotch. Based on those squared off measurements I took, I'm going to make my front crotch indentation 2 inches deep, and I'll up it to 14 inches long since I don't want it to be tight. Then I can just freehand that curve based on some drawings that I've seen. In the back, I want it 3 inches deep, and I'll up it to 15 inches long, and the curve is a little less straight and a little more curvy to accommodate the butt. Theoretically, as usual. I currently do not know if any of this will work. Pant length is gonna be 46 inches, which might be on the longish side for me, but who knows, I may wanna wear heels with these, so better safe than sorry. Y'all, I love wearing drapey fabrics, but oh my goodness, the cutting out process is a mess for giant pieces like this. I attempted to triangulate my front panels so I could fit them on the table, and that was a whole thing. But I made it work.
Y'all, that cuts like butter.
Was not in the mood to attempt it again on the back panels, so I decided to risk the puppy fur and move to the floor.
Oh, beastie. Oh, Mr. Squish.
What are you doing?
Making pants.
But I hadn't folded over my fabric quite enough, so the front layer was like 2 inches too short right at that middle diagonal point, and here's how over it I was.
Don't care.
Good times.
Ow. Still don't care.
It'll be fine. With 4 quarter circles cut out, I just need those other items, simple as always. 4 pockets, a back waistband, a front waistband, 2 sashes, and a little strip of material that will become my belt loops. Easy enough so far, right? Sewing pants together always boggles my brain at first, so I end up laying all the legs out on the floor to make sure I'm getting the right seams put together. I sewed each leg together on the inseam first, where I could just utilize that selvage, and then I French seamed the crotch seam front to back, so I kinda have that wrap pant style you see a lot these days. After checking to make sure everything seemed correct-ish and enjoying a moment of swoosh, I went ahead and finished all 4 outer edges with a simple rolled hem, mainly because fraying raw edges just stress me out. Also, it makes it easier to put together later on anyway, so you know, why not? For the front section, I kinda measured and kinda winged it to get those box pleats in and ended up with 1.5 inch pleats, which made my panel 15 inches across instead of the 16 of my actual waist. I think this is okay because this fabric actually has a lot of give, so when it's pulled tight and tied on, the front panel will stretch a bit, hopefully. Y'all, these things are gonna be giant. Once I sewed those pleats down, I decided to go ahead and move on with the front panel. So I attached the front waistband, then added the sashes on either side, sewed them closed inside out, turned them right side out, ironing all the way because I am just so much more likely to iron these days now that I just have to turn my chair to get to it. Then 'twas some very persnickety top stitching on the waistband, only to realize I had missed a giant chunk of it on the inside and had to start over. But, we don't need to see that. Moving on.
Remember when I said that the 15 inches would stretch so it would be fine? Lies! Like the silly little goose that I am, I totally forgot that no, it won't stretch.
Because you sewed it onto a stable waistband with unstretchable straight stitches.
Whoops! But it'll still be fine because here's where the front panel is ending, notably not the side seam. I also kind of forgot that I typically make each panel 18 inches instead of 16 inches so that they'll overlap a little bit on the sides. But here, is where the back panel ends. I'm just not gonna gather it, and it'll still cover. And the openings will be here in the front instead of on the sides, but it'll be fine. Everything is fixable!
The pockets went on the sides of the back panel, very much in my normal style. There's nothing different about this style of pockets on the pants versus the skirt. My back waistband, which I thought I had made nice and extra big, was actually just barely long enough to fit across the top of the pants. Y'all, this is why I make everything too big. It saves my butt so frequently. I sewed some thin ribbon onto the ends of that waistband and got it top stitched down on the first try this time. Huzzah!
Okay, y'all, despite my miscalculations, I'm really liking how these look. All I have to do is sew the legs together, because they are currently split, and then hem them, which, like, why are they so long? But yeah, I think they worked. So let's move on to that second pair.
So what did we learn from the first ones? As far as the split-sidedness goes, not much. It works. I mean, this is what Ash and I were talking about. We're like, it's not any surprise that split side pants work. Of course they work. Hakama have been around for a time period that I don't actually know. There's also like fisherman pants, I think from Thailand? There are examples of it throughout various cultures in history. So like, obviously split side pants work. What I learned with this particular construction is that my crotch was way too long. And that's totally fine for me on these big, wide-legged palazzo pants things. In this style, I don't want that. So we're gonna try a completely different method of crotch measurement, I guess. Design. So first up, the whole point of making a second pair was because I want to try the reversed method, which is actually historically the more common method for split side pants, putting the back panel over the front panel, theoretically making it then easier to go to the bathroom. So I thought I would revisit lacing. So there's the wide waistband with the visible lacing on the front. It's gonna have that same style of pockets because that was already more of a pants style pockets. People said they're called slash or slant pockets. Thank you for that info. I think I'll make these in sort of a pirate pant, or I guess you could say a jogger pant if you're a modern person, sort of balloony, and then come in to a cuff around the ankle. And I think I might do that as like a cuff that ties and sort of a little knot down there. So they are way more fitted and less fabric than the ones that I just made, but they're still not like these pants that I'm currently wearing. They're not slim fit. They're gonna be a little bit poofy. So really the only thing to figure out besides how to do a well-fitting crotch measurement is the gap on the sides. This was what I learned on my reverse split side skirt. You put the pockets in the front and now your gap is just here and you have no backing for it. I didn't mind so much on the skirt because I'm typically wearing like a long shirt or dress under it, so it's covering that anyway. And the type of fabric it was, it just didn't really fall open that much. For the future, just in case, I'd like to fix that on these. My thought is simple enough. You just take your normal pocket shape. So on the back layer of that pocket, you just extend it. Just kind of go like this, so that if that split comes open, you have a backing there, right? Simple enough, easy fix. That should totally work. Y'all, I've been so obsessed with my hoodie dresses that that's basically all I've been wearing this winter, but it's easiest to measure and try on pants if you're already wearing pants, so I've been trying to wear pants for this project. And I was like, I kind of forgot that I have all of these sweaters. And now I'm realizing that I also forgot that I like sweaters more in theory than in execution, kind of like tea and backpacking Europe. There is a lot of texture touching a lot of my skin right now. We persevere. But I wore pants because I have a new method of measurement that I want to try. I thought of this a while ago, and then I think somebody also, back when I made pants the first time, commented and was like, hey, you should try this. What if you just take a wire and you mold it to yourself, and then you take it off and you have a mold of your crotch? Saying the word crotch never gets any better. Like theoretically, that would be perfectly your measurements and your shape, and you could literally just put it down and be like boop, 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 and this is the shape it needs to be. Right? We're gonna find out. So I got some thick as possible pipe cleaner from the craft store, which I think would work, but then I just so happened to be walking through the art store, Blick, the other day and saw this wire, which is like much thicker and more stable, but also still easily bendable. So I think I'm gonna use this, but I think a giant pipe cleaner would work as well. Well, would work. We don't know if it's gonna work yet, in theory. Okay, so again, marking off my waist with elastic. So then I just wanna like smash it down to the shape of my butt, right? And then I think the important note here is to mark where the center seam is, because it's actually like right here, not here as you would expect. So I'm just gonna throw a piece of tape on it. Okay. So let's find out if that works. Armed with my lower torso cross section, I decided that since I don't have a ton of fabric this time, I'm actually gonna make a paper pattern, at least for the 2 leg portions. Gasp, I know. I'm still largely winging it on the rest of my measurements, but since the legs are going to be gathered into a cuff at the end, I can get away with my favorite thing ever, a general lack of precision. Up top, not so much. So even though I'm not much of a dart person, I decided to go ahead and stick some darts on both sides. It's kind of just a safety measure because I can adjust the size of those darts if the whole thing ends up being too big or too small. And then yeah, I just traced the shape of the wire thing, kind of shifting the line a bit in some places so it's not so curved. It seems like it'll work. Same thing on the back, darts, imprecision, all that stuff. One thing that's helpful and cool to see on the wire is that even though both ends were reaching my waistline when I had it on me, the back is actually about 1.5 inches taller than the front. And that's something you see a lot on pants patterns. The back piece slopes up from the side seam to the middle seam. This side of the wire was pretty significantly curved around my booty, so I really altered the line right there just to make it less drastic. But as far as the inner point goes, it looks to be right in the right place, right? Also, yes, I ran off the edge of the paper and I had to tape on some more. Planning ahead is not my strong suit. As far as the other pieces go, it's way more simple, no pattern pieces needed. We've got a rectangle for the back waistband, a longer rectangle for the front waistband, 2 smaller rectangles for the ankle cuffs, front pocket pieces, back pocket pieces with those extensions, a few inner pockets for those pockets, and then for funsies, I cut out some patch pockets to maybe sew onto the booty. I don't know if I'll use them, but we'll see. As before, I'm going to start by putting together the inseams and crotch seam of the pants before I even touch the darts and stuff. That way I can kind of pin it onto myself and see if it fits. Shall I commit to ironing? I should. I really should. And she promptly did not commit to ironing. Give it a second though, I'll get there in 3, 2, 1. So professional. All right, so theoretically, these should fit. I put on a less bulky shirt to see. So if I just put this panel where it should fall, minus the darts, that's the pocket opening, it's basically looking right. The only thing is, this edge is not quite reaching my side seam. And that's like the edge. That's not any seam allowance included. And then when you pull up the back, again, the crotch is pretty good, but again, we're not really reaching quite to the side seam. That is concerning. I think I just didn't make them wide enough for my hips. Whoops. I mean, luckily, there's always the option of like putting a strip of fabric down the side of a pant and calling it a choice. So I'm gonna get the darts put in because I do think my darts are correct. I'm gonna get the pockets put in and then we will reconvene and see if I messed up. And that is exactly what I did. Front darts, 1 by 4 inches, lovely. Then back darts, 2 by 5 inches, grand. And then those pockets. I'm not gonna go into too much detail here, because honestly, I just get tired of talking through the same pocket process over and over again. But for those extensions, I did just like a rolled hem so they have a clean edge. And then these babies are like purse pockets light. So on one side I have a phone pocket, and on the other side I have like a little things pocket, and then those got French seamed on, and tra-la, we're all good. Except for that whole not fitting thing.
Okay, so again, the fitting is looking really good as far as like the front and the back. It's the sides. That's where it should go, and that's where it's pinned. Either way though, the front panel is staying exactly how it is. So I think I can go ahead and get the waistband onto that side. And then yeah, I really think I'm just gonna cut out 2 long, maybe like 2-inch each strips of fabric and put them on the sides, and we'll call it a design choice.
So I got the waistband on the front half. Not much of note about that, except, oh yeah, it was too short for some reason. Like it didn't meet in the back, and it should have overlapped. So my original plan of doing snaps or hooks and eyes is scrapped in favor of having this panel lace up too. Wahoo! Does that make the pants very difficult to put on? I plead the fifth. I did try lacing them up with elastic instead of cord in hopes that it would be able to stretch enough that I could put them on while it was still laced and tied. Nope. I'm probably gonna stick with the elastic anyway because it does make it really nice and comfortable to move in, but yeah, there's not nearly enough stretch there for what I was hoping. And we can really see now exactly how much extra fabric I'm gonna need on each side. It's like at least 3 inches. Good times. Also, am I totally gonna dump the whole ankle cuff idea? Because I'm kind of loving how these look like this. So I cut out some strips of fabric to cover that side gap and sewed them on there, and then I got that top waistband put on, got the eyelet holes, all of that stuff done, and voila! Well, we still have problems.
Okay, so, we're almost done, and I'm just not really sure how I feel about these. I both love them and hate them at the same time. So we've got this on. I'm lacing it with a black ribbon, which I think is really cute. The back is not bad. Like, that's pretty well fitted, right? The only thing is, even after adding 3 inches to each side, they are still almost too small in the widest part of my hips. Like, this is gonna barely reach where it's supposed to be sewn down. And at this point, I'm not really willing to change that, so I'm just gonna sew it down. We're gonna go with it. If sewing the legs together makes it look weird, then I might go ahead and add the cuff, cause like, why not? But I'm probably gonna leave them how they are. Let's call it a day. Let's take a look at the final 2 products, and then we'll have a little chat about what worked and what didn't. Are you so pretty?
Are you the prettiest little puppy in the whole world? Oh, Tommy.
Okay, let's go.
Do you want to come here? Oh, yes, you do. Surprise, I made a third pair. I made them completely off camera, and here's why. When I finished the gray ones, okay, bye. He's not interested in my story. When I finished the gray ones, because they didn't fit and they didn't work per se, I was just kind of in a funky place with the project as a whole. Like, I wasn't excited about it anymore. So I just kind of dove in with yet another fabric that, come back next week to find out where I got it. Wasn't gonna use it yet. Couldn't help it. But yeah, I didn't film it because like lately I've been putting a lot of pressure on myself when it comes especially to the split side garments. Not necessarily to get things right and make something that works, because the whole point of this channel is like, I don't know what I'm doing and mistakes are okay. But I think I put a lot of pressure on myself to tell you what I'm doing. But like, this was an experiment. I'd never done this before. I didn't know what I was doing with the pants. So I just needed to make the third ones off camera, and they worked real great. I have a lot of thoughts in general about all three. But first, I have a follow-up call with Ash to compare and contrast and see what we learned and where we succeeded and where we failed. How did it go?
Not bad. I think there's still some tweaks that can be made. I'll be honest, I was kind of expecting, because the skirts just work, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, how much harder can this be? Turns out really, like, quite a bit harder.
Yeah, the first one I made, I was like, okay, this is fine. Like, I made some design choices that didn't really work with like how I did the waistband, but it really didn't have anything to do with the fact that it was pants. But it's because I did it exactly like the skirt. So they're like big, full, I used a drapey fabric, but like you can see how much there is of it. It's a full circle with a half circle on each leg. Yeah, of course it works. And then I started making a more fitted pair.
I had a very similar experience. So like, I'm actually wearing these ones right now. So these guys, again, like same, just, I used just rectangles, pleated on both sides. They've just got two waistbands. They gape a bit at the side, but they're not too bad. And with that, yeah, I was like, okay, there's some like proportional differences that I want to make. You know, they came out too short and all that kind of nonsense, but they basically work.
Yeah. It's like,
and then I started trying to do something that wasn't massive.
So this one, I tried to do a pocket extension here to be a backing for that split. The problem here was I made it too big. So like, it really should stop like here, but because it's so long, it's actually going over my butt, but then it's a non-stretch fabric, so it's making it like pull up like that, and you get wrinkles all down the front.
I'll admit, I cheated a little bit. Instead of drafting my own pattern from scratch for the more fitted ones, I started by like pulling out a paper pattern I already had, but almost immediately it just started going a little bit wrong. I think maybe I got things a bit misaligned. So these, I don't know what I'm going to do with those.
You just gotta chalk it up till I learned some lessons, which is why I then was like, I need to make a third pair. Stuck with the whole, the back panel goes on top. It worked so much better. I did much less of an overlap here, so it's only got like an inch, and that keeps it from like buckling as much, but there's still like a little bit of covering on the gap.
Funny enough, I ended up with cropped ones as well, because I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. Let's just make
By
it
the third
shorter.
one, yeah. We're like, let's not use as much fabric this time.
But with this one, so I did the back going on first with just a little bit of an underlap. I left them really open, really far down. I think that's what's giving me the bubbling at the moment. I'm kind of intrigued to see if anyone else sort of picks it up and runs with it.
We got it started. How about you guys try now? Well, it has been a pleasure. It's been great to collab with you, and I'm glad that we got some different perspectives.
It's great seeing someone else tackle the same idea and come out with different ideas for how you can make it work.
I'm really excited to see your full video and see your whole process of it. So,
oh, same.
Yay. Okay, so obviously we chatted a lot more than that. That was a very chopped up version again. So to go into a bit more detail here, starting with the first pair. Number one issue, which I already kind of talked about, but it isn't really an issue, is the crotch is way too long. The back of the pants kind of like wrinkle up oddly in the center, and I'm not sure if that's just because I was getting a lot of wrinkling on the seams of this fabric in general, or if it's because they're so full and that's just all the extra fabric. Because if you pull them kind of tighter over the booty, like a slim fitting pair of pants, it fits really nicely, but then when you let them go, it's just like a little lumpy in the middle in a weird way. Don't really know what caused that. The whole concept of making the front waistband wider so it would ruche down, total fail. It doesn't ruche down, it just clumps. I do like the belt loops, but if both of the waistbands were the same size, then they wouldn't cause the clumping. Ultimately, if you want a ruched waistband, I think you just have to ruche it yourself and sew it in place. Only other thing on this first pair is they are still too long, even with heels. They were so hard to hem. Not the actual sewing, I just did a little rolled hem and it was fine, but to try to get them all the same length because it's such a drapey, flowy material and because there's so much of it, like, ugh. Y'all, I've hemmed a lot of circle skirts now. These were giving me trouble. And then of course, there's the whole bathroom thing. Yeah, you gotta fully take these off to go to the bathroom. So not super convenient. These are definitely like dramatic going out pants. The fabric does feel amazing. Like the swoosh and the drape and the way it flows, oh, it's delightful. The gray pants, I'm really sad that they don't fit because otherwise they look really good. And I honestly thought that they would be really uncomfortable because of the whole not fitting thing, but y'all, like, I'm still wearing them. The waistband is so comfortable. So that elastic lacing up in the back, it's a pain in the butt to put on. It is not easy. But if you've got like a partner who's always around to help you get dressed, go for it. You could also just plan ahead and make it wider. Like if I had this much lacing out of elastic instead of this much, then I probably would have enough stretch. So ultimately, these just, they don't fit in the hips. Because they're pulling all the time, they're always gonna have that little buckle on the sides where the split is. So like, are they comfy? Could I wear them? Yeah, especially if you wear the blazer over it, which happens to cover up the little buckle on the sides. So on to that third pair. Here, because I went pirate pant version, as I meant to do on this, but I did not pattern correctly. I have that fullness again. They're not as full as my giant circle skirt pants, but they are full enough that the pockets can hold things without being tight up against your body, and the sides can actually overlap and not be pulling. I decided to have the front panel just tie on in the back again because tying is kind of the easiest thing to do behind your back that is like truly adjustable. And then I wanted to do lacing again on the front one, but I didn't really want to do the grommets, eyelets, so I made a bunch of, you know, the thin little straps and did my own lacing loops. That was really fun. I decided to put those in the cuffs as well. This is actually a two-way stretch knit material. So the cuffs could have just stretched up to my calf, but I wanted to make them even more adjustable and fun, so I put lacing in there too. The big thing in cutting out that I had to change for this was just widening everything. I was not going from my waist measurement to my hip measurement fast enough on this gray pair. And I wasn't actually reaching my hip measurement until like 10 inches down. My hip measurement hits like 4 inches tops below my waist. So like I'm 32 here. I'm not 42 down here, I'm 42 here, which means my pants have to angle out fast to accommodate that. Oh, so the wire thing, highly recommend. So on this pair, for a minute, I thought it was still wrong, but what I realized was that the shape was not wrong. I was just taking it from too high up. So technically on this pair, I still have a chunk of fabric in the crotch that's hanging down, but I realized that if I pulled my waistband all the way up here, the crotch fits perfectly. So this is telling me that I was just starting my measurement from the waist, and then I was legit cutting out my pants piece from that measurement and not accommodating the wide waistband I was gonna add onto it. So with that knowledge in hand, on the brown ones, I cut off, I think, 2.5 inches, and the crotch fits perfectly. This, I think, is so much easier than trying to do the measurements and the math to figure out your crotch shape. Go get yourself a big old pipe cleaner and make a mold of your crotch. That sounds like a totally different kind of project. Make a mold of your cross section, and there you go. Anytime you want to make pants, you have it ready to go. That was a lot of thoughts. Go forth, Make your own split side pants, your split side whatevers you want them to be. Go check out Ash's video, see what they made, get all of their advice. It was so much fun collaborating and knowing that somebody else was exploring this at the same time. So fun to bounce ideas off of each other. So thank you so much to Ash for joining me on this project. Later, taters!
This fabric is a pain in my patootie.
Oh, don't mind me.
Ah.
That was a fart. Y'all, sometimes I start filming and then realize I haven't like looked at my face yet today. Yep, there it is. Cool.